pitch sessions this morning was a little bit ambitious, particularly looking at the fact that we had a cocktail the previous evening. I see some of the faces that stayed up until late last night have made it. Welcome. But that has delayed us a little bit, and I think for most of the people that are coming in now, they're just stepping out from there. But I think there are only about 2 more pitch decks that are still left to be presented. And last but not least, after the tea break, we'll have plenary session 4, Unlocking Finance and Partnerships for Namibia. We know that for many businesses, that is, in fact, the biggest challenge, Ambassador, is the financial support to make sure that these ideas become a reality for many of the entrepreneurs. And I think that's why it's so important to have these pitching sessions whenever we gather or come together at such a high level platform. Having said those few words, just a reminder once again, please keep your phones on silent. Let's try to minimize the movement in and out of the venue, particularly during the remarks and the presentation. And yeah, I hope that we're going to have a very, very informative session for the rest of the day as well. So without wasting any time, please help me welcome with a warm round of applause the Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade to just set the scene for us for this session. Round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much, Ricardo, to our Director of Proceedings. And a very warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand by the protocol already observed for the sake of brevity. So once again, welcome to the second day of our business forum and to this plenary session of the Namibia-EU Trade and Investment Journey, a partnership in motion. Namibia and the EU trade with each other under the SADC-EU Economic Partnership Agreement, which was ratified in 2016 and entered into force in 2018. The economic frameworks allow Namibia, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mozambique, and South Africa to move beyond MFN, Most Favored Nation treatment, toward a more preferential and development-oriented trade relationship with the European Union. This agreement provides duty-free, quota-free market access into the European Union for exports from Namibia and the other SADC-EPA member states, subject to rules of origin and adherence to international and regional quality standards, as well as EU standards. It is worth noting that as a developing country, Namibia benefited from the EU's non-reciprocal trade preferences under the Cotonou Agreement prior to 2016. Yesterday, Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mwende mentioned the framework in which Africa and the EU have been trading and cooperating over the years, starting from, I think, Yaoundé, if I'm not mistaken. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Namibia and the European Union relations has grown steadily over the past decade, and our partnership with the EU remains one of the most significant economic relationships. It continues to support economic growth and expand trade opportunities in key sectors such as fisheries, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, enabling local producers to expand their reach without restrictive tariffs. I think the presentations this morning will deep dive into what this relationship actually looks like and what the figures are going to be telling us. While the EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement, has opened doors for many traders, there is still considerable room to expand our presence in the European market. Our export basket remains relatively narrow, and the level of value addition within our economy must increase if we are to fully benefit from this partnership. I think the statistics will show us that probably 90% of what we export is not very complex produced products, but some that are a little bit more wholly obtained from Namibia with very little accumulation and other parts coming in from other countries. For Namibia, the real measure of progress lies in strengthening our domestic trade balance by ensuring that the growth in exports is driven by locally produced and value-added goods rather than transit trade, which we know that with the EU, it is definitely the former. This distinction is important because it speaks directly to industrialization, job creation, and the depth of our participation in global value chains. Therefore, this session discussion becomes very important for us to explore ways to unlock low-hanging opportunities that can serve as an engine for support, serve as an engine to support our national plans. I think all of us all know the NDP 6 and the pillars there, as well as the enablers, which place a strong emphasis on export diversification, industrialization, value addition, and find ways for trade to move beyond market access alone and support production, competitiveness, meaningful participation in regional and global value chains. We are, however, encouraged as we see Namibian businesses developing new products and responding to international standards. From horticulture exports to value-added products such as marula oil, and from livestock to processed goods, there are clear signs that Namibia can compete and grow. However, unlocking this potential at scale requires coordinated effort and stronger linkages between trade and investment, as well as improvements in logistics, standards compliance, and market intelligence. I think this is what I had also mentioned yesterday. It also requires continued collaboration with partners such as the EU to address barriers and create opportunities for businesses on both sides. Let us, therefore, through this session, continue to engage and really try to identify where are those opportunities where we can further unlock value. Maybe just as we close, I want to just share with you that SACU has made, apologies for that, conducted a study on the utilization of the trade agreements that SACU is party to with third parties. And it's gratifying to inform you that the most utilized of all our trade agreements under SACU is the SADC EPA. And it was also important to look at the profile of the products that we are sending to the EU. And then, of course, you know that South Africa exports more complex manufactured value-added products like automotives and appliances to the EU. But for the rest of us, we need to increase the complexity of the products that we are exporting to the EU. And of course, beneficiation and yesterday's discussions on mineral beneficiations are very important to see how do we then unlock this potential that we can start exporting goods that are more beneficiated, that are more complex, and that, of course, we are able to meet the standards that have been set by the EU. Having said this, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the discussions and the presentations this morning, as well as the consultations that will follow suit. Let me then, of course, encourage all to actively participate. And then I think most important, how do we find solutions? How do we create learning? How do we create expertise in this process? Let me thank you once again for your kind attention, and I look forward to the discussions this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Edie, for those opening remarks. And the big one, of course, right now, we know that geopolitically there's been a lot going on globally. All these trade wars, threats amongst superpowers, etc. And I think for many, they still look to Europe to be sort of that voice of reason and to provide that level of stability. Just to reflect a little bit on that relationship, let's welcome Her Excellency Anna Beatrice Martens, the ambassador from the EU to Namibia, to just reflect and give us that position in terms of how they see this trade journey between the two partners. A round of applause for it, please.
Thank you very much, MC Ricardo. Good morning to everybody. I'll also stand by the protocol established. Hope everybody enjoyed Europe Day yesterday. And thanks for being here early in the morning to talk about a very important topic and one that is close to our heart in Europe, which is trade, because trade is something that we see in Europe as a very powerful means of connecting as well as to develop countries and economies and creating fruitful partnerships. And it is my utmost pleasure and indeed honor to open this morning's session on the EU-Namibia trade journey. together with ED and Dita Robiati. She's very modest. She did not mention that she herself was part of negotiations. So to open the session with her is a privilege because she is one of the testimonies and one of the people who know firsthand how painful the negotiations and long they were, but who can authoritatively look back at this journey and where we are today. So 10 years ago, on the 10th of June 2016, the European Union signed the Economic Partnership Agreement with a SADC EPA group of 6 countries, including Namibia. That moment marked a major milestone in our economic relations and reflected the strength of a partnership that was going to be grounded in trust, shared interests, and sustainable growth for the people of Southern Africa. A decade later, the results speak for themselves. Since the agreement entered into force, trade between EU27 and the 6 SADC EPA countries has grown by 26%, reaching 52 billion euros last year of trade. And Namibia has been an important part of this success story. The EPA delivered far more than increased market access. It has created a predictable environment for businesses, strengthened the new export sectors, and supported Namibia's deeper integration into global value chains. Key industries such as beef, fisheries, and high-value agriculture products have expanded and become more competitive, while standards, quality, and regulatory systems have continued to improve. Looking back, the agreement has not only opened doors, it has helped Namibian businesses step confidently through. In today's increasingly uncertain global environment, a trusted and rules-based partnership matters more than ever. At a time when global trade faces growing fragmentation and unpredictability, the European Union continues to offer a stable, reliable, and transparent trading framework that benefits businesses, investors, and consumers alike. This predictability is one of the greatest strengths of our partnership. The evidence of Namibia's trade success is clear. Over the past decade, the country has steadily expanded its exports to Europe's single market, which consists of our 27 member states, increasing trade by more than 50%. The agreement has been a key driver of this growth, supporting not only stronger trade flows, but also higher wages and improved trading conditions for the Namibian producers. And we have Robin Sherborne here to give this to us all in facts and figures for us to believe it. Beyond trade itself, the EU has partnered with Namibia through dedicated programs aimed at strengthening regulatory systems, enhancing compliance capacity, and boosting competitiveness. Today, the European Union remains one of Namibia's most important export markets. Exports to the EU reached the €2 billion mark last year, spanning an increasingly diversified range of products, from fish to uranium, meat, fruit, charcoal, stone, and metal ores. And what is more, Namibia has maintained a trade surplus with EU in almost every year since 2004, so even before the EPA was signed. A remarkable achievement that underlines the values of this relationship for economic growth, industrial development, and job creation. So later in the session, we will hear from Robert Sherborne the latest trade figures, for 24 and 25, which will again demonstrate the momentum we are building together. At the same time, we recognize that the next chapter of this partnership must go further. Namibia's ambition is not simply to export raw materials to the world, but to move decisively towards greater industrialization, local processing, and value addition. This is the direction of the future, creating more value locally, generating skilled jobs, strengthening industrial capacity, and ensuring that Namibia captures a greater share of global value chains. Achieving this will require investment, technology transfer, innovation, and strong partnerships between the government and the private sector. As a country that is positioning itself as a global leader in green industrialization, the opportunities for Namibia in the emerging industries cannot be understated, because critical raw materials, renewable energies, and green industrial products will shape the global economy for decades to come. Namibia currently has 7 to 8 large-scale green hydrogen projects in the pipeline, representing an estimated 20 billion euros in potential investments. Flagship projects such as Hydrogen Energy and Zero are expected to reach final investment decision in the very near future. What we are witnessing is not simply the emergence of a new sector, but the foundations of a new industrial future. Looking ahead, the European Union's Global Gateway Initiative offers a powerful platform to deepen this transformation and help unlock the scale and investments required to realize these ambitions. Together, we have the opportunity to accelerate strategic infrastructure, strengthen sustainable supply chains, create new industries and quality jobs to benefit today's and tomorrow's generation of Namibians. So looking very much forward to the discussions and the facts that underlie this analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that intervention. Distinguished delegates, I think remarks are remarks, but the stats and the numbers, the figures, I think that's what generally many of us are interested in when it comes to trade. Our first presenter brings to this forum one of the most respected economic minds in Namibia and the region, an economist, an analyst, an author whose work really has been consistently helping shape the economic and trade trajectory, not only for Namibia, but I think generally for SADC. Mr. Sherborne has been at the forefront of economic research and policy analysis, not only here in the country, but for the rest of the region, as I mentioned a bit earlier on, and it's one of the most respected economic minds in Southern Africa. If I have to go through his CV, we are going to spend a considerable amount of time in this room, so I'd rather let the man speak for himself. Please give Mr. Robin Sherborne a round of applause.
Thank you very much, MC. It's an absolute delight to talk to you today about the Namibian economy. You are looking at a man, what is that? Just a microphone. Okay. You're looking at a man who's written a book of 700 pages describing the economy. So you can imagine it came as quite a shock to me when I was told I had 15 minutes to talk to you today. So what I've done is I've compressed the report I've written for the EU on EU-Namibia trade into 5 charts, and hopefully that'll be digestible for the audience this morning. I hope those at the back will be able to see some of my slides, because I have come armed with a PowerPoint presentation, and there are some detailed figures on some of the slides. So let me then kick off and see if it all works. Right. So I think it's very important to put my cards, play open cards with you this morning before I talk. What I'm going to say is based on a report I've written for the EU. The EU has paid me to write this report, but it has not told me what to say in that report. So this is entirely my own work, and I think that speaks very highly in favor of the EU. No one told me what to say in any of the anything I wrote and nothing I write on the, nothing I present to you today will be anything other than my work. So I see myself as an independent freelance economist, not beholden to particular government or commercial interests. I'm an independent voice on the economy. I've followed Namibian economic developments for over 30 years, yes. I came here in 1991. I was a co-founder of IPPR, co-founder of Insight Namibia magazine. I produce a quarterly economic review for the IPPR. I've written the Guide to the Namibian Economy, the 600-page book I already mentioned. And I run a website called economy.com.na, which people might want to take a look at. So I like to think of myself as an independent voice on the economy who reaches conclusions based on evidence and data. Yeah, there's my associations. So I was absolutely delighted when the EU asked me to update some work I did back in 2024 to cover the years 2024 and 2025, because they didn't attach strings. So I've reached my own conclusions. Okay, I think I've made that pretty clear now. Let me carry on. So in 5 charts, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to just quickly look at the European Union to make sure we all understand what the European Union is. I'm going to look at the data I'm using to do my analysis. I'm going to look at Namibia's exports, including exports to the UK, to the EU, pardon me, Ambassador. I'm going to look at the trade balance and employment creation. I'm going to look at, and then I'm going to reach my conclusions. That's what I'll do in my 15 minutes. So let me kick off to make sure we all understand what the European Union is. Now, it's an organization of 27 member states. They're all listed there. Very important to note that some major markets in Europe are not members of the EU, and I include Norway, Switzerland, and the UK. So my figures for the EU exclude those countries, which are important markets for Namibia. But the important thing to understand about the EU is that it trades as a single bloc. It is unique in the world. Nowhere else do 27 countries come together in the same way. There's a common external tariff to the rest of the world. So if you import into the EU through Spain or through Germany, you face the same tariffs. Within the EU, the same product regulations apply across all countries. The same competition rules apply across all countries. So it is a single market. It's not just a customs union like the one we belong to in Southern Africa. Yeah, so it's quite special. And it's the European Commission in Brussels that has the responsibility for trade issues within the EU. So it's not individual member states. Yeah? So the real question is, because our trade statistics in Namibia are really broken down by country, the question the EU posed to me was, well, how do things look if you aggregate the 27 member states and treat the EU as the single trading bloc it actually is? And that's, in effect, the work I've done today that I'm sharing with you. Just a quick word about data. So I'm using the standard international trade classification data. The last study I did, which was published in 2024, was based on slightly different data measured in US dollars and harmonized system codes. So I'm doing something slightly different in this presentation today. The study uses this CITEC classification and coding of all traded products, and this is a UN system used by countries around the world, so it's not that Namibia is doing something unusual. We're fully in line with the rest of the world. There are 10 commodity groups in this system, from food and live animals to specialized manufactured items. I won't go into too much detail there. It's used by over 200 countries and territories, including ourselves. The trade data I'm using was provided very kindly by colleagues at the Namibia Statistics Agency. They responded very promptly and in great detail to my queries. Thank you, NSA. But they provided an awful lot of information. So the information on exports and imports to and from 220 countries in Namibia dollars over all the categories of the CITEC data constitute a spreadsheet of about 25,000 rows. So the database I'm using has an awful lot of information in it. Don't worry, I won't be going through each row with you today, much as I'd love to. Just a word about exports. The data captures exports to the first destination of whatever that export is. So, for example, if if Namibia exports diamonds to Botswana, it's measured as exports to Botswana. What then happens to the diamonds if they go on to India? Oh, yeah, that would be, yeah. Sorry, does this work? Yeah. If they then, yeah, thank you. If they then go on to India or the United States or elsewhere, my data doesn't capture that, yeah? So it's the first port of call, essentially. And then secondly, the data I'm using excludes re-exports. So for example, if copper or cobalt come in from Zambia or the DRC into Namibia and are shipped out through Walvis Bay, I'm excluding that. If they undergo no transformation within Namibia, they're categorized as re-exports, and that's outside of what I've been looking at. And then finally, very importantly, it excludes electricity, and we are part of the SAP, the Southern African Power Pool, so we're trading electricity with the rest of the region, and it excludes services. So I'm not looking at tourism and other services in this study, it's just goods. And of course, services, we all know, Namibia's tourist industry has deep links to the European Union and to the European tourist market, so I'm not looking at that. Okay, and because of brevity, I could have gone into 2024 and 2025 today, but I was only given 15 minutes, so I'm really just looking at the latest year's data. There isn't a huge difference between the two, but there are some differences. I'm just looking at 2025. My report includes data from 2024 as well. Okay, something about the CITEC. I won't dwell on that, but it's all kosher international data I'm using. Let me move on to exports. And this is the first of my charts, okay? So I'm here looking at Namibia's exports. And I've presented it in a slightly different way to usual. So this is a rectangle, and the area of the rectangle constitutes the total value of exports. So that area is 90.4 billion Namibia dollars. That's the total value of the export of goods in 2025. And within those are the various blocks of the product groups that we export. And you'll see there's uranium here, there's gold here, there's fish products here, there's diamonds here, and there's a whole range of other products here. But I think you'll agree what's striking about this rectangle is the size of 4 blocks. Basically, the 4 blocks, uranium, gold, fish, and diamonds. And that's because those are our major export product groups in this country, yeah? Those 4 groups account for 80% of all our exports by value. They are incredibly important. And therefore, where we export those products to affect the overall trade pattern because they're just so damn big. So the conclusion from that chart is essentially in 2025, uranium, gold, fish, and diamonds accounted for over 80% of all exports to the rest of the world by value out of the 19.4 billion of total exports. So the conclusion from that is our exports in this country are highly concentrated on 4 product groups. That's exactly the same as my last study, essentially. That hasn't changed for a long period of time. So that's my first chart. Let's move on. Let me say a word about these 3 very important export products of ours, because it's important to understand the structural constraints in which our exports operate. So let me kick off with diamonds, one of our major export products, yeah. So we have a company in Namibia, NAMDEB Holdings, which consists of on-land operations, NAMDEB, and offshore operations, Debmarine Namibia. That's our diamond producer. And that diamond producer sells to NAMDEA, a government-owned entity in Namibia. 15% by run of production goes to NAMDEA, which then sells these diamonds abroad in foreign markets directly. And the rest of the diamonds essentially go to De Beers DTC in Botswana for distribution across the world, yeah? So because we are 50% shareholder of NAMDEB, and NAMDEB is half owned by De Beers, we're very much plugged into the De Beers marketing system for diamonds, which isn't going to change from year to year, yeah? The next one is uranium. So we have a uranium industry, very important. We're the world's 3rd largest uranium producing country. And our 3 operating uranium mines are basically majority or partly Chinese-owned. Yeah, I'm not saying that as any sort of criticism, but they are Chinese-owned because for China, these mines produce uranium for strategic long-term purposes. That's why they invested here. So we have the Husab. Sorry, how do I go back? We have the Husab mine, opened in... Husab mine opened in 2016, which was the largest single Chinese investment in Africa at the time, 10% owned by the government. We have Rossing mine and we have Langer Heinrich, of which 25% is owned by the Chinese. But it's important to understand, although these mines do sell to the rest of the world, they're primarily focused on exporting uranium to China. Again, that's not going to change much from year to year. And then thirdly, gold. You saw that in the first chart. Gold was our biggest export by value. Now we have two operating gold mines, Navakhab and Ochikoto. And both of these mines sell their concentrate, so in other words, a sort of processed form of gold, to the Rand gold refinery in South Africa, which is the world's largest, essentially the world's largest gold refinery, sitting on our doorstep in South Africa. When I come to the export statistics, you'll see why gold in South Africa, just as you'll see why uranium in China and diamonds in Botswana are so important. These are structural things which don't change from year to year. So the conclusion I draw from that is the destination of key exports, diamonds, uranium and gold, greatly determines the pattern of overall Namibian exports and are not likely to change very much from one year to the next. Okay, let me move on to look in more detail on exports. So what I've done with the data then, I've ranked export markets in 2024 and 2025. You don't need to look in detail at the table to see how the different countries and the EU 27 members compare. And you'll see in both lists from 2024 and 2025, the EU aggregated together comes third in terms of the value of our exports to export markets. So my conclusion from the analysis of these rankings is that Namibia's four top export markets, Botswana, China, the EU and South Africa, account for over 80% of Namibia's exports. The EU is one of Namibia's most important export markets. In those 2 years, it was third by value. It was the third most important export market by value in 2024 and 2025. So just to reiterate, 4 products make up 80% of all our exports. 4 export markets account for 80% of all our exports. Yeah? Very important to understand that. Let's go into that in a bit more detail. So I just want to chart 2. I just want to hammer home this point then. So this is a pie chart of our export markets. And you see there you've got South Africa, China, number 1 and number 2 this is 2025, number 1 and number 2. And then you've got the EU as number 3, and I've included some of the member states of the EU there. And then Botswana, US, Zambia, and the rest of the world there in the pie chart. So you see there, increases in uranium and gold prices and declines in diamond prices have affected trade patterns since the last study in 2023. In 2025, the EU was the third most important export market by value, taking up 19.4% of Namibia's exports by value. Within the EU, Namibia trades with all 27 member countries, but 6 of those member states, Spain, France, the Netherlands, Italy, Belgium, and Germany, accounted for 95% of total exports to the EU. So again, within the EU, within our exports to the EU, things are quite concentrated too on 6 main countries. Chart 3, let me move on. Okay, we're looking at a bit more detail now. We're looking at a bit more detail at the composition of our exports to the EU in this chart, yeah? And I'm not here to do down other export markets, to talk them down, no, but I am here to contrast and compare. And I want to just look at those 4 export markets, which remember account for 80% of all our exports, in a little more detail. You don't need to look at the detail of the legends. I think it will become clear. This is our exports to Botswana, and you can see it's a pie chart, and that blue color denotes our diamond exports to Botswana. So in other words, we export a lot to Botswana, yes, but look at the concentration on just the single product diamonds. I think it's 80 to 90% of all our exports to Botswana as essentially rough diamonds, and that's because of the reasons I explained before. De Beers' DTC is based in Gaborone. Again, our exports to China, our number 2 export market. Again, the blue here doesn't denote diamonds, but uranium. And I go back to what I told you about Namibia's uranium mines. So between 80 and 90% of all our exports to China are focused on uranium. So again, highly concentrated. And then our third export market that I'm looking at is South Africa. You can see the blue there. It's not diamonds or gold. Sorry, diamonds or uranium. It's gold this time. Gold exports to South Africa account for, you can see, 3/4 of all our exports to South Africa. Now, how does it look for the EU? Well, this is the chart for the EU. And I think you'll agree that the export basket of goods to the EU is far more diversified than to those other major markets. There's fish, a whole range of fish products, uranium, meat products, fruit, high-value fruit, blueberries and table grapes, charcoal, crustaceans, base metals, dimension stones, some vegetables, a little bit of diamonds and other products. You see the pie chart stands in quite some contrast to the pie charts to our other three main trading partners. So again, my conclusion there is Namibia exports a more diversified basket of goods to the EU than to other main trading partners, including fish and crustaceans, uranium, meat, fruit, charcoal, diamonds, and base metals. So a diversified basket of goods. Okay, I'll move on. What about jobs created? Okay, I've put together this chart now, which I've called employment due to exports to the EU. And what I've done here is put someone's phone going off. Oh, is that my 15 minutes? Okay. Am I allowed to talk over the alarm? I knew I wasn't going to make 15 minutes. So what I've done here, I've made estimates using the latest available information. And I have to say, I'll plead again, we do not collect good employment data in this country on a regular basis. I don't know why. It's the most important thing we should be measuring in this economy, but we don't do it. What I've done here is using the information from the Chamber of Mines, the Charcoal Association, the Meat Board, and all sorts of other sources to estimate employment due to our export products. And the grey bars here denote employment due to all exports in that particular product line, and the blue denotes employment due to exports to the EU in that product line. Okay, and the axis there is in 5,000s. I can't get my clicker thing to work, but so the grey bar is always bigger than the blue bar, basically. Yeah? And if you look at that and you add up the numbers, you'll conclude that over 40,000 jobs are generated by exports to the EU, especially in those labour-intensive sectors of fishing, meat, fruit, and charcoal. So again, without wishing to do down other export markets, Botswana or China, it's very clear that the basket of goods that we export to the EU generates many more jobs for Namibians than, say, diamonds to Botswana or uranium to China. You see there is a bit of, you can see diamonds there. You know, it's a very small bar compared to, say, fruit and vegetables, livestock, fish and crustaceans. Uranium, very small bar. So these are highly capital-intensive sectors where one worker generates massive value added. The other sectors are much more labour-intensive, and those are the sectors exporting to the EU. Okay, finally, my last chart, I'm almost there, is the trade balance. And this is the trade balance for 2025. And you see there, our exports to the EU was 17.6 billion, our imports from the EU, 16.5 billion, which means that Namibia in 2025 exported more to the EU than it imported from the EU, and therefore ran a trade surplus. Yeah, well, that's not unusual. As the ambassador said, Namibia's run a trade surplus with the EU for most years since 2004, which is interesting because Namibia generally runs a trade deficit with the rest of the world. We're a net importer of goods from the rest of the world, but with the EU, it's different. We generally run a trade surplus. Okay, so what do I conclude from all this data? A few conclusions. One, the EU is one of Namibia's top export markets, and we should be looking at the EU as a single export market, not dividing it up into countries. If I can make a plea to government to produce statistics that reflect this, I'd be very grateful. The second, the EU is a more diversified export market than other major markets. I've only looked at the top 4 markets in the presentation today. The report goes into more detail in other markets. Exports to the EU are in relatively labor-intensive products. Exports to the EU generate over 40,000 jobs for Namibians, and I think I've been quite conservative in my estimates here. And then trade with the EU is fairly balanced with a small surplus in 2025. So I'll stop there, Mr. MC. Slightly over time. Very happy to answer questions if people have them. Do you want me to stay up here? Or?
Another round of applause for Mr. Sherbon. I like how Robin came on and spent about the first 5 to 7 minutes letting us know that he only has 15 minutes to speak. But thank you very much. I think in terms of that, whenever we're dealing with information of that nature, I think the time limit really is the second consideration, because we just cannot skip on some of that important information you're presenting. Our next speaker plays a critical role, of course, in advancing Namibia's trade promotion agenda, and also strengthening the country's economic partnerships at both regional and international level. And the information he'll share with us will really just also unpack what Robin has set the stage for. Following some of the insightful evolution of our trade relations, the last decade, he will just give us a bit of the Namibian perspective in detail in terms of this relationship. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Zacchaeus Kapenda, Deputy Director for Trade Promotion at the Ministry of International Relations and Trade. A round of applause for him, please. So, Mr. Zacchaeus, we've got a rule that we have to clap until somebody gets on stage. So be a little bit closer the next time, yeah? So here's the clicker. If you want to move around, you can use this one. Click one. Here's the clicker for changing the slides. Okay. If you want to move around, you can use this one.
Okay. Yeah. No, thank you very much, Director of the Ceremony. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I also wish to stand in the protocol that's already established. As indicated, I'm Zacchaeus Kapenda. I work for the Ministry of International Relations and Trade as the Deputy Director responsible for trade promotion. I'll take you through the Namibia perspective when it comes to the EPA. And some of the statistics that I might indicate might become a bit boring to you because they have already been mentioned already. So really, it has already been indicated to say that the EPA was signed between the SADC member states, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa in 2016. And Mozambique also joined the configuration in 2017. So there's also an option for Angola to join the configuration. So the agreement came into force in 2018, and it covers trade in goods and also development. It's very much compatible with the WTO. It's very contractual, means that it's legal binding in terms of trade rules, procedures, and it's also reciprocal and asymmetrical. So this agreement accords 100% duty-free market access of products originating from Namibia. And the SADC member states have liberalized about 86% of the goods from the EU, while Mozambique has liberalized about 74 products. So it uses really the Hedges Code to determine the origin, as it has been already indicated to say that really for your products to be able to enjoy these trade preferences, it has to be considered as originated from the member state, from the parties. Hence, the rule of origin is very, very critical. So most of the exports, as you're going to see through the statistics, South Africa is the one really exports too much to the EU, and also there's component of the tariff rate quotas on specific goods. So The countries have indicated we have removed about 86% of the duties from the EU products, while Mozambique is about 74. So the agreement covers the custom duties, meaning that removal of tariffs as indicated by annexes that are party to the agreement, Annex 1, 2, and 3. So why EPA for Namibia? We are saying that this EPA is critical for Namibia because really it eliminates trade barriers and promote mutual economic growth. As many Namibians are able to be trading with the EU, then it contributes to the economic growth of the country. It's also really enhanced the regional integration by supporting cross-border trade within the SADC. It's improved trade facilitation through streamlined customs procedures, meaning that really it's also tried to address all those impediments to the traders, and it also support inclusive development by promoting value-added export. This agreement is also expands Namibia's global trade footprint by integrating into global supply chains. What it means is that as traders, you might want to get certain inputs into your production, then you'll be able to obtain inputs from the EU, then you produce, then you'll be able to trade globally. And it's really also encourage innovation and diversification of the Namibian economy. So now, who qualifies now to export to the EU under this arrangement? What it means that everybody, every trader is able to trade with the EU, provided that you meet some of the conditions that regulate the market requirements. Those are the rules of origin. And in Namibia, we do have two entities that issues rules of origin certificate. These are our Namibia Revenue Agency and the Namibia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So you are also able to trade with the EU, provided that your products meet the health and safety standard and also environmental requirements or regulation for the EU. You are also able to trade with the EU, provided that your products is able to meet with the SPS standards of certain products, especially when it comes to the agricultural products and fisheries products, and also the technical standards that are in place. So it has already been indicated, but most of the Namibian traded to the EU are really products without very much value additions, and those are the fish and fish products. We are also exporting diamonds, uranium, copper, as indicated already in the previous statistics, and followed now by our agricultural products, like fresh grapes, dates, blueberries, charcoals, and leather. We are also exporting our beef, which really one of the largest markets that are taking for beef in the EU, and beverage. So the imports really from the EU are those industrial machineries, vehicles and electronics, pharmaceutical, iron, steels, and lubricants. So this framework, the EPA, really it has assisted Namibia through its technical cooperation, really with certain various projects, and through this, through the assistance of the EU, Namibia was able to be assisted to develop its export promotion strategy that is about to be launched. We were also assisted to develop our trade information portal. This is in line with Article 1 of the WTO trade facilitation to make information available on the internet. All the rules that regulating in trade, they are within that trade information portal. Then I'm also going to show you at the end where the link where you can find this portal. It has also assisted us to develop our consumer protection bill, which is really earmarked to safeguard our market. And we have also assisted with our SPS policies to align our products with the EU food safety regulations. It has also assisted us with technical barriers to trade to support international certification. We were also assisted to develop our import-export online payment application system, which enables the traders to apply for their trade permits, whether import, export, or transit permits, through online platform. And this is really has reduced the turnaround period to more than to about 2 hours. Depends on the agency of the application. So, as has been indicated, this agreement really came into force in 2018. But if you see the statistics, the green, which is our trade balance, before that 2018, around 2016, we had a very negative trade balance. But as now the agreement entered in force, you could see that really the blue bars, our export to the EU has been picking up as compared to the red, which is the import. So really, it has really contributed to our export as a country. So also here we make a comparison of those member states that are part to this EPA to say that when you look at the statistics, the green, which is South Africa, is the main exporter to the EU, and as Namibia is the blue one. All those years from 2008 to 2018, 2020, 24. So some of the products that has been exported from the member state, like Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mozambique, and South Africa, they are indicated. Because of the time, really, perhaps I'll just skip them. But so those are the links for where you'll be able to find the information that we spoke about for our ministry as one, for the Namibia Standard Institution, which is a certification body for our product, especially when it comes to the fisheries products. The Namibia Revenue Agencies, which I have indicated to say that it also issues rules of origin certificate, and it's also our revenue agency, our investment promotion board, and also the trade information portal. This is very critical because as traders, once you click on this, you will be able to see all the critical information to guide you really as how to do trade with Namibia and all with other trade arrangements that Namibia is party to. And the last one is our import-export application system that we have spoken about, that if you wish to apply for import permits or export permit or transit permit to do business with Namibia, then you're able to apply for your permit through that link, and the permit will be issued to you, digital signed. So I think I'm done, and I believe I'm within the time.
Thank you very much. So you still have 2 minutes to spare.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's fine. We'll give those to Robin. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Kapenda. I think the perspectives are starting to come together now in terms of the trade relations between the two parties, of course, the EU as well as Namibia. Now, our next speaker has got extensive experience in international trade policy, as well as regional and economic integration. Ms. Gurley serves for the Commission, of course, both Botswana and Namibia, stationed in SADC, or representing SADC in Botswana, where she works on trade economic partnerships and the matters between the EU as well as Southern Africa. and she will unpack for us the key benefits of the EU-SADC Economic Partnership Agreement and its importance in unblocking our trade opportunities, investment flows, and obviously some long-term opportunities between the two regions. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, and also in my case I stand by the protocol observed. I will be hopefully quick, and I will not provide any figures because the previous speaker have already given you all the information you may need. So I will start very briefly with the presentation of what is the Economic Partnership Agreement between EU and SACU and Mozambique. It is indeed a trade agreement, so that's the most important priority and objective. But in my view, it is not just a trade agreement in the sense that it aims to be a proper partnership. And this is not just branding in the title, but you can see it clearly in the objective of the agreement. Because the objective of the agreement is not just to promote trade flows between our countries, but there are several objectives. I start mentioning two that are very relevant. First is the promotion of sustainable development, and the other one is to foster the eradication of poverty. And so it comes a pivotal element of the agreement that is the asymmetry that was already mentioned before. Now, what does it mean that the agreement is asymmetric? Now, when we have a trade agreement, of course, the most objective is to open the respective markets of the parties that sign an agreement. But in this case, the European Union and Namibia, SACU, they don't do it at the same level. And this is to take into consideration the different development of the countries and the development aspiration of Namibia. Therefore, as already mentioned by the other speaker, the European Union grants duty-free access to its market for all goods originating in Namibia, of course, apart from weapons. But Namibia offers open, let's say, its market for indicative 85%. So it means that Namibia fully liberalized its market for 85% indicatively of the product, while for the remaining 15% of the market is not at all liberalized, so the MFN normal duty stands, or the market is partially liberalized. The so-called tariff rate quotas that are a very technical word to say that a limited quantity specified in the agreement of European export can enter Namibia with a preferential duty, a discount, and the remaining quantity above this threshold can enter in Namibia but shall pay the normal duty. So this is the asymmetric treatment that is one of the bases of our agreement and makes the agreement a real partnership between the two parties, because really we would like to support the development needs of Namibia. So this is the most important opportunity probably that the agreement offers, because of course it gives you the company business opportunities in the European market. But as mentioned before, I have to say that Namibia is using this opportunity, but it can do more. As long as Namibia is able to diversify its economy and start producing a much wider range of products, well, this kind of duty-free treatment is there to be used, because it will give Namibia a competitive advantage in the European market compared to several other countries in the region or in the world that do not have this kind of very generous treatment in the European Union. So this is the first opportunity, but it's not the only one given by the agreement. You can see the second picture with the truck, and it identifies another opportunity that often is disregarded, and it's the fact that Namibia opens, even if partially, its market to the European goods. Now, this is not just an advantage for the European company, it can be also an advantage for Namibian companies, that they can source their input for the final product in the European Union wherever they consider this is more convenient. So essentially, it gives the companies much bigger choice in their business decision. Now, of course, as I say, we want to take into consideration development needs of Namibia. Therefore, the agreement even forecasts safeguards. Safeguards in case of like sudden huge surge of imports, they can be activated by Namibia to protect its market and the local producers. So Namibia liberalizes its market, and this is an advantage, but this is accompanied always by safeguards to ensure that no damage is done. And then there is a third opportunity, let's say, created by the EPA, let's say a great advantage that I think till last year, 2 years ago, it was completely ignored. But in the last year, let's say the geopolitical context make it clear how relevant it is, and it is the legal certainty. Basically, the preferences granted by the European Union to Namibia are embedded in an international agreement. Now, let's imagine there are there are some third countries that offer, especially African countries, some preferential treatment. The most famous one, of course, it's in newspaper these days, it's AGOA. And it is important to underline that these are unilateral concessions. The European Union has a very similar scheme than AGOA called the Generalized Scheme of Preferences. And also in this case, it's a unilateral concession. So what does it mean? It means that in any moment, the country that offers this kind of treatment can withdraw it. Therefore, an operator, a trader, knows that the duty for a product today is X, but it has no certainty that in 1 year, in 10 years, the duty will be the same. While whether, in case the preference duties are embedded in the international agreement, as it is the case of the EPA, well, in that case, a single party cannot withdraw unilaterally the concessions. And the EPA even included a dispute settlement mechanism in case one of the parties decides to wake up one morning and change its mind. So the dispute settlement mechanism has been activated only once, but ideally it's there to enforce that the commitments taken are respected. So essentially, an international agreement that includes these preferential treatments offer legal certainty and predictability. And as you know, predictability is very, very important when making investment. So having the EPA for Namibia is also a way to be more attractive for investments. Now, another opportunity offered is what is called supply chain opportunities in the slide. So essentially, I refer to what has been already mentioned, the rules of origins that are extremely flexible and allow a company in Namibia to source its inputs in the region. And so it has bigger choice in its business decision to source the inputs where it's more convenient or where the quality better matches the needs. So essentially, the idea is, again, to cooperate, let's say, with another one of the objectives of the EPA, that's to foster Africa regional integration. The idea is that our EPA between EU and Namibia should help in the creation of regional supply chain and to foster regional integration in Africa. This can be a good advantage for a Namibian company that can team up with other companies established in other countries in the region to create economy of scales, but also to ensure that the value addition is created in the region and not elsewhere. So teaming up with your neighbors can be a huge opportunity for Namibia. Unfortunately, I have to say, up to now, it has not been really exploited. The European Union has provided support since the provisional entry into application of the agreement in 2016 for this, but we intend to continue to provide support to help the companies to use these flexible rules of origin, because we would really, really love that this opportunity that is really excellent if properly used is used more. And finally, I would like to touch upon another element that I think is absolutely not well known, and it's the fact that EPA is a platform for dialogue. And again, this is not theoretical. The EPA has some committees that are technical and they meet on a regular basis. And essentially they focus mostly not only on trade, but also on customs and custom cooperation and on agriculture and agriculture cooperation. So it's really important that the private sector knows about this because they are in charge essentially of two main topics. First, the implementation of the EPA. So if a company sees some bottlenecks in the implementation of the EPA, or if a company sees the opportunities that are worth to be promoted, it's really important that you reach out to your national authority, because this kind of bottlenecks or opportunities can be discussed in these regular committees. So it's really important that the private sector get involved. We need the information that you have, and as national authority, we may not have ourselves. So please, you are important actors in the implementation of the EPA. And another task that these committees may have is discussion about cooperation in other international fora, like the WTO, for instance, or cooperation on topics that are of common interest, for instance, environmental protection, and so on. So again, it's really important that the public is very well aware of the fact that there are these committees and they meet on a regular basis, because they are an important platform for dialogue and exchange. I would like just to conclude with a comment, and again, it's about participation, in the sense that often people think that implementing the EPA is the responsibility of the national authorities only. This is not the case. Private sector has a very important role, as I just mentioned. So, as Mr. Ricardo said at the beginning, in the introduction, the discussion should not end here. Please be in touch with us. And also, I would like to stress another little point: civil society is also a really important actor for us, because the agreement includes a very small chapter, but very relevant, about protection of basic rights like environmental rights and labor rights. Because essentially, a pivotal principle at the basis of the agreement is that EPA should promote trade flows, but it should not be a detriment of important rights like environmental protection and labor rights. And that's why there is a very small chapter, number 2, where the parties reaffirm their commitments to respect the commitment they have taken in these fields in other international fora. So normally it's not well known at all, but it's extremely important, because it goes in the direction of sustainable development. The EPA wants to create welfare, wants to create jobs, wants to create a better world in Namibia and the EU for our children, I would say. So I close here in terms of presentation, but I would like just to provide 3 links that are very important for the private sector. The first one is access to market. Let's say it's a single entry point for whatever company that would like to trade with the EU. Inside this, there is My Trade Assistant that's specific on trading goods and provides all information on duties, rules of origin, and so on. They are extremely important, and in case you find it difficult to navigate, even normally they are quite user-friendly, there are a free webinar offered that explain how to use them. So if a company is thinking to trade with the EU, I think this is the first entry point. And the last link is to Agri-Info, because I know how important agriculture is for Namibia. And the European Union has financed this website. I would strongly suggest that people interested in trading on agri-food products subscribe to the newsletter. It's once per month, very, very discreet, I would say. But it provides all possible updates on the new European regulation about standards and requirements to be respected by agri-food products to be imported into the European Union. And as sometimes this regulation may be technical and you may have doubt about what exactly the requirements are, this website also has a support section. You can ask questions and they can provide replies to your doubts. They can also provide capacity building. So it doesn't give money, but it gives knowledge that in this specific case can be even more important. It's really well done, in my view, and it can be a huge, huge help for whoever want to trade with the European Union on agri-food products. I stop here. I hope I was in my 10 allocated minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for her, please. I think it's important really just to also, and I can never really overemphasize the importance of civil society, and I think civil society rightfully works together with the media. We refer to them as the fourth estate. But to ensure that the sustainable part of development, I think the role that civil society plays in making sure that they hold both parties accountable, whether it's the government, whether it's private sector, particularly around environmental management and labor rights, very, very important one. And that has, I think, been very, very unique with the relationship with the European Union. Whenever you do business, those aspects always come in, and I think that's appreciated. There's one thing to provide those remarks and look at the trade policy. We can discuss it for hours on end, but it's of course also important to understand and hear from the entrepreneurs themselves and how they're benefiting on the ground. And that's what our next speaker is going to be focusing on. The new generation of Namibian entrepreneurs that are trying to ensure that development and trade business is sustainable and have really successfully transformed indigenous knowledge and natural resources into sort of a globally competitive business. Now, as a co-founder of TANETA, the trade and network of natural resource management products in Namibia, our next speaker really has played an important role in promoting value-added natural products. And today she will share with us an industry case study on value-added natural cosmetics, highlighting some practical experiences on export opportunities and lessons from engaging international markets. And if you're aware of some of those trade numbers, I think cosmetics account for a significant amount of money and trade value, not only in Namibia, but generally for the continent as well. So please help me welcome Ms. Namumpa Nengola, co-founder of TANETA. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. Yes. Good morning. My name is Nampa Nengola, as introduced by Ricardo, the co-founder of TANETA Investment. We produce organic marula oil, so we manage a marula value chain. Like I said, we produce marula oil, working with the women in the rural villages of northern Namibia, who use the traditional knowledge, use hands to produce these, collect marula fruits, dry it naturally, crack it, extract the kernels, and we make sure that we fairly compensate them, and then we bring those resources in our facility. We cold press, using cold press and a very real quality check to make sure that our oil fits the European market. Every stage of our production can be linked to sustainability, indigenous knowledge, and the livelihood of the women in the villages of Namibia. So we are not just exporting oil, we are exporting a sustainable, community-driven value chain. Our journey into the EU market started in 2019 when we participated in the partially supported study tour by GIZ to Biofach and Viverness in Germany. And from that experience, it transformed everything that we were thinking about our business. Because we learned that the EU buyers do not start the conversation with like, how much is your marula oil or what is the quality? They ask you if you have the organic certificate. So when we came back, we invested in ensuring that our marula oil is organic certified. It's an investment. And getting the oil certified is very complex, it's very costly, especially for a small business like us. So, since 2020, then when we came back from the study tour in Germany, we got our oil certified for the 6 consecutive years. So it's still organic certified. We also participated in search of market. We also participated in cosmetic in Paris in 2022 and in Barcelona in 2023. And these experiences taught us the importance of forming partnership, the requirement of the EU market, and just learning what we need to do to get our products out there. Due to the high cost, though, since 2023, when we participated in cosmetic in Barcelona, we did not participate in this in cosmetic. And this really highlights the challenges that small businesses go through if they want to be, visible internationally. It's very, very costly. How do we export to the EU? Like I said, our value chain begins with the local women that we partner with. It's a real partnership. We make sure that we compensate them fairly. We contribute to the rural economy. We produce the oil here locally using the cold press. Quality is checked. Traceability systems are in place. And we learned that exporting oil or exporting any product is much, much more than just producing the oil. We have to navigate preparing the export permits, using the right HS codes, getting the certificate of origin, because this is the only way that our buyers can benefit from the SACU EU EPA. We also need a lot of knowledge in terms of Incoterms to make sure there is no misunderstanding between us and the buyers. And so also logistic partnership is also important because it can contribute to delays. We mainly export in bulk using sea or air freight depending on the cost and the urgency. And in addition to exporting in bulk, we also sell our marula oil on our online store. It's indicated there. It has a DHL plugin, so the shipping fees can be calculated in real time, and that enables us to export anywhere in the world. One of the challenges that is overlooked is access to digital payment systems. We realize that most of our buyers would prefer to pay using PayPal. We know, however, in Namibia, you can pay using PayPal, but you cannot receive money yet in PayPal. There are alternatives, like we use Direct Pay Online, and these alternatives come with additional, very high transaction fees, and this means barriers to small businesses. So digital payment is really part of market access. Despite these challenges, the EU offers real good benefit for small businesses like us. It offers the duty-free to our marula oil, which the EU EPA, SACU EU EPA provides, and it is very critical to the competitiveness of our products. Also, the EU market value sustainability and traceability, which aligns very well with our products. And it also creates opportunities for long-term partnership. We recently entered into a distribution partnership with Impact for Africa. And this partnership has the potential to help us scale export and expand livelihood to the women in our livelihood. We have a few men also, but mostly women. The founder of Impact for Africa, Luca, is sitting somewhere in the audience, so he will be able to have a further discussion later. So also, the EU market rewards quality, traceability, and sustainability. I am concluding. While the EU offers all these benefits and opportunities, accessing it in practice is another thing. Our challenge is connecting with the serious, reliable buyers in the EU, because remember, this is an already established market, and to enter that network is very challenging for small businesses. Certification and compliance is another issue. Certification is very costly. It is also very administratively demanding. And for small business, sometimes you only have how many people? So it really is a real challenge. And maintaining this organic certificate, for example, requires an annual audit. The rules are changing all the time. And there's a lot of documentation that needs to be considered and understood, otherwise it will not work. The other challenge we have is testing. Even when we have an organic certificate, the buyers would want a specific batch-tested certificate of analysis. And locally here, the labs do not test for those parameters. So we send the samples to other countries. It means cost, but it also means delay. So for us at Taneta, every liter of marula oil represents income for rural women and a few men, preservative of indigenous knowledge, connecting the rural resources to the global market. And we see that the EU offers these opportunities, but like I said, unlocking this opportunity requires collaborations, practical support, and long-term partnership. So for us, we are just not exporting the oil. We are building a sustainable, community-driven value chain. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Much another round of applause. The success stories are very, very important there as well, certification. And I think it really speaks to it. And generally for many business people, they understand that if you break into the EU market, particularly with the regulations, then you can break into any other market in as far as standards are concerned. And talking about standards, our next speaker, this is going to be a very, very important one as well. When it comes to standards, the industry really prides itself with high standards. Traceability systems and premium quality when it comes to the beef exports. Our next speaker, Ms. Selma Namutua, serves as the marketing executive at MIDCO. Many of you might have already interacted with her because she used to work at the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board as well, at NIPDB. If there's any international trade promotion, then you would have generally touched base with her before she joined MIDCO. MIDCO, as you know, is Namibia's flagship meat processing and export company, which has for decades positioned Namibian beef really, really competitively globally. With extensive experience, of course, in marketing and export promotion for the country, she will just come and share with us the industry case study for MIDCO titled Premium Namibian Beef in the EU, a story of quality, compliance, and enduring trade partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Selma Namutua. Give her a warm round of applause there. As she's making her way, of course, I would also like to announce that they will be doing those sirloin steaks that you're seeing outside in the corridor are going to be chopped up. I think, is it now during the break or only during lunch? Sundowner. During the sundowner later on in the evening. That's right. Fantastic. Round of applause one more time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand on the protocols already observed by the previous speakers. Ricardo, thank you very much for this platform, and thank you to the EU-Namibia Business Forum organizers for granting us this opportunity to really present in terms of the story of quality, compliance, and enduring trade partnership. I won't dwell much on the data sets because the economists and the trade experts have already touched on that. So I'll really like to really entice you with what needs to happen or what happens in a plant, a premium beef exporter in the EU. So I'll start with a video of our colleagues in the plant and also quality and compliance, just explaining to you the process of getting our beef into the EU. It's not an easy process. There are a lot of requirements that needs to be followed. So it will take about 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
My name is Marcela Somais. I'm the operations manager at MIDCO. At MIDCO, we believe in delivering trust, consistency, and premium product to our clients. We subscribe to the best regulatory standards and international standards of food safety and quality management, and ensure our processes are aligned to the systems internationally for us to be able to trade in the international markets. We believe in having a consistent process where everything is streamlined and aligned to the benefit of the employees and the environment. We are subscribed to a fair meat standard that takes care of the traceability of our animals and the animal welfare aspects that is critical to the supply chain of our production, and ensures that our value chain is maintained from the start of receiving the cattle until the dispatch of the final box.
My name is Kalihulu Shapa. I'm MIDCO's Compliance and Laboratory Manager. I'm involved in verification, monitoring, and validation of our products before exportation to our beloved clients. So my role is to ensure that customer specifications are met, starting from the farm to reception of carcasses, cattle within the facility, the in-process production and dispatch of the products. We have an in-house lab that ensures that most of these testing are done and results are received fast within 24 hours. We also make use of Central Veterinary Lab that does most of our regulatory testing. At MIDCO, we conform to International Food Safety Standard and BRCGS standard, where we are subjected to both unannounced and announced audit. We are also halal certified, and we conform to most of the production requirements. So for our European partners, our products not only meet regulatory requirements through audit and supplier audits, but also they are supported by measurable transparency. At MIDCO, trust is not assumed, it's proven.
So there you heard it from the experts. I'm responsible for selling the beef, so you might not believe me when I say those are the processes. So now really it's just to look at the overview of Namibia's beef industry, comparing Q1 2025 and Q1 this year, 2026. Those are the recent data. In terms of cattle marketed really per head, last year was around 52,000 heads of cattle, but slightly more this year, which is around 52,900 this year. So total egg carcasses per head slaughtered was 30,000 last year, and this year there's a bit of a decline as well, but because it's just quarterly comparisons. So total beef exported per kg increased from 1.4 million to about 3.5 million during the same period, meaning that the throughput increased. We had more throughput this year as an industry as compared to last year, Q1. Now, total live exports per head also dramatically increased. I'm sure you are all aware of the famous Mauritian vessel that came to get our cattle on the hoof, which is not what we are encouraging. That's why that number is at 17,000. Now, our international export markets, really, those are the export markets. We enjoy quadruple entrance to the international export market. We export our beef to the US, Norway, as well as to the EU and China, respectively. So looking at Namibia's percentage share in terms of the beef exports by destination, we exported about 81% of our beef to the European Union, as you can see the data there. This really tells that Namibia heavily relies on the EU market, which validates our FMD free zone strategy. And we need to continue that, and I would like to really commend the Ministry of Agriculture for really putting down precautionary standards, even if FMD hasn't struck us yet. In terms of our comparative advantages, really, as a country, we are the only country that can access all these three markets, which are not easy markets to access. You need to really adhere to regulatory standards and compliance. So we have a unique market access where we export to the EU, US, China, and Norway. And our FMD free status also gives us that advantage. Full traceability, we use the NAMLET's traceability system, which is quite operational, where the animal is traceable from farm to fork. Now, we are really a hormone-free and natural industry where we have a niche market positioning policy in terms of premium product. Our export earnings from last year were about 2.1 billion Namibian dollars, which is quite a good figure. And I think from Robin Shebon's presentation, beef was slightly lower, but it's because we are a small niche industry supporting the premium beef agenda. Now, jobs supported, really, these are direct and indirect jobs for the livestock sector, which is about 57,000 jobs. I think, Robin, you will come and verify with me later. And then GDP contribution really is about 2.2% from the beef industry towards GDP. Now, the EU SADC Economic Partnership Agreement, I don't think I'll say much, or a lot was already said by the previous speakers from the ministry as well as from the EU and by the ED. But for now, really, for over 2 decades, we have been enjoying, and amongst other top countries, as a big trade partner for the EU-IPA agreement. Farm-to-fork traceability and quality assurance is very important in MIDCO and also to export to the EU. I've mentioned the NAMLET's system before, where it tracks each animal from birth to export via unique ID tags. So we trace the movement, the vaccinations, and the health data per animal. And FENMED scheme, which is then supported by our Livestock and Livestock Products Board, that we verify veterinary authorities spanning food safety as well as welfare. Now, MIDCO is Windhoek's plant, and actually we were rated top A plus score by the BRCG's audit, which is very, very, very big in terms of the export abattoir market status. For full traceability within 4 hours, you can actually get our traceability animals when they did the audit, so which was very commendable and a big achievement for MIDCO. Now, the premium difference, Namibian beef is actually the Rolls Royce of beef. I think you'll experience that this evening. So our hormone-free growth proponents are banned, yielding naturally raised beef, lean and nutrient-rich. I think when we were displaying our steaks, especially the sirloin steak, a lot of people were asking, can I buy this, can I take this? But you will later taste, and then you can easily order your sirloin steak. So this say is actually quoted, it's from one of our international clients who said, once you taste Namibian beef, you will understand that it is the Rolls Royce of beef, not just an everyday sedan or Dangi Botswana. The Namibians will understand. Now, in terms of sustainability, the latest really is the EU deforestation regulation that we need to adhere to as a beef industry, where it was affected January 2026. All our beef that is supposed to enter the EU market must be certified deforestation free. And you can all imagine how that process can be. So we need to really produce in accordance to the national environmental and labor legislation, and with free due diligence in terms of documentation in place. So Namibia's readiness, really, we are classified as a standard risk. We are not such a risk in terms of the EU deforestation regulation. And Namibia's drylands actually have limited forests to cover, which then lowers inherent deforestation risks. So we are not so bad there, but we are working together with the Livestock and Livestock Production Board to just ensure that all stakeholders that are involved in the process are then well informed. So organic and sustainable potential needs to be adhered to. And we also have a MIDCO foundation that actually looks at empowering the farmer, because without the farmer, MIDCO will not exist. So we really, through our MIDCO foundation, empower our farmer to then adhere to all these regulations as they come through, and this is one of the latest ones that we need to adhere to. Now, even if we go through all this compliance, there are really challenges, but we've also been very resilient as a beef industry. So the supply side of challenges really is our lack of rainfall sometimes and prolonged droughts, and head rebuilding cycles periodically takes time. And that affected our 2025 exports, which saw a decline of approximately 43% year on year due to tight supply and not really weak demand. Demand is not an issue for the Namibian beef, it's more on the throughput side of things. So bush encroachment, land degradation, and raising production cost pressures were really the supply challenges side last year. So the industry response was that we really strengthened producer prices just to keep on supporting the farmer, and really averaged prices from 69.4 per kg in 2025, which we upped by 13.5% as compared to 2024. Now, government really invested a lot in new abattoirs, feedlots, schemes, and fodder production just to support the farmer and the industry as a whole. And MIDCO's turnaround strategy, which really focuses on financial stability, governance, reforms, and early market access execution, where we are basing it on sales-driven production plans and understand that this is the demand, this is what the plan should produce, and it has been effective so far. The bottom line here is that Namibia's competitiveness is measured not by volume, but by the quality, consistency, and value chain resilience. What Namibia produces in a year, mass producers deliver in a month, like our competitors. They are not even our competitors, but the likes of Brazil, Argentina, and the likes. But no one matches the premium quality. We are the Rolls-Royce of beef. Yeah. So why Namibian beef? I think I've mentioned all that already. Premium quality, full traceability, proven compliance, a trusted partnership, sustainability in terms of leadership, and preferential access. We have duty-free, quota-free entry through the EU and SADC IPA agreement. Plus, we're really dedicated to the Norway quota and EFTA under the EFTA as well. So that really opens doors for the industry and for MIDCO as a whole. So thank you very much, and you are all invited for the Sundowner this afternoon to taste some Namibian Wagyu as well, because we are producing for a Wagyu producer, and just then entice in the real reach of really attesting to the Rolls-Royce of beef. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Salma, for that. The Rolls-Royce of beef. I love it. But I think for the Wagyu, we need to come up with another marketing name. I don't know. The Wagyu sounds very Japanese. I don't know. Namgyu, something. We have to come up with something there. Because in the interest of time, I really wanted to make an executive decision on the questions and answers, but I would just like to see, is there any interest from a Q&A perspective? If you can just raise your hands, particularly for our speakers that spoke earlier on. Okay, so I think we all agree that unanimously that we're going to go for the tea break. So let's go out for the tea break. We'll take about, I think, 20 minutes maximum. So 11:15 sharp, we start with the next session that will be looking at investing in Namibia. What makes the destination so attractive? And that session will be led by a very, very able Ms. Stephanie Bush, executive at E&S Africa, who is one of the biggest, in fact, the biggest law firm on the continent, ain't it? Ah, there we go, Stephanie. You know, some of these things I have to say because, you know, they put money in the conference and so on. So thank you very much. So we take exactly 20 minutes, 11:15. We start sharp with the next session. Thank you.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television. A platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape: the Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and...
Good morning. So this is just a 2 minutes head start notice that will be starting in 2 minutes. Test. Okay. Okay, good morning. Good morning. We will be beginning the next session. So I hope for everybody that is still outside, they can hear and just grab a quick tea and come inside. So distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, representatives of government and the private sector, members of the diplomatic community, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And please allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. It is such a privilege to welcome you here to this plenary session of the EU-Namibia Business Forum. This session before us is entitled Invest in Namibia, and over the next 90 minutes, we'll be exploring precisely why that proposition is more important than it has ever been before. We meet at a moment of genuine momentum. Namibia's relationship with the European Union, which has already been anchored in decades of development, cooperation, and trade, is entering a new and more dynamic phase, one that's defined increasingly by commercial investment, industrial partnerships, and the shared pursuit of a green economic future. European investors are no longer simply looking at Namibia with interest, they're actually deploying capital, they're building projects and forming partnerships across the country with a significant scale and pace. And we have seen that in just the past few days with the discussions that have been happening on the stage. The objective of today's discussion is not merely to present Namibia's value proposition, though it certainly is a part of it. The discussion is to improve the investors' understanding of Namibia's investment policy framework, to increase your awareness of priority sectors and specific opportunities, but also to build confidence through candid sharing of investor experiences and lessons learned. So to this end, this session has been designed to be frank, practical, and solution-driven. The Namibian government's willingness to engage openly on its challenges, to refine its regulatory processes, and to listen to the voice of business is, in my view, one of the strongest signals that an investor can receive, that a country is serious in attracting, but also retaining foreign investment. So Namibia's ambition is clear: to position itself as a competitive and reliable investment destination, not just in Southern Africa, but also in the globe. So with that being said, I look forward to rich and productive discussion, and without further delay, let's begin. Thank you. So our first speaker will be our keynote address, and the keynote address will be given by Mrs. Ndita Ngipondoka Robiati, who is the Executive Director at the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, as has been referred to MERT over the last few days. Before holding that position, she established the Secretariat of the Namibia Trade Forum as its CEO, where she worked for 7 years, and she then also acted as the Executive Director of the Ministry of Public Enterprises before it was merged with the Ministry of Finance. So with that being said, a small introduction, let's please welcome her to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and thank you for being here for a very, very interesting and I think important conversation. My role is very simple today, is to set the scene that should facilitate a constructive dialogue regarding why Namibia needs to stand out as an optimal destination for investment. And I think I'm speaking to the converted. Most of you here are investors, both local and international. This session will guide you through Namibia's evolving landscape as to one of the most sort of promising investment locations according to one of the Greenfield investment studies. It will feature high-level discussions highlighting Namibia's competitive strengths, key investment opportunities, and ongoing reforms aimed at enhancing the business climate and ease of doing business. Attendees will hear insights from the government leaders. I think we have Home Affairs. Practical presentations from the Namibia Investment and Promotion Development Board, real investor experiences, and a panel of public and private sector experts. Together, we will explore solutions to current challenges, reaffirm Namibia's commitment to policy stability, efficient regulation, continuous, sustainable development, and provide honest insights into the realities of investing in Namibia. The goal is to foster understanding and dedication among investors, business leaders, and development partners to make Namibia a reliable gateway to long-term investment in Africa. Being the EU-Namibia Business Forum, Europe remains Namibia's largest trading partner, as we had heard in the previous panel discussion or session, and we have seen consistent growth in foreign direct investment from EU member states, which we welcome and aspire to expand. The FDI in Namibia, besides Europe, there's also a big chunk that comes from South Africa as well as from China. Nevertheless, the diversification investment sectors, particularly in the oil, gas, and green hydrogen, has attracted capital from the United States and the EU. I think we've seen that most of the feasibility in the green energy sector have been from the EU, or notably from the EU. Renewable energy projects such as biomass, solar, wind, and the $10 billion green hydrogen initiatives are all attracting significant investment. We are eager to see greater FDI participation from the EU region, which is one of the reasons for today's gathering. And of course, I think I had heard recently that investors are looking for where money is easiest to go through and not where there are regulatory bottlenecks. Namibia's business environment benefits from stability, respect for the rule of law, and protection of property rights, creating an attractive environment for investment. The challenges we have mentioned include limited domestic market, high transportation costs and energy costs, and the shortage of skilled labor. Recognizing these issues, Namibia is actively working to develop an innovative and sustainable investment policy and law that is aligned with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And of course, here I will pause to say that our ministry is the one that is responsible for creating an enabling investment space and policy, and we are working on the law as well as the policy, the investment policy. Last year in December, we had undertaken national consultations to seek input from private sector in order for us to finalize the law. So right now we are finalizing the law after extensive nationwide consultations. We are integrating valuable stakeholder input. And here, once again, let me thank each and every one of you who assisted to provide textual proposals instead of just complaining that the bill is anti-constitutional or is going to kill investment in Namibia, but those that sent us some text and alternatives and solutions, we are really, really grateful for those. We are committed to continuous review and improvement, acknowledging that the process is an evolving process. The revised investment law is focusing on the following: promotion of sustainable development, to attract capital while fostering sustainable and inclusive growth. Investment promotion, promote Namibia as an attractive and efficient investment and business destination. 3, investment facilitation, to ensure a coordinated mechanism that ease investor admission and address constraints that hamper the business environments. These are some of the major objectives that we were trying to attain. Of course, transparency and stability, enacting clear, accessible laws with opportunities for public input. Non-discrimination, provide protection and non-discrimination for investors and their investments. And of course, these were already contained in the current law, which is the Foreign Investment Act. Of course, which we know is outdated, is a 1991 Act, which we are trying to repeal with the current bill. So on behalf of all of us here, I assure you, all the potential and current investors, that we are prepared to engage in mutually beneficial partnerships with the EU members. Through our systems, though our systems are evolving, they are functional and committed to continuous enhancement to ensure that doing business in Namibia remains seamless and encouraging. Of course, we know that Namibia is at the cusp of discoveries in oil and gas and the green energies, and our systems and our investment law needs to be able to be agile enough to be able to evolve. I think into yesterday's discussions, it was mentioned a lot about there will be a transformation in the economy. Are we ready? Are our laws, do they have the flexibility to be able to adjust to those changing realities? So having said this, thank you very much. I was really here to set the tone. We look forward to the presentations that are coming through. And of course, I think there will be a lot of Q&A if the time allows us. Maybe if the presenters are not that long, we might have a Q&A, because I know that this is a very, very important aspect of the work that we are doing here with the Business Forum. How do investors feel that they are welcomed, because the average investor, every time you see somebody sitting there with me, is an investor narrating a story about how different government agencies were not coordinated. And we want to really see what it is that we can do to enhance that efficiency. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Let's give her another round of applause. And thank you, Edie, for taking the time and also sharing the update on the investment bill. I think I speak for most of us that we are very interested and excited to see how the updated bill looks like after the public stakeholder discussions. So with that being said, our next speaker will be Jessica Haunga, who is currently serving as the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the NIPDB, where she provides strategic leadership and institutional oversight to advance Namibia's investment. Before joining the NIPDB, Jessica served as a senior manager at the PwC Namibia, where she was employed for 17 years. Today, she will be giving us a presentation on investment facilitation and also how Namibia is actively working to address its investment setbacks. Jessica, please join us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to repeat this one because I want to know whether everybody is with me. Good morning. Thank you. There's still life in the room. Now I need to get the pointer, and I'm not quite sure where the pointer is for the slides. There's so many tools up here. All right, and then we need to confirm to not get a blonde moment. Is it the red button? Is it the green button? Is it the green one going forward? Thank you so much. All right, can I have this one? I like to move. Is it? Okay. Are you fine? Thank you. Most of the people always keep on asking still the question, who is NIPDB and what do they actually do? And for short, okay, there's the blonde moment, guys. There we go. Thank you. Or do you want me to test it? It's still not working. You did say push the green button. Okay, I'll guide you in showing the next slide. You want to do something or can I start? All right. I do apologize for that moment, but that's usual. We are all human beings, and some things just don't go as planned. Okay, let's move back to who NIPDB really is. What is our mandate itself? We might not be regulators, but certainly we do have a mandate. Our mandate is to promote and facilitate, make sure that investment developments do happen, and MSME developments linked to the investment developments. If we look at the next slide, it tells a story of what do we actually do. As NIPDB, we are responsible, if we look at the phases, we have phases of attracting, bolster, and connecting. So it's quite a journey that we are working with our investors. What does it mean? That means the first activity that we do as NIPDB, we go out and we promote. We try to promote and attract investors to Namibia, tell them a good story about Namibia, and try to see how many of them do we actually promote to Namibia or attract to Namibia. Over the past 5 years, we've been successful in that one. We don't share the story or conversation anymore of saying Namibia is, do you see where South Africa is? Because everybody knows about South Africa. We are rightfully now, after 5 years, known as where is Namibia, what does it has to offer, and come and join us and actually make a decision whether you want to invest in Namibia. While we attract them at the same time, through these type of events that we are co-hosting or hosting on our own, that's where we actually try to attract investments in Namibia. This is the one. Thank you, son. We try to market them through conferences, etc. And most of the time, you have guys that is in the room, almost over 200 attendees. You are lucky enough to get 10 of them back into your country. It's not as simple and easy. It depends what the need is of that investor that is sitting in that room itself. But you don't give up, because every other door doesn't open up with the first step that you take. At the same time, when we get them back into our country, we are ready with the packagings that we have made and that we have promoted during our conferences, during certain events. If you notice, we also have the pitching sessions in the next room. If you are lucky, one of them get grabbed. If you are not, it's okay, we'll try it next time, but we'll never give up. So while we do the facilitation, if you are back into the country, we start walking the journey with investors actually. I always say that whichever country you move to, doesn't matter, whether you are getting married, whether it's business-wise, you need to walk a journey with somebody so that somebody feels like I'm welcomed, there's somebody to keep accountable, there's somebody to do the fast tracking, there's somebody to remove the bottlenecks, especially if you are not the regulator or the custodian of a law. Then it means the doors still open up to create ease of doing business, while, like the ED mentioned, our systems are still evolving over time. That doesn't stop us from attracting investments in our country. On top of that, we also do policy advocacy. That means on our journey, while we are doing the facilitation with investors, these investors or people that are trying to start a business or create a business, they are the actual ones that bring to us the constraints and the bottlenecks that they are experiencing. There's nobody else with them on the ground. They need to have somebody on their journey, which they don't necessarily keep accountable. But it's the same person that they can speak up or raise their voice to say, this is the issue that we have. Can we resolve it? Doesn't matter yet the turnaround time, but there's at least somebody that can adhere or listen or just be the lending hand that is required for most of the journeys of investors. If we look at the investor services and support with facilitation that we do at the NIPDB, we assist in facilitating permits and licenses. As mentioned, we don't issue them. That's not the problem necessarily. You can apply for something, but the turnaround time won't necessarily be like it's supposed to be. Doesn't mean the system failed you. On the other end, it's just that you don't know the capacity in that particular, whether it is offices, ministries, or agency. You don't have an insight into the background. But we might have and be able to assist and fast-track it. We are there to address any regulatory delays, bottlenecks. So it means that you might stand up and decide you want to go to NAMRA. And we have a good relationship with all of these institutions, whether it's the offices, the ministries, and the agencies. Because we know our investors, they have started to work, we have started to walk the journey with them over the years, we can speak up for them. There's not necessarily always a platform that allows you, if you walk into those offices, because they don't have the history in the background of your investment. We are there to track the investment applications and to reduce the turnaround time, like I mentioned. Because it's easier for us because we know our investors. We know what difference or change they will bring in Namibia. Then it becomes easier to share a story and to have actually information that might be required. If we look at increased foreign direct investment, that we can only do if you walk the journey with your investors. What does it mean? For those investors that have already started or that are already established, we service them with aftercare visits. And normally during aftercare visits, it's where we find out whether you actually want to reinvest or whether we can actually stop you to make a decision to move to another country because there's so much constraints and bottlenecks. And I always believe that is not only known to a country like Namibia. At the end of the day, we are still human beings. Doesn't matter in which country you are. As human beings, we represent an institution. And an institution is not that simple to make things happen smoothly. But an institution is still open to resolve any other bottlenecks and constraints. And sometimes it's just somebody to walk the journey with you, find out what is your problem. And I remember with the Cyrus Investment Conference, I said it's never a straight row. It's a zigzag row, but we'll get you there some way. So it's a part where we will be able to have give you a bit of patience, or ask you just to have a bit of patience so that we can fast track and know what your issue is. And majority of the time, even though it takes quite a bit of time, we resolve it. Why? Because of our relationship. We are the facilitator for government, between government and investors. The next one, I will conclude with saying, I can tell you as much as I want you. I can sell a good story to you. But the actual part is visit our offices. Those are the contact details. A room full of people doesn't give you a personal relationship with investors. But selling of what we can offer, feel free anytime to reach out to our offices so that we can start the journey of you of actually starting a business, going through the ups and downs, and have a good laughter at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Let's give her another round of applause, please. For this session, the next portion will be the discussion of 2 case studies. So case studies of investors that already have invested into Namibia and they are just sharing their experiences. So the first one that will be sharing that experience is Daniel Hooft, who's the founder of Kelp Blue, which he founded in January 2022. Daniel's already coming up. And he'll be sharing his experience of navigating Namibia's permitting process, and which really serves as a case study of the practical realities of investing in Namibia. There we go. Let's welcome him.
Check this works. Can we get this one working, please? All right, thank you. So I'm going to talk a bit about the zigzag road that Jessica was describing. And I have a lot of positives to say and a few things that a few less good experiences, and I hope you take that in a constructive way. The intent is not to offend anybody in the room. So firstly, my name is Daniel Hooft. I'm Dutch originally, but have lived in many different countries. I used to work for Shell and worked and lived in Nigeria and Russia and Gabon and Australia and China and a few other places. So many difficult places, some supposedly easy places. And in 2020, so not 2022, but January 2020, just before COVID, I established this business. Came to Namibia in 2021, so I thought I had done well to escape Shell, and then the year after they came and followed me and found all this oil here, so they're back. So the company that I established is called Kelp Blue, and what we do is we cultivate giant kelp. Giant kelp is a seaweed, so this is a drone shot from above of our plants in Lüderitz. And giant kelp is truly a giant plant. I'll show you some pictures of it in a moment. We turn the kelp into an agricultural input. So seaweed extracts have been used by humanity for hundreds of thousands of years to boost growing of crops, basically as a fertilizer. And so seaweed extracts purely organically trigger the genetic responses of plants to get better yield, better growth, improve soil health, and do this in a way that, that doesn't have all the negative effects of chemicals. This, in fact, is a picture of Anthony Koekemoor. This is Green Crisp. You'll see some of their vegetables in the NIPDB stall, and they did some trials. And so typically here we saw an increase of about 40% in the profitability per greenhouse, or we see 20–30% improvements with grapes. So this is not something that's sold as some sort of green premium product. It's sold in order to improve the margins of farmers. Here you can see why we call it giant kelp. This is a diver offshore. These lines that we put our kelp on are 15 meters deep, and this plant is growing to surface and then forming a big canopy. This grows in about 5 months from a 3-millimeter plant to something that is 40–50 meters long and weighs 700 or 800 kilos. So it is one of the most prolific plants on the planet. And one of the important reasons why I did this was because, aside from being a profitable business, this enhances the natural carbon cycle of the oceans, and so we sequester an enormous amount of carbon per hectare of seaweed produced, and it also supports an enormous amount of wildlife. So that's something that excites our team even more than carbon, is that when you dive in these kelp forests that we've planted, it's teeming with life. There are fish, there are crustaceans, there are plankton. Earlier this year, December, January, for the first time since 1965, there were schools of anchovies in the Lüderitz Bay being hunted by humpback whales. And while we're not sure that that's related to what we're doing, until somebody proves otherwise, we're going to take the credit for it. So this is what it looks like. This is Point Diaz, for those who know Lüderitz, so the place that Bartolomeo Diaz landed in 1488. This is normally a sandy, sedimentary bay, very little life going on, and this is where we've planted our kelp forests. So we have 6,000 hectares of license. That's absolutely phenomenal. It's by far the biggest license on the planet for seaweed growing. We've planted only a little 30 hectares, and we call it forestry because that's what it looks like. This isn't some sort of monocrop. It's individual trees. You don't see many buoys. It's very nature mimicking. And we have a small pilot factory that we're now trying to make money from that does about 3 million liters of our product per year. So the product I talked about, I'll skim through this, and let's talk about what attracted us to Namibia. So there's 2 reasons. One is something Jessica can't fix. It's called the Benguela current. It's nutrient rich, it's temperature, it's climate, it's wave height, it's the right depths. So it's optimal growing conditions for what we're doing. The other, because there are other places where optimal growing conditions exist, is very much the regulatory environment. So what attracted us to Namibia is that it's a small country that is keen on investment, generally well run, good infrastructure, good level of education. So many positives from a perspective of all the other sort of human-influenced ways of doing business. And that is very much our experience. Despite some of the negatives I'm going to tell you, that continues to be our experience, that this is a great place to do business. So our corporate history, 2020, we arrived here just before COVID. During COVID, we went through the environmental impact assessment. NIPDB didn't exist yet. 2021, we secured our license to do a pilot project. We then converted that, once we'd proven that we could do it, in 2023 to a commercial license. We then produced our first product. We took that to field trials. We came to registration, and these things were going on in parallel in multiple countries at the same time. So these are the licenses that I'd like to talk about, where there are some amazing experiences and some less good experiences. And since last year, we're really in the sort of the really difficult bit of doing a startup, which is the sales trajectory, building up to profitability. So the key licenses we needed that I'm going to talk about, there are dozens that we went through, but if we talk about the big ones, ECC, meaning Environmental Clearance Certificate, so this is the Environmental Impact Assessment and its outcome, Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Aquaculture license, sitting under Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources at the time, Aquaculture Directorate, so the people who do mussel licenses, oyster farms, abalone. Import-export license for our aquatic life forms, also with the Ministry of Fisheries, can be very complex, particularly in the age of the Nagoya Protocol. And then lastly, product sales registration. And this is the Ministry of Agriculture determining that the product that we make is safe, presents no risk to either plants, soil, animals, or humans, and that it is effective at doing what it says it does. So we're not selling snake oil. So there are good reasons for the existence of each of these licenses. First 3, great experiences. Last still work in progress on the zigzag road, isn't it, Jessica? So, environmental clearance certificate, I won't ask you to read all this, but basically, the process for getting an EIA is online, it's crystal clear. You go to the ministry, we asked for a clarificatory meeting, we got one within a week. You go, the relevant people have been collected, they walk you through the process, highlight where it could be different in your case. You go away, you do your work, you do your public consultations, you come back, you submit, there might be a clarificatory meeting or two, and then it disappears into the teams who need to do their work, and 3 or 4 months later we got our EIA. So all of our Namibian stakeholders felt very ashamed that it took us from April 2020 to September 2020 to get our ECC. Now, believe me, there are not many countries in the world where you could do something like this in such a complex environment, a completely unique type of project in a faster trajectory than 2 or 3 years. And believe me, I'm doing it in New Zealand, I've done it in Alaska, it takes years in most places. So Namibia can be incredibly proud of having run this efficiently, very professionally, with a lot of engagement, practically. And again, the key thing here is that this is unique. This is not a tick-the-box impact assessment, totally unique context. Aquaculture license, even more complex. Here we're doing something that is orders of magnitude larger than any license that they've ever handled. A typical oyster farm is maybe 1 hectare. We went with a pilot license request for 1 million hectares, 10,000 square kilometers. We had some meetings with the Ministry of Fisheries. Largely, I think the only thing that was in our way was that they thought that we weren't entirely sane. They did not believe that we were going to do this, that this made sense. Given that nobody else in the world has done this yet, they were questioning whether I was actually insane. However, because it's new, because it was exciting, because of all the potential positives for the country, the benefit of the doubt was granted, and we were coached through this process by that time with very strong support from Menangula, Jessica's predecessor, and from James Manyupe. This is pre-hydrogen days. So when he was in charge of green-blue economic reform. And so with a bit of help, because it was such an unusual license, we got that also about 3 or 4 months after ECC submission, so also spectacularly fast given global speed. And New Zealand have been busy for 5 years, and that's apparently totally normal. Commercial license conversion, so after we had a 3-year pilot license, after 2 years we'd done enough work to be able to convert it. That's the 6,000 hectares, so the biggest license in the world, but a good-sized license for what we're doing. 3 clarification meetings, its own EIA process, 2 months later submitted. So these are really gold standard responses. There were variances, we were asked to change things. This wasn't a pushover. There were robust challenges around what we were doing. So I think these were incredibly positive experiences. And the result was that we established our company faster. I managed to pull lots of investors. We invested about $400 million in those first 3 years and generated about 108 jobs in Lüderitz largely. So I'd say very positive, and when we look at what Namibia is trying to do, this is best in case. You encourage your investors, they come, they spend money, they create jobs, and they add value. Product sales registration, I've made the slide yellow, not red, because we're not through yet, but again, I won't ask you to read through this, but it's pretty much the opposite in experience. We applied for this product registration in June 2021, and it took till February 2024 to even hear what the requirements were for this to be complied with. Till then, everything was by WhatsApp, by Gmail accounts, informal, people changing the goalposts continuously. So after heavy pressure from the NIPDB, we finally got written guidance. There were some unusual things in there that we hadn't anticipated, so it took us 6 months to do some special field trials with UNAM and with NUST. Submitted that in 2024. It was refused essentially without any valid reason. We appealed, that was ignored. We went to the courts to get our appeal upheld. That took some time. So earlier this year, the appeal was finally granted. The registrar was instructed to register the product within 10 days. That's in April. registrar sent back a letter on the 10th day saying she was busy and it would take a few more weeks, citing some irrelevant objections that were already addressed in the case. And so we have no choice now but to take it to the High Court to try and get that injunction enforced. This is not pleasant. This is not where I want to be. I also don't understand, frankly, why we are in this position when the Ministry of Agriculture should be our greatest champion and our greatest supporter. So not once in this entire process, and I need to stress this, has the registrar or their team formally raised any meaningful objection to our product. It's always been obfuscation, irrelevant things, smoke and mirrors. And another thing that's relevant is that Namibia allows the sale of two pretty much identical seaweed products, and I mean identical as in that they're produced in the same way from a different type of brown seaweed, kelpak and afrikelp. They're less effective, they're more expensive, they're produced in South Africa. So my question is, what team is the registrar and the plant health department on? Are they actually on the president's team trying to create jobs for Namibians, or are they on the South African team trying to create jobs for South Africa? And so the result is that we've laid off 54 staff. Half of our staff. There's $1 billion Namibian in investment to scale this that's frozen. There's another $2 billion in additional products that's also frozen. Now, I think all of you who are entrepreneurs in the room realize that once funding goes from the front burner on your cooker to the back burner, the next place it goes is into the bin. And I desperately don't want that to happen. And then another thing which I think is relevant is that all of our value add and all of our research and development was moved back home to the Netherlands. That also is not what Namibia wants, it's not what I want. So let's go back to the positive. Her Excellency, the President, visited us when she was still the Vice President, Crayfish Festival 2024. And we had our tour done. She was shown around all the facilities, the research and development. This is a handbag made out of kelp leather that she was given. And all of this was led by 28 to 30-year-old Namibians, Vambo, Herero, Nama, colored. We have very young people running departments with full autonomy. And this quote, I think, referred to the fact that that's the Namibia that the President has been wanting to see ever since independence. We have been creating it. We are still on the President's team, and we will deal with this setback and move on. But you can sense my frustration, and you can maybe encourage all your colleagues to look for a smooth, expedited process and not have to go to the embarrassment of having the courts resolve this issue for us. So that's my small case study. I'd like to reiterate how positive we are about investing in Namibia. We're here for the long term. I live in Lüderitz on the sea. I love my team. I love working here. We will persevere. Setbacks are normal in business. So we are not going anywhere. 35 years from now, we will also be building the Namibia of the future. Thank you.
I think Daniel also deserves another round of applause for that. I had the immense pleasure of having a site visit to the Kelp Blue site, and I can attest to the wildlife that you spoke about. We were taking a boat to the kelp farms, and there was a pod of dolphins. It must have been 100, 200 dolphins that were swimming alongside us as we were viewing the farm. So it was absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and for persevering further, seeing ahead what could be done in the country. Our next case study will be given by Evaristus Evaristus. He is the director of Blueberries Namibia and the founder of CRJ Farming Close Corporation, where he leads integrated agricultural operations focused on sustainability and value creation. He will share with us today the second case study, which is taking us through his experiences on European investment in Namibia for both local and global markets. Let's give him a hand.
No, thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Evaristes, and I'm fortunate to be here this morning and share our experience and our journey as Blueberries Namibia. And I must state this from the onset that if it was not for NIPDB, I wonder if we would have been here. And thank you, Nangula, Jessica, and the team. I think they really kept us going. And when she was speaking earlier, I must say that I thought maybe she was narrating our journey, because most of the things that she explained is things that we have experienced. Just like the previous speaker, challenges, yes, indeed, there are challenges. But why are we there if it's not to overcome those challenges? And for such reasons, we are also just part of the process, and we will do our part. So Blueberries Namibia is a company based up north, and we are situated in Kavango East, northeast of Namibia, and where we currently are planting our plants is about 230 hectares land that we are occupying, but 132 is what is currently under production. We mainly specialize in the 3 types of cultivars, Azram, Maldeira, Madiva, as the key ones. After we did our trial, we have observed that this performs better within the Namibian space. And the project is currently still in its phase of development. We are growing it as we move. Every year we're increasing our hectares with the aim of being one of the biggest one farm in the Southern Hemisphere. That's what we are aiming to do. At the moment, we can proudly say in Namibia, one of the biggest blueberry farms, and also in Southern Africa. So we can pride ourselves as Namibians for that. And we run this project more commercial. It's just not a farm. We aim to export most of our products. 98% of the product is exported out of Namibia, mainly to the EU, UK, Middle East, and there's potential for growth as well. We are upscaling this project as we go on an annual basis. End of this year, unfortunately, we will not be able to expand for various reasons, which forms part of the challenges that we have. And it's, when we see in Divundu, we mean it's integrated within the town boundaries. So within town boundaries that were previously just a village or a settlement, sometimes challenging in terms of making sure that this project you have easy ways out with the challenges of the community. So in terms of some social impacts that we have observed of recent, we have employed from day one. Actually, we started this project in 2022, but officially commenced operations in 2023. We employed 30 permanents in 2023, 70 seasonals, and the number went on. And today, as we speak, we are having 171 permanents, and as of the 1st of June, we should be having 1,000, estimate of 1,000 seasonals. And these numbers look small in real sense, but in terms of economic activities within a village, within a town that never existed, we spend on a monthly basis in the range of 800,000, to 1.2 million, just in terms of activities within the town. That's monthly. So it's something that if just imagine unplugging a 1.3 million out of that community, what happens? It's quite a lot of money that you are depriving the community from. So in terms of our global market opportunities, the health side of blueberries plays an advantage for us, and also the fact that this product is considered to be a superfood globally, and also the fact that the pricing in the market at times, if you go in at the right time, you can have good returns, and the gaps that occurs of this fruit within the global market is also one of the advantages why Namibia is having an advantage to grow blueberries. So from a strategic advantage that we have, I must say that the climate allows us, as Namibia, we have, because of low humidity as well, and also the access to the market in terms of export. We understand Namibia is also considering to create new export areas. At the moment, we are exporting mostly via Oliver Tambo, which is a sad reality, but our hope and wish from day one is that we export from Hosea Kutako. So that's what we are hoping. And 2 weeks back, there were discussions. We are hopeful that out of those discussions, we should be able to use that route. And the other option is the harbour in Walvis Bay, which we are looking into. We only have a few things that we're taking off with in our consultations, but as soon as those are also overcome, we should be able to move. And a stable investment environment that you can take away from Namibia because of the processes, laws, and everything that we comply with as a nation. So in terms of production yields on a yearly basis, from year 1, we hope that by year 7, we'll reach our maturity for our plants. At the moment, we are at year 3, and in year 3, most of our plants are yielding us between 3 to 5 kgs per plant. And in terms of estimated yield at the end of this year, it should be plus minus about 1,000 tons that we intend to harvest and export into the market. So when we get to our peak, hopefully we'll be at 1,008 to 2,000 tons per year, per season. And markets that we export to primarily in terms of our business model is the EU, Middle East, like I earlier indicated, and then our export agents that supports us on this course and our direct buyers, because part of our investment team also have an interest in the product. So we don't really have any losses as a result of what we export out. And also the timing in terms of the currency helps from our side and the early period that we enter into the market. In terms of our investment to date, we have raised about 1 billion, of which 450 million has been used or has been what we have used on the project to date. And that's just one of the views that you see of our project. Investment highlights is mainly it's a high-value crop that we're looking into, and our foreign currency returns is a benefit to us, and there's a global demand for this product, and we are planning the upscaling continue, and without major hindrances, despite the challenge we have this year, we still are positive that we will overcome that. And then the management team has the necessary expertise to support this course. Land availability is one of the advantages as well that we have. And we do have some few challenges as well, but we have options for expansions as well. And also the demand continue increasing, and then opportunities for export volumes is quite significant from the side of Namibian market. So in terms of risks and challenges, they are not so major, but there can be hindrances, of which one thereof is issues such as investors' visas. I think it's something that is on the agenda of government, and we hope it will be addressed, and also attracting skillful people to support the course. Currently, we're working on 3-month visas, 2 years visas. Probably a 5-year could be an ideal thing, looking at the nature of some of these businesses and projects. And then the diversification of markets, because of different aspects of where to supply to, it's also good that we look at other markets and not only focus on some. And one of those which government is also supporting is to look more at the eastern side of the globe. So we hope Those are also open because they are working with government protocols. And then in terms of skills, we are encouraging our institutions, local institutions, to start training our graduates so that they can be more skilled in terms of high-value crop farming. Because those are some of the challenges we have. As a result, we are forced to source skills external to the country, despite having high unemployment, graduate challenges, and all that. And then also issues related to laws and regulations on aspects such as our biologicals, chemicals, fertilizers, something that also government needs to probably invest in a bit to see how we can ease that process, because it's also an hindrance for some of these type of businesses. So just wanted to share with you what we are, where we are, and that's where we find ourselves. The early stages when we started the project, engagements with our communities, because they are an integral part of the project as well. Training regularly is one of the things. Of the 800 employees, you'll come across that 80% are really dropouts of high school to a certain extent. Our first harvest was in 2024, which was 190 tons that we harvested. They were just awarding the best pickers, best performing employees, and all that. That was the last phase that we developed. That process was completed this year, March, and we anticipate to harvest partially on that block during the course of the next harvest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Avaristus. I think another round of applause would be amazing. I think that session is a perfect segue into what will now be our panel discussion, where we'll be discussing how we can go about strengthening Namibia's investment regime. And for that, I have a very high-powered panel that I would like to call up on stage. So firstly, the first panelist is Sam Shivute. He is the founding commissioner and CEO of NAMRA since 2021, and he has led major tax and customs reforms since then, and he's also serving as the vice chair of the African Tax Administration Forum. Thank you. Our next panelist will be Timo Mufeti, who is the Environmental Commissioner of the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. He has a working experience of 24 years in the fields of environmental and natural resource management and conservation. Let's welcome him. Our next panelist is Danal Naras, who is the Director of Immigration and Border since July 2023, and she has 16 years of experience in that area. Thank you so much for joining us. Our next panelist is, for those that are Namibian, quite known, Ronan Brown will be joining us. He is a Namibian economist with a focus on financial economics, and he serves as the co-founder of Ceres Capital, which focuses on stockbroking, asset management, corporate finance, and unlisted investments. Sorry. My own handwriting got me there. The next panelist is Isabella Kanji Chiche, who is the Mining Commissioner of the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, and serves concurrently as the Director of Mines as well. As part of her roles, she inter alia steered the local teams through the complex mineral builds review process. Let's welcome her. And then our last panelist is Dagmar Hansbein. She is a Namibian Sustainability and Economic Development Specialist with over 30 years of leadership experience. She is currently the managing member of IdealX, Integrated Scientific Services. We have, check. Okay, I see we have quite an equal, gender equal panel here, which I'm always very excited about. So, having now discussed from the investor's perspective, the two case studies that we heard, I really wanted to continue the conversation first from the investor perspective. So, and therefore my first question goes to you, Dagmar. Firstly, could you share a bit from us just about the presidential, task force that you're on? And then from that perspective, the task force, what are the most important short-term and medium-term government reforms that you're see that are needed to improve Namibia's investment and ease of doing business?
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephanie. Good morning, everybody, or good day, everybody. And I also stand by the protocols observed. And I want to start by thanking the members of the Economic Recovery Task Force. We are all serving in our private voluntary capacity, giving a free service to government. And that is really commendable. So the opinions and also the views that we are expressing are those that are coming from industry in a partnership between public and private investors or public and private people. But Stephanie, I must also disclaim here that we are all under a non-disclosure agreement, and I'm not free to share the exact recommendations that we have made. And I would want to approach, and the 2 days that have been now coming almost to an end, we have up and down said all the things that are needed. But we have taken somewhat of a different approach in tackling this advice to Her Excellency, the President, Nandine Ndaitwah, by looking at the meta level, the macro level, the meso level, and the micro level issues that are hindering business in Namibia. And what we have found is that there is a distinct and I must say distinct, disconnect between these levels. And these levels don't necessarily do what the upper level has said. Besides that, and this has come very clear, and this is my personal opinion because I work in sustainability issues, Namibia is trying to also bridge between international obligations and national capabilities. And just the EUDR and CBAM are two of those. So we are taking up commitments that need to be localized, which are extremely difficult to navigate. Besides that, the reform and the recovery issues that we have recommended to government are diagnostic at the first level, because everything is known already. We have done these diagnostic studies, or we have done these panels of recommendations since, I think, a good 10 years now. And we took stock of what was recommended from the time of 2019 on the high-level panel on the Namibian economy up to date, and have looked what can be translated between the Vision 2030, the Namibia that we want, vis-à-vis the Namibia that we can create with the institutions that we have. And we have found that the disconnect is not something that we cannot overcome. It is actually something that where we can close the gap between our ambitions and the, I must say, the lethargy and the mediocrity of some of our institutions. And that is not a systemic issue. It's something that we need to work at and also make work, because Namibia is at an inflection point between those two things, overcoming the inertia, overcoming the incapabilities of serving what we want to do. And the one speaker this morning said that we have already Rolls Royces. They just need to travel in the same direction and pick up some speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dagmar. So as the second person on the panel that is more representing the investors, Roland, I would like to pose to you, so Namibia ranked 51st of 68 on the Fraser Institute's 2025 Investment Attractiveness Index. So what are those rankings telling us about how foreign investors are likely to price then the Namibian risk, or let's say the risk involved in investing in Namibia?
Thanks a lot. I'm not going to do all the thanking of everybody, if you don't mind. Thank you all very much. I think that the starting point on a lot of this stuff is that Namibia, for me, is a paradox. And we deal with a huge number of investors. We're investors ourselves, creating a lot of jobs and so on in the country, and we face very similar challenges to Daniel and Evaristus and similar. But this paradox, I think, plays out in a much more stark manner for foreign investors who land in the country. You land at the airport. Once you make it through that Home Affairs queue and the sometimes very friendly lady who stamps your passport, you come into a country that is just absolute heaven on earth. You come in through the eastern side of town. You have your dinners at world-class restaurants. You stay at brilliant hotels. You go and you meet the people in the ivory towers downtown, the private sector guys. And you think, geez, this country is just an absolutely phenomenal, undiscovered gem. The first time you put your foot into the Ministry of Trade, the shine goes off. Everybody is extremely friendly, extremely helpful. You don't find unpleasant Namibians, very few. But the permitting process, the licensing process, following up on where your documents are, that becomes quite an interesting challenge. And I think that the thing about this, which many foreign investors don't get, is that you will most likely come right. Even Starlink, you will come right It just takes time. And that is a point of enormous frustration. I think the very good thing that we see at the moment is that there's very, very broad, high-level recognition of the fact that Namibia desperately needs investment. In order to develop the country, in order to improve the lives of Namibians, we need to build things. We need there to be more productive activity, creating jobs, paying tax, and improving Namibians' lives. So there's strong recognition of that. And I think that there's actually more and more recognition of some of the underlying granular things that are making that difficult. And that's a huge change from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I made enemies of pretty much everybody by talking about how critical it was that we don't take the country down the wrong path from an investment policy perspective. Now there's a tailwind on that message. I'm quite happy to stand in front of audiences and say unpopular things, but it doesn't feel that this is an unpopular thing to say anymore. The consensus is very much there that we need to be more pro-investment. We need to make it easier for investors. And I think that's the kind of good news when it comes to a lot of this. The other thing is, a part of this paradox, the one side of this paradox is that it is just a fantastic country. I recently did a video for an investor conference that we host, where I talked about all the potential that Namibia sits with, and it got far more attention than I had expected it to. It was really targeted at a foreign audience, but it got a lot of attention in Namibia too. And the point that I wanted to make in that video is that all of our building blocks, all of our core infrastructure is there. The country has good ports, it has functional legal system. Daniel mentioned he's been suing government, and he wins. This is very important from an investor perspective, that the courts are free and fair, they make sensible decisions and so on. We have good financial infrastructure. I mentioned physical infrastructure, rail, ports, road, etc. The physical infrastructure is very good. It's also a relatively harmonious society. It's a society that wants to move in the right direction. We tick all of these boxes. And once this video had got a lot of public attention, I was then scrutinized by somebody who said, yeah, but you have 50% unemployment. There's something missing. So I told him, look, I can tell you without a shadow of doubt that there was no lie in that story, but I didn't tell the whole truth. And the whole truth is that we're like a dam with this enormous potential, but that potential is behind this little dam wall. And that the good thing about it is that little dam wall is policy. And the good thing about that is that it requires one of these to fix it. It's not that complicated. And I think that the combination of the recognition of the fact that we have these problems, that there are solutions that are relatively trivial to these problems, and the fact that they can be solved with the simple swiping of a pen in a sensible direction, that is hugely promising for the country. But now, from an investor perspective, which is the actual question that you asked, what do the investors look at? Well, it's so trivial and so simple that we should not be struggling with it. To deploy capital, you look at two things: risk and return. That's it. Return can take multiple forms. It can be a financial and economic return. It can also be some kind of social return. So you have investors who look at social return on spend. But it is just risk and return. And from a policy perspective, and from an investment perspective, if we want to attract investment to the country, we just have to move the risk and return dials in the right direction. How do you do that? It's not, again, very simple. Risk, uncertainty, time. It's a whole lot of very, very simple, very predictable things. Uncertainty is new policy. Uncertainty is how long it takes you to get a permit, whether you will get that permit, whether there's an accountability structure in the process. If your application to the Ministry of Agriculture, and I think myself, Daniel, and Evaristus can all tell you some war stories. If your application has been dragging on for 18 months or a year or 2 years or 3 years, what is the appeal process? What is the process to escalate? What's the escalation protocol? What is the accountability to the individuals who have been holding things back? These are the things that play on the risk side. On the return side, again, it's not hugely complicated. On the return side, it's, do you have a competitive tax regime? Do you have, are the input costs, energy, land, labor, are they globally competitive? Are logistics competitive? So from an investor perspective, you look at all of these things and you basically say, this is an investable country vis-a-vis my next best alternative or not. And in Namibia, we tick all of the boxes in theory, but both on a risk and on a return side, we score own goals. Now, I'm not a soccer guy, which is very uncommon in Namibia. I think cricket is the finest sport known to man. But I'm not a soccer guy. But my colleagues tell me that when they deal with politicians, it feels like they can't take a look at a goal and not kick a ball into it at times. Now, I have no idea what that means, but I assume it's bad. And I think that this is the simple reality. However, within the administrative layer and within the political layer, I think that 99% of the time, the intention is very good. And many of the people that you deal with, most of the people that you deal with, want to help and want to move things in the right direction. But there's small gaps, and many of those small gaps actually speak to accountability more than anything else. And as my first boss, or one of my early bosses, I worked at the central bank, I had a fantastic boss, and she used to tell me, the problem we sit with in Namibia is that the Parliament and the President must make policy and legislation, but a clerk decides if it's implemented. And I think that's a very fundamental challenge that we sit with.
Thank you, Roland. Yes, thank you. Completely agreed. You know, when investors come into the country, they really want to understand what they're investing in. In my role as a commercial lawyer, I also see that. We get a lot of country entry advice and jurisdiction memorandums where we are required to set out how are the laws relating to immigration, to importation of goods, environmental permitting, and permitting now in the space, for example, in mining. And so it's based on that now, having heard some of the investors' concerns, I want to shift the conversation to discussing from the governmental perspective to deliberate candidly on the challenges that are being faced at the moment just because of the increase that we're also seeing in investment, and to, most importantly, look forward how one can address those challenges. So my first question in that regard then goes to Mrs. Stanau from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So following the public-private forum held in October, our president announced that the Ministry of Home Affairs has been directed to review Namibia's visa regime and simplify visa applications. Can you please provide us an update in this respect, and specifically how this would aid foreign investors looking to explore the country and decide if they want to invest in the country in the first place?
Thank you for the question. To implement the directive, the ministry looked at the current Immigration Control Act, whether the directive can be catered within the current law that we are having. And we have identified some loopholes. As it stands, as with the current law, when an investor applies for a permit, they are only catered through the employment permit. So there is no investor permit catered for in the current law. And based on that, we are currently busy with the amendment of the Immigration Control Act. We are busy with the immigration bill. And within the bill, we have catered for the investor's permit. That will be for 5 years. Now, the tabling and enactment of the bill will take longer period. So the ministry look at a different way of fast tracking the process, and then we have looked at how can we accommodate the directive and fast track the implementation. So we have looked at the current forms that we are having for employment application forms, and we are in the process of amending those employment application forms to cater for investment permits. So as it stands currently, we have submitted our request to legal drafters to simplify the employment application forms, and also to update the regulations to cater for the investment permit. So submit.
Thank you for that update. And I think it is very important that, obviously, we all want change to happen as soon as possible, but it also has to be catered for amongst our legislative regime and to do that correctly. So that is, just a good update that is the process that has been commenced. As a next perspective, I would like to turn my question to Commissioner Shivute. So from an importation perspective, there are obviously a lot of investors looking to import their equipment in order to develop their projects. But under the Customs and Excise Act, importers must declare goods within 7 days for importation and containerized cargo in 28 days. However, in practice, that does take longer for commercial imports to clear customs from the moment of arrival. And NAMRA has previously also set out that they see that there are some shortcomings or delays in that respect. Can you please share how NAMRA is considering the introduction of measures to shorten those periods and how to make sure that those periods don't impact or cause any delays for investors?
Thank you, Stephanie, for the question, and let me also thank the organizer of the summit and just to welcome our distinguished guests from the EU. Before I answer your question, I just wanted to start with a point that Namibia, we have evidence here to substantiate that Namibia is very competitive. Our custom and tax regime is very competitive, and Namibia is truly an investment destination of choice, and please do invest in Namibia. I want to call upon you to invest in Namibia because our resources are in the ground, our sun is in the sky, but governance and tax administration and custom efficiency, that is our DNA. Now, coming back to your question, yes, the law requires that the goods must be entered within 5 days, general cargo, and containerized cargo is 28 days. But if one listens to the previous presentation, be it from my brother Evalistis from Blueberries, or from Daniel from Blue Kelp, or from our sister, the business women in Omarura Oil, or from the meat export and so on, you would understand that Namibian Tax Administration or Namibian Revenue Agency is responsible for clearance of all goods that are being imported or exported. But from all those previous presenters, you did not hear any concern or complaint or challenge with regard to import or export because our system is working. Now, the law speaks about 7 days and 28 days, but from a practical perspective, if all the documents are in order, there is no case of misclassification or under-declaration. From a custom perspective, the clearance can be done between 10 to 15 minutes. However, it must be understood that at our borders, we have many different border agencies that deals with different categories of goods, like maybe from agricultural perspective, from a health perspective, livestock perspective, and so on. But from custom clearance perspective, if everything is in order, all the documents as per the manifest declaration is in order, 10 to 15 minutes, the clearance will be done. Now, if the consignment is stopped for one reason or the other, and maybe there is a suspicion of under-declaration of illegal goods and so on, it may take place up to 3 days before clearance is done. But of course, because of the involvement of many other border agencies, sometimes it can be more than 3 days. But despite the fact, we at Namibia Revenue Agency, we are the advocate of a whole government approach. So what we have done, and just before I conclude, to come to your question, what have we done to ensure that the time is even shorter? We have done a time release study to understand the inefficiency and the bottlenecks so that we can address it all as a whole government approach. So we have the result because you cannot manage what you do not know. We have introduced pre-clearance facilities so that your consignment is cleared before it even gets to the border. We have introduced the electronic rules of origin certificate. My colleague have spoken about about that. We just upgraded our customs administration system as CUDA to the new version that we implemented on the 5th of May 2026, and that version as CUDA World 4.4 version 1 is your Rolls Royce of customs administration, and with that system, once the small glitches that have been experienced is done away with that system, you can do your clearance from your cell phone in the confine of your bedroom, wherever you're traveling. You don't need to come to the offices. Even customs official will be able to help you from wherever they are, and it's also a self-assessment system as well. So we're doing a lot in terms of trade facilitation, reform initiative, really to make sure that Namibia remain competitive. And that's why our players in the oil sector, they are very happy. The machine that they are bringing in, there is no complaints or concern, because they are bringing a lot of machine when they are doing those exploration. And up to today, you do not hear concern with regard to the importing of those machines. And so we are very happy. And we continue being guided by our legal requirement to improve service delivery, because NAMRA is a very unique institution, not only in Namibia, but in the world, which is legally required to improve service delivery. We are working on the challenges to be the best that we can be, because we are aiming to be world-class revenue agency. Thank you.
Thank you. I can really hear the passion in your voice. Thank you so much for setting all of that out. A similar question I would like to then pose to the Environmental Commissioner when it comes to environmental clearance certificates. We heard from Daniel that they had a remarkable experience. Other projects, it takes also, it might take some longer time. So if you could just set out for us, what are the realistic timeframes when you're applying for an environmental clearance certificate? And what, if any, steps is the ministry taking in order to expedite application processes for strategic projects of the country? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Stephanie, for inviting us to this platform. I think before I go deep into answering your question, let me just state that the environmental protection in Namibia, it's coming at a high level, at the constitutional level. If you look at our Article 95 there, that's where we draw our obligation to protect our environment, and to ensure whatever we do it in a sustainable manner. And from there, we have now what we refer to as EMA, Environmental Management Act, which really gives us that mandate to regulate and to ensure that the sustainable development and the environmental protection is at the core center. Under that act, now we come up with all the activities that we need to authorize. And this act was passed in 2007, and it came operational in 2012. It's a long time. And we have a long list of activities that we need to approve. And these are the issues we are looking now to see how we are going to address them. So we should be proud of that background and where we are coming from. And it's one of the few countries in the world where the environmental protection is there. I think Namibia should be proud of our forefathers for that. Now, coming at the implementation of Environmental Management Act, and specifically approving investment and projects, it comes with a challenge. Number one, we need to reform our office, the Environmental Commissioner's office. If you look at our structure, the Environmental Commissioner office is part of the department. You also do the departmental work. And in today's economic development, we are receiving on average 120 applications per month. And we are a small team. So that already can indicate why some of the delays are coming. And these applications are ranging from small activities to bigger projects like nowadays green hydrogen or oil and gas that we need to tackle. So we are reforming the Office of Environmental Commissioner to stand alone and only to focus on the review and assessment and environmental permitting. That's one issue we are doing. But going back in terms of term, how long does it take? Our working period is 3 months, maximum 3 months, to approve your application and you get your ECC, Environmental Clearance Certificate. But that's only if everything is okay, if application can pass through. Unfortunately, we don't get that luxury to get very good applications all the time. And again, this is the issue we are addressing through the amendment, which is now on the table. We are only left with one public consultation in Windhoek, and once that is done, we are going to submit that bill to Cabinet and to the Legislation Committee, and then it go to the Parliament, hopefully still by the end of the year. And that new bill, we are categorizing activities, small activities. We are going to give them to other entities like municipalities. Imagine a service station in Windhoek. It just have to come to our office. That can be dealt by City of Windhoek, for example. The practitioners who are doing this EIA, they need to be regulated, they need to be registered, they need to be certified. At the moment, we are receiving EIAs that are done by HR. Of course, we decline them, but it takes time. That's one of the issues that we are doing. To go back again, the term that I said, the 3 months, does not include the EIA undertaking itself. Sometimes there's a confusion. When you tell an investor it's 3 months, it includes the undertaking of EIA that is done by the private environmental assessment practitioners. That is not included. 3 months is after we receive the application. And in Namibia, we feel we are still in a very good position in terms of term. If you go to South Africa, you are told straight away, 6 months to 1 year, to get your application. And even some European countries, it takes longer. I think we were demonstrated by the colleagues from Blue that it takes longer everywhere. So that is where we are. Maybe we took a bit longer to come to where we are, but it was a learning process, and the investment regime in Namibia just picked up a couple of years ago, and now we are trying to really to address. But I think we are doing well, and we are going to improve. As I said, on the new structure, now we are about 12 people. In a new structure, we are going to be about 40. We can already see that the change will come and the speed is going to be improved even more.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think definitely let's do a round of applause. Those are all very practical and like low-hanging fruit changes that one can make that can have an immediate impact. So thank you for sharing that, and we hope that the amendment bill also then passes through quickly so that we can get going on that. Moving on from just timelines and permitting, my next question goes to the mining commissioner, and that really relates to investors also want to understand like what are their local requirements, their local content requirements. And so over the past few days, particularly yesterday, there was a lot of discussions about the critical raw materials and that those would have to be processed locally. So could you please just discuss and clarify government's position in relation to the expectation for local processing, but also local supply requirements, as well as setting out whether Namibia will distinguish between strategic local processing opportunities and cases where mandatory processing in country and beneficiation might render the projects unfeasible and unbankable.
All right, thank you so much, moderator. There are beneficiation or value addition is key on our agenda. It's a Namibian aspirations, and we all want our minerals to be processed in a country. Now, what is happening right now is in 2019, we developed a mineral beneficiation strategy. what that is in place. We looked at, that was supposed to be the roadmap to guide the nation and to say, when we are looking at all our minerals, which minerals are viable to be processed locally? We don't want to be in a situation where we will be, say, each and every minerals being mined in Namibia should be processed. There are different stages of processing, especially across the whole value chain, but some of them are not economically viable. So we look at that, and in our strategy, we identify 5 low-hanging fruits, where there's a certain level of value addition that is being done. Now, when it comes to the critical minerals, we don't have a strategy in place. So there is an aspect of mineral beneficiation strategy that is across the whole minerals, where by now we are looking at a mineral beneficiation policy before it becomes a law. But also there's a strategy on critical minerals only. So we are developing a strategy right now, as well as then it will become a law, or it will be in the law. As you are all aware, we put a ban on export of minerals in the country in about 2 years ago. So those are only looking at lithium, graphite, manganese, and all that. But if it can be done in the country, well and good. But not, then it's okay. So we look at the issue of lithium. Lithium, there are different processes. There's a raw material of raw mining of lithium and export. There's a concentrate of lithium export, but there's also the aspect of lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide before it goes into the battery. So as a country, we need to see where can we put a stop to. Can we say we want lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide, nothing else? But do we have the environment for that? Because there's the issue of power, there's the issue of water. And then there's also the issue of the offtake. Where will that go? So we are looking at all these things. But we are say that there should be an element of processing in a country. If there's a concentrate that can be done, well and good. If there's an element up to the end, well and good. Right now, there is an EU, the signed memorandum of understanding with Andrada, whereby they're not only going to mine and export, but they are only going to go up to lithium hydroxide, which is the next step to battery. So that's what we want. But we are also aware of there are things that need to be in place before that can happen. So thank you. Oh, and if I can add,
yes, please add something.
We don't want to be where a miner should also be the one doing the whole value chain. We are creating an aspect where if there is an investor in a country or outside the country that wants to come and put up a processing plant, we are welcoming that. And then we had an additional condition on a mining licenses to say if an industry exists in a country, 30% of that raw material should be given to this industry, because we know most of the companies, they already have long-term agreements with their off-takers. So, but then for now, if they can only set aside 30% of that material to that, if that sector or that processing plant is in a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's very clear. So unfortunately, we have run out of time. We had a whole round of other questions. But because it is also such a good panel and I see the room is very full, we do want to hand it over for questions to anybody in the audience. We have 5 minutes, so depending how long the questions are, but please keep them short. I think it's a great opportunity. You're not very likely to be able to talk to some of the people that are on the panel right now. So please, if you have a question, just raise your hand and there's immediately a hand up there. Can we have a mic? There's one coming.
Okay, good. My name is Jan Kruse. I'm a Dutch financial specialist, but domiciled in Namibia. And having heard, say, the stories about Cal Blue and blueberries, I observed that there can be a lot more beautiful blue businesses in Namibia. And what would be very helpful is to have a double tax avoidance agreement with specifically the Netherlands, because it's missing, and also with a lot of other European countries. Both blue companies have also Dutch funding. So there can be a lot more done if that's one of those, say, prerequisites to intimate further investments. So let's go for more beautiful blue businesses. Thank you. So it's more an observation than a question, by the way.
Thank you very much. Any takers? Hands? No? Okay, no questions means that, yeah, the panel did its job. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel again for taking your time.
Closing remark.
Closing remark. Okay. I was just looking at Ricardo, who's my boss. A closing remark, yes. One sentence for each person. Not with 500 cars. Yes, please. Dagmar, do you want to begin?
Yeah, thanks very much, Stephanie. I just want to encourage all the Namibian business and the investors to really stick it through, because Namibia is at a crossroad, and as a born and bred Namibian, some people think that I'm French or Italian, which may be a compliment, but I'm just born and bred in Gobabis. So I just want to encourage you to really go this journey with us, because your inputs and your perseverance are testimony to what is being offered, number one. And number two, my second plea is to all those Namibians out there who have thought that they have gone for greener pastures. Those pastures may be greener because there are other opportunities, but Namibia is not a sacrifice anymore. Namibia is an opportunity itself. So please come home and help us build the Namibia that you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My closing or my 2-minute takeaway is we are open for business. We want investors to come because we cannot develop our country in silence. But as our late president used to say, that we are a country of systems, processes, and institutions. We just need to do the right thing, and our investors need to adhere to that. So thank you.
Thanks. So, I mean, I was going to basically say something very similar. I think when it comes to Namibia is a very investable country. I think that this is fundamentally important. The processes and so on that you may have to deal with are complicated at times, and we speak English in Namibia, but that doesn't mean that you don't need to learn the local language. Right? And that's where, speaking to Jessica, you can speak to us, but speaking to Namibians that help you navigate the local language, and I'm not talking brown envelopes. You don't need that to do business in Namibia. You speak to local people who understand the lay of the land, understand how to operate, and you will get things done. It can be a bit frustrating, it can be a bit time-consuming, but you will get things done. And I think that's what's fundamentally important. And then, you know, I think what you see from the panel, but I think what you see in general if you're speaking to people in Namibia, is that there's firstly pragmatism. I think that the fine lady next to me made it very good pragmatic points about value addition. We want to capture value in Namibia, but we have to be realistic about it. And that pragmatism, I think, is very important, and you see a lot of that. And then the desire to improve. You know, I can't say that that's always been there. There was certainly a window where it felt like we were going in the wrong direction. But the last, certainly from 2020 or so, there's been this very clear desire to be better. And, you know, I think the speakers to my left have made that point as well, that we want to move things in the right direction. We want to fix problems where there are problems. We want to be better. And I think that's exactly the type of country that you can invest in.
Thank you. As a Ministry of Home Affairs, we are in line with and support the initiatives that business sectors are taking. And we cannot develop our country without investors. And at times, it might seem that the application of permits seems to be complicated, but we are working closely with NIPDB in terms of disseminating information and also engage in investors. So we also have a board that approves applications. So if there are rare urgent skills, we are also encouraging the investors to make appointment with the Immigration Selected Board's chairperson and also have audience with the chairperson and to just give to give your stake in what you want to invest to, what rare skills you have, so that the board can consider your application. Normally, it takes more than 2 months to do from the processing to the actual application, but some processes due to agencies can also be fast-tracked. So we are here to assist, we are here to give information. Just approach the ministry and we will give you all the needed information. I so submit.
No, thank you very much. I think what I want to say is that we are in the process and we have started a process of reforming our legislative infrastructure and to reform our institutional arrangement, to modernize it, to meet the demand of investment, economic development. But we are going to uphold the protection of our environment and promote sustainable development, and we are inviting investors to stand with us and work with us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. From Namibia Revenue Agency, we call you to please come and invest in Namibia. Our taxation system is very fair. Our taxation system is very predictable. Our taxation system is source-based, and therefore we call you to come and invest in Namibia. In Namibia, the tax rate is going down. We used to be at 32, now we're moving down, we are at 30 now, while others are going up. You will get your, all your input cost, all your input cost and expenses, you get your refunds. We used to refunds taking up to 90 days, but now the minister have just announced that we need to reduce that time frame between 30 to 60. That was just announced about 2 months ago. Europe and Namibia have always been friends. If you look at our bilateral investment treaty network, we have 8 members country there. Only 1 country is not from Europe. All the other 7 are from Europe. And what does that BIT, Bilateral Investment Treaty, gives you? It protects your investment. It ensures that you can repatriate your capital. It ensures that you can take your cases to international court for adjudication. Your investment is protected and the rule of law is intact in Namibia. If you look at our double taxation agreement network, 11 countries having contracted with Namibia. 6 of them are all from Europe, and that is to give you benefit. And therefore we are saying, because our taxation regime is so favorable, please, the future of Namibia look very, very bright. Come and invest in Namibia. The time to invest is now. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. I think that's a perfect way to end it off. And thank you also for all of you for your attention to this panel.
Yes, a picture quickly. Just a picture quickly of the panel. Close to each other, picture, smiles, and Thank you very much. Just a quick note, the finance panel discussion will start immediately at 2 o'clock. Right after lunch, we break for lunch right now, and at 2 we start with the final panel discussion. And then the thematics will be at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
That's it.
That's good.
Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape: the Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape: the Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television. A platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and 2nd in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television. A platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and 2nd in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If we can just settle down so we can start with the session. A lot of laughter coming from the finance, so I think there must be money involved there. If we can just settle down so we can start, thank you. All right, I think we are good to go. I think we can just kickstart with the program. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think a little bit earlier on, we had a slight delay in the morning. Okay, well, slight is putting it lightly. A little bit over 30 minutes. And then that forced us, of course, to move the financing panel to 2 o'clock. Our next moderator is widely recognized as one of Namibia's leading voices in sustainable finance, green industrialization, and strategic investment mobilization. Mr. Gages currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of Namibia Hydrogen Fund Managers, or NAM-H2 Managers, as we know them in the industry, where she's helping shape innovative financing solutions to unlock investment in Namibia's emerging green hydrogen sector. Now, her work continues, of course, at the forefront of the global energy transition. Many of you might have known her as the former Managing Director of Standard Bank Namibia, so quite a lot of experience that's coming on stage. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity and for the audience. I have a very interesting combination of panelists here, but the reason for, or the objective of our panel is to really say who needs to bear the risk for what, and who needs to pay for what. Is it government? Is it the DFIs? Is it the developers? Where does the risk-return profile rest in the key sectors that we're trying to promote, given that these sectors are also promoting project pipelines that are almost 3 times the size of the country's GDP? So thank you so much for the panelists that have agreed to work with me today. I've got the privilege of welcoming Mr. Oscar Capelao, the Executive Director at the Ministry of Finance. Then I've got Mr. Carmelo Kokuza from the EIB. I've got Mr. Petty Padmanathan from Zero Molecules. He's the Executive Chairman, Zero Molecules. It's a green hydrogen project. Then I've got Paulus, the team leader on guarantees from the European Commission. Thank you, Paulus. And then I've got Panashe Daringo, who is also from Monjila Advisory and is operating in the Namibian space, working with various project promoters. Okay. So we will really kick off our panel with a discussion around investable projects that are going to reach final investment decision and financial close within the next 18 to 24 months. So just as a warm-up, I would like to ask the panelists to give us a view on what their institutions are promoting for final investment decision or financial close, and what type of instruments are available within the next 18 to 24 months so that we can track clear deliverables. So maybe I'll start with Panashe on the corner to say what we're working on. From a government perspective, we'll look at key sectors that we're promoting in the 18 to 24 months.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's a graveyard shift, so bear with us. So from Monjila perspective, we're transaction advisors and we're project managers, so we do a lot of support for government and private sector in developing projects. Within our transaction advisory firm, we've helped develop several projects across rail. We've helped unlock the Trans-Namib 2.4 billion project as a transaction advisor. Quite new right now. We're going to launch the first housing PPP, which will be launched sometime next month, which will be the first PPP in Namibia as per the Act. So as we know, Namibia has developed this legislation. For the last 9 years, we haven't had a single project. So the first housing PPP project will actually go out next month. We're busy with some wastewater projects also in the PPP landscape. So we're really trying to utilize that framework and get it going. We think it's one of the big tools that we have in our repertoire, which we haven't actually tapped into. We haven't really created strong bankable projects where public sector comes on board, takes a fair amount of risks, private sector comes on board, takes their fair share amount of risk, and then we develop bankable long-term projects that create the jobs that we need, basically outsourcing the services. Outside of that, we've got other projects as well in the renewable space. We're doing projects in the hydrogen space, and our firm has got a creative component in it as well. So we're doing some projects in the creative space, which is quite interesting because we're starting to look at EU-Namibia collaboration around co-productions for film. As you know, we've got a very small market in Namibia, but German, for instance, is a local language. So it opens new pathways around can you produce content with unique landscapes from Namibia that we can actually sell into a market with 30, 40 million subscribers. So we're seeing opportunities across all those sectors.
Thank you, Panashe. Maybe I'll hand over to Paulus. Next 18 to 24 months, what are we looking at from an EC perspective in terms of creative financing instruments to support these projects?
Thanks. I hope you can hear me, and thanks for inviting me to this esteemed panel. I'm pleased to be here. I talked already a bit on what was it, 2 days ago, and we have in our portfolio a number of guarantees that are being deployed by our partner banks. We guarantee the banks' investments where they would otherwise not go, in a way. We try to tell our banks, and which actually a mandatory obligation in the agreement, to transfer the benefits of our guarantee to the final beneficiaries, the sponsors, the promoters, the countries where the investments go. One of the last things, it's a program of around 8.7 billion in total in 32, 35 guarantee programs. 20 development banks and a few private sector fund managers are available to invest under these guarantees. We invest in renewable energy, in digital, in access to finance for MSMEs, in sustainable cities, local currency, the agriculture and biodiversity space. So there's a lot going on. This is all published on our web pages. Please use our PDF that I shared to find the space and find access to the DFIs in the programs that you would like to benefit from. One of the most new things that we are doing is developing a program for equity investing and guarantees for equity investing in critical raw materials sector in sub-Saharan Africa.
That's an exciting opportunity that I'll just have a follow-up question on, Paulus, but let me hand over to Perry from Zero Molecules.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Zero is a developer and an investor of renewable energy at scale, both electrons as well as molecules, and looking at developing them and taking them to markets, or bringing energy-intensive industries to the location of generation itself. And here in Namibia, we are well advanced in developing a project to produce 500,000 tons, just over 500,000 tons of green ammonia using the electrolysis process and the renewable energy that is abundantly available here in this country. And in terms of very specific deliverable, we are targeting to achieve final investment decision, which means going into construction by the latest mid next year, if everything works to plan, hopefully even possibly by the end of April. So that's our very specific target. The project is of scale. It's very, very large, over $2.5 billion of total investment. And we have already done quite a lot of preparatory work, and we are in detailed design and financing, as well as establishing the project costs and the business case. And we're working with already off-takers who will take the product.
Thank you, Perry. I'll then move on to Carmelo from the EIB. Any innovative instruments that you're looking at deploying to support projects in the country in the key sectors in the next 18 to 24 months?
Thank you, Marcia. The EIB actually has been a partner to Namibia for quite a long time, since 1992, and providing financing essentially for infrastructure. The idea was to be able to support large infrastructure requirements, including for energy transformation, but also for transmission, logistics, and water and digital, so satellite, and the combination of optic fiber cables. So there's been a whole history of EIB support to Namibia, which we'd like to continue in view of the National Development Plan number 6, where we want to expand that collaboration towards green hydrogen, towards critical raw materials, has already been mentioned. The fact that of the green transition, supporting that green transition of Namibia to decarbonization is what we really is in the core of our focus at the moment. So when we were talking about green hydrogen, we actually now currently reviewing 5 requests for funding from large institutions that want to invest in Namibia, and exactly the same also for critical raw materials. You might have heard in the earlier panels that we had already signed the Andrada critical raw material support that through a collaboration through a grant. So the idea you were asking, Gracia, about the possibility of using blended finance as an innovation instruments. We have technical assistance grants from the European Commission that we can use in order to help us prepare those projects, and also investment grants in order to be able to dilute or being able to reduce the overall weighted average cost of capital to the final beneficiaries and to the promoters in terms of availability of capital. People tend to look at the interest rate only, but when you combine it with all the other grants, you should actually look at the weighted average cost of capital reduction that will ultimately benefit the end users also in terms of, for instance, non-power being able to assess or being able to charge lower tariffs in view of the reduced cost of the capital. We are also trying to use the guarantees that are also being made available by the Commission, and for that reason, we can avoid sovereign lending to the government, thereby not increasing the overall indebtedness of the government, but rather lending directly to the private concession holders that would benefit then from the private sector guarantee, and then being able to continue by using supporting through the feasibility studies and the grants that we have available.
Thank you very much. I think in preparing for this panel, one of the most surprising but also delighting feedback points that I've received from the developers, the project promoters, and I wish that Alexander was also in the room here today, because since yesterday I've been hearing the project promoters saying financing is not a challenge at all. And I asked myself, but how did we get here? How can financing not be a challenge at all? And it's really because of the EU, the European Commission, the EIB, a number of multilateral banks that have taken first-taker risk, first-comer risk in the green hydrogen and energy transition sector, the critical minerals sector. So we will not really talk about scarcity of funding here today and the problem with funding. We will talk more about how to access that funding and where it has become available and how these project promoters have been able to structure their projects to get into this position of abundance when it comes to the availability of capital. But before I go there, Mr. Kapelau, these project promoters, the industry, a number of investors in the country have obviously engaged the Ministry of Finance over the past few years to be able to say what incentives, what policy and fiscal regime changes they might require or request from the government in order to make the investment environment in the country even more attractive than it is now. So maybe just to hand over to you to say in the next 12 to 18 months, what is the government looking at from a fiscal regime and a policy reform perspective to get more and more foreign direct investment into the country and to deliver this project at FID?
That's a heavy question. I have my cap on as Minister of Finance Treasury. We are always managing two interests that one can say are conflicting. One is mobilizing domestic resources, and on the other hand, is definitely funding these incentives to fund future growth. Now, in the MTEF, as you'd have seen, we have a deficit that needs to be funded. So therefore, there's that balancing act that the immediate term I'm staring at is a deficit that needs funding for current needs. But at the same time, yes, we appreciate capital needs to be deployed that requires a return. But at the same time, you will also agree with me that high deficit level, high debt levels make us less attractive. So those are all the multiple indicators that we are managing through the cycle to make sure that we remain an attractive investment destination. And yes, as you had in the previous panel, we want to have a competitive tax regime that will definitely attract more investments to our shores. I mean, the tax rate is a key input in any business case. So therefore, you would have seen the reforms that we've started. I mean, just to highlight, a few. I mean, the big one, most definitely, we are offering a competitive fiscal regime in at least our SACU block, where we have reduced, or we're busy reducing our corporate tax rate for non-mining by 400 basis points. I mean, we've come from being known as the high tax club to at least now we're in the standard, and by next year, this time, we would have been down to the 28%. And that speaks to our large corporates. And an economy cannot grow without SMEs. And further on then, from an SME perspective, we also created now the differentiated corporate income tax that will specifically then give the SMEs a 20% tax rate, which is then down from the 32 where we've come from, that we're saying as to, we appreciate the role that SMEs play in and the role of corporate taxes in being competitive in the environment. So those are the major reforms we've been doing to really put that dollar back in the investor, that you can see an improved ROE, you can see an improved IRR, because that's how we're going to contribute to employment creation. But if you recall from the slide that Robin shared, given again the dynamics of our economy, that's why also we have a differentiated fiscal regime for mining and non-mining. So therefore, when we look at mining, we look at it differently, because again, as a host country, we want to run a progressive fiscal regime that as projects are more profitable as a host country, we ought to get more value out of such discoveries and value addition. So that's why you will always see a differentiation between our mining taxes regime and non-mining. And yes, when we look at incentives, we are not alone. I mean, we are part of the inclusive framework, and incentives in the world look differently post the BEPS global project, that again, we need to be competitive, but the same as in football, football rules are not written in Namibia. There are global rules that we need to play in, and tax incentives are one of those that we want to make sure that we will have a fair share of basket of incentives that are competitive but globally acceptable, that we remain open to trade with all our trading partners. So you can definitely be assured, from a treasury perspective, what are we striving for? We want pro-growth reforms. We do listen, and we are open to engage in terms of what are those fiscal incentives that you require that will make a business case work, and keeping in mind, again, at the back of our mind, what we always have is the fairness and equity of our tax regime. That, remember, we have a VAT rate that's 15%. Our individual tax rates start at 18. So therefore, a multinational, be mindful that I cannot be going lower than my first bracket for individuals in general when one looks at the fairness of our tax regime. So broadly speaking, that's my response at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I maybe just have some follow-up questions on risk mitigation and cost of capital. I think the sector has agreed. There's no scarcity in sourcing capital. So maybe just a piece of advice on where the sources of capital are, how we can tap into that sources of capital, and what it means for these projects' risk-return profiles. Who carries the risk in what instance? So what risk should government carry? What risk should development finance institutions carry? And what risk do project promoters carry in getting these projects to a financial close? So maybe I'll start with Panache.
Yeah, so I think what we've seen, so we're working on a few hydrogen projects. A good example is the Darius Green Hydrogen Village, which is now moving towards a phase 2, which is a scaled-up version of an initial phase, which was a grant. So you can imagine this is a local case project where you're producing green ammonia to ultimately produce a fertilizer to be consumed locally. Locally, you can't pay a premium. We currently in Namibia, we've got the lowest application rates on the continent. So to expect our farmers to pay a 15% premium on a green fertilizer, it's asking for too much. So we need to be innovative in how do we make those solutions work for Namibians. So we're looking at a blended finance approach. So the first phase was obviously grant funded. In the second phase, we're trying to figure out how do we cushion that premium. So one of the things we're looking at is programs with entities like the United Nations, through UNIDO, through MAF, to create a fund, which is a cushion fund, right? So typically fertilizer, for instance, is a shelf product. You buy it when you need it. Farmers don't give you a 20-year offtake for fertilizer. So banking those projects becomes very difficult. So what we're trying to do is to create a fund using grant funding that allows you to service the debt. So for instance, you use that as an escrow account to then pay off your debt, and whenever the fertilizer sells, you then repay back that escrow account. So those types of mechanisms start making unbankable projects bankable, and then slowly moving towards a commercial stage where they can actually stand on their own. But the way we see it, it's a blended finance approach. So starting off with really, really cheap money, which allows you to do the high-risk stuff, and then as you move up sort of the scale ladder, you then start introducing commercial principles, but they need to be handheld. They need to be cushioned still.
Thank you. The utilization of guarantees in reducing the risks, reducing the cost of capital, and enhancing access where it's very difficult and it's a nascent sector. Maybe, Paulus, you can add a little bit more on that. In this market here, we've really just been familiar with government guarantees, and here government has been guaranteeing many of the activities in the infrastructure and state-owned enterprise sector. But here we're talking more about DFIs issuing guarantees to other DFIs in order to unlock funding. How does that work?
Yeah, we heard already how it could work in funds, so maybe I should focus on how it could work in project finance and maybe in the commercial banking sector serving the MSMEs, the micro and small and medium enterprises that often are the backbone of the economy. In the last sector, what we do is we provide a guarantee to a DFI who gives a credit line to a commercial bank, locally, commercial bank in well, let's say it could be Stanbic in Namibia. What we are trying to tell this bank is, okay, we share in the risk of your investments. Let's say the sponsors, the MSMEs themselves, they need to retain economic risk of a percentage, let's say 30% of a project that they would like to do. Then the other 70% we can take of the investment of the local bank, a share in the risk. That share is then carried through the DFI on our balance sheet eventually. So if there are losses, the losses, they will be paid out immediately. We have a 30 days payment schedule. So the idea of our guarantee is that they provide full capital relief for the risk-weighted assets that we cover. And that means that when there is a demand for payment, we pay in 30 days. and we ask questions later, in a way. There is going to be a follow-up. We will ask the evidence of what went wrong and what's the default. There might even be, if there is a reason not to have made that payment, a clawback, but the idea is in this business that we give a first amount guarantee that provides capital relief. Now that's the financial intermediation. That's quite a long chain, and we can even have 2 or 3 steps in between. We need to define that in the guarantee agreement with the partners that we work with. In project finance, it can work a bit different. Where in MSMEs, it's usually a portfolio risk that we share in. In project finance, it's really a line-by-line guarantee. Each of the projects that are financed, they have their own guarantee, their own risk rating, and we really look at, we ask the bank to look at the projects that they invest in. If a bank decides to invest in a project, we are ready to share in the risk of alongside each other or first loss, but we prefer to go alongside because we have limited risk appetite. Our budget doesn't allow a lot of first loss coverage. And that means basically that the risk return profile of the investor improves because we are not asking a lot of return, but we are sharing in the risk, and therefore the risk return profile of that deal where, for instance, 60-40, the DFI and the private sector invest, that means that the return is all on the 100 for the investors, while there's 100% risk coverage on 60 or 50 of the deal. So that's how we can structure deals and be part of, or our DeFi partners can be part of the structuring. Let me stop there for a moment.
Thank you, Perry. If you can maybe share some experience in Zero's kind of funding strategy, what your average capital stack looks like, where you've been able to access capital quite easily, and if there was one instrument that you would require support on in the next 12 to 18 months to get your project to financial close, from a Namibia perspective, what would it be?
Only one.
Yeah, one, only one.
No, that's fine. So, look, okay, so, yeah, this question, by the way, is obviously, the answer is very different right across the different sort of sectors and so on. So in my specific case, what we are doing, so we're going to be producing a lot of ammonia, hydrogen converted to liquid ammonia, and then we are going to be selling it to 1 or 2 long-term, long-tenor consumers. So in this kind of a project, it's a fairly significant amount of financing. Our expectation that we'll be financing it with a level of equity financing, and that's either people are going to come and invest or they're not, so that's pretty straightforward. And we're very confident of the equity lineup that we have. And then there is a significant amount will be what we would structure as limited recourse project finance debt. And that's very dependent on the quality of the revenue generation capability of the project, i.e. the offtake. So long as the creditworthy offtake is there for long tenor, which is what we believe we can attract, and we're already working with possible offtakers, very creditworthy offtakers who will give us long-term contracts, we can finance it using a project finance structure. And the reason why we're using a project finance structure is to make it as competitively as possible, that finance, and make sure that we can bring the cost of the product that we are going to sell to be as marketable as possible. So the 2 issues that we have that is unusual in this project, for example, is first, in the context of the size of the Namibian economy and what's being done here, this project obviously is completely out of size. So that's one issue that we need to recognize. And the second one is that we've elected to produce a product that a market doesn't exist. There is a massive market for ammonia, no question, and it's very, if I can say, cheaply produced today by fossil fuels. Not this week because of the challenges in the world, but by and large over time. And we are trying to create a market where we produce that ammonia in a responsible way, environmental impact minimization way. And that market doesn't exist, that green. So this is why you had this green premium and all the rest of it. there are off-takers who are willing to pay that little bit of extra, but not so much of an extra. So it's extremely important for us to keep the cost of what we are producing down. Very much our responsibility on many factors there. We've got to make sure that the construction cost, the technology cost is minimum, the capital cost is, we don't allow anybody to sort of benefit exorbitantly because here is a wonderful opportunity. We have got to convince every input that goes in. I'm going to fight with the insurance community. I'm going to fight with the debt finance providers to correctly evaluate the risk, not sort of put an African risk premium because Namibia happens to be in Africa, but really look at the risk. Even our equity, we're going to fight very hard internally and with our partners to make sure that it's a realistic return. By the way, there is nothing. The technology, don't want to minimize it, but a lot of it is Stone Age technology, well-established technology. We are putting it together, sometimes in a sort of new way, but there are other projects that are operating. So country, as we have already heard, is very investable country. So a lot of the risks are understandable, are evaluatable. There is no significant issue. But we've got to bring all of that cost down. And the one ask, if it's only one thing that I'm looking for the government to be helping us with, is to make sure that they help us to minimize the cost. So, sorry, the whole taxation bundle is a cost, okay? So, very simple, in our business case, we'll put all the costs, capital costs, insurance costs, the whole taxation bundle. So that's a cost. All gets totaled up and contributes to the price at which I can sell. If that is evaluated on the basis of the current taxation, the fiscal structure of Namibia today, which is this size economy, and for this size economy, Namibia has got a deficit, but okay, this size of taxation, it is collecting. I think there needs to be a recognition for all, not just this project, but also other projects of scale, that we are coming with projects that are a few size bigger than the economy itself, that is going to start. We're going to be spending, which we're going to be investing, that means we're going to be spending $2.5 billion in 3.5 years. So that amount of money is going to flush through the Namibian system. Okay, some of it is imported content and so on and so forth, but it's a big amount that will be consumed within Namibia. So that the economic value needs to be recognized in that discussion. And so in fixing the overall, so it is, I know everybody will say my project is unique. Of course it's unique in different ways, but in this particular project, because of the scale, and because of, sorry, you need to share the burden of the challenge that we have, making sure that we make our product economically viable, financially attractive, we will need government as a partner to make sure that that is contained. And I think the only way we can do that, and we play our part in it, is by being very transparent in putting on the table that whole picture and work with government to try and arrive at the most optimum solution.
Thank you, Perry. I'll move on to the EIB. I think you have alluded to concessional funding. More often than not, when we talk about concessional funding in a room, people always default to the right. What I have learned now from development finance institutions is that you're not allowed to crowd out commercial lenders, and therefore it's not necessarily concessionality on the right. So what does concessional finance mean in EIB's context? And you've mentioned it briefly, but I just want to amplify that.
Sure. So we have different blended finance instruments that we use. As I mentioned, is the grants, is the investment grants that we can have, the technical assistance, and the guarantees that we often use for sector support. So it's a blending of these with our loans, whereby we can provide support in terms of private sector dedicating also for areas where social and economic environment issues are being highlighted, and we need to provide a social element to the project. So being able to blend the lending together with a grant in order to attain those social and economic objectives that we are seeking. So the idea would be to use, for example, a project that wants to expand rural electrification. We would consider using concessional finance, blended with grants, in order for that company to be able to not just cover the urban areas where obviously financial viability is assured, but also go to the rural and provide rural electrification where affordability is more of an issue and where the commercial activities of the institution would not allow, from a commercial viability perspective, to be able to invest. So that investment grant would then focus on those rural areas where dedicated support can be provided. Now, also in terms, when we do blend, it's also because we are trying to, the ultimate objective is de-risking of the project. So being able to look at the various elements of risk, we all know what they are: commercial risk, project risk being the number one, market risk, the second one, of course, and then the political and macroeconomic risk are also extremely important for the private sector investors. And when we do provide, we have dedicated windows, financing windows, where we can also provide the cover for political risk exposure, and also because of contract non-obligation, non-enforcement, or because expropriation possibilities that could be faced by the promoter. But also the macroeconomic risks in terms of inflation, and of course the forex risks that are, of which a company could be exposed to. We have, as mentioned earlier, local currency financing possibilities. We have local currency windows that we can utilize, but also hedging forward, enabling the investors to also be able to hedge those transactions between the costs that are incurred in a specific currency and the revenues that are being generated in a different currency. So these kind of elements are all taken into account into a blended platform that we utilize. Of course, the commercial risk, the technology risk that we just heard about, the technical risks are purely staying with the promoters. So we are not taking part in that, perhaps also from the perspective of being able to support some of the feasibility studies with the grant initially in the development phase. But in terms of market exposure and in terms of also in market risk, of course, the off-taker have to be there. There are specific instruments that can be utilized to cover the liquidity risk for short-term non-payment. When we are talking about a sole off-taker, a contract that has been awarded to an off-taker like the energy company, so an Ampower, for instance, being an off-taker, non-paying to the investor, and then we can cover the liquidity in terms of that potential non-payment for a number of years. We can also cover, in the event, a different kind of projects. For instance, a multi-user project where you have a number of off-takers. Let's look at the example of a toll road, for instance, where you can use also, you have multiple users and you have expecting your cash flow, of course, based on a number of users being able to utilize that road, and you don't attain that kind of level, then there is that gap that can be fulfilled through some of the guarantees that the European Commission provides in order to be able to apply and to cover the promoter for that kind of longer-term exposure that they face. So when we do try to blend our lending to grants or guarantees, it's essentially exactly what we mentioned earlier. The fact that the end user would end up paying less than they would have otherwise had the operator had to cover for all these risks, and obviously have to charge more in terms of tariffs and rates that they would apply for their operations.
Thank you very much. I'll maybe just pick up and follow up on the blended finance question. So blending this finance between public sector funding, private sector funding, and getting that together to reduce the cost of capital, to enhance accessibility, is quite an important driver for the sector. And I work for a blended finance manager. We've been able to attract sufficient grant funding into nascent sectors in the economy in the last 3 to 4 years in order to de-risk these projects with project preparation facilities, technical assistance, and that works well. There's a private sector sleeve where the development finance institutions and commercial banks and private equity investors, strategic investors are coming through to fill the gap. But there's the public sector sleeve, Mr. Kapilao, where only government can access the EIB's public sector funding that is available. Only government can access, for example, the World Bank funding that is available, and I know that the Green Hydrogen Program is working on accessing climate investment funds and working on an investment plan there, where the World Bank is also an integrated partner into that climate finance program that we're working on. We also know that government has a significant constraint on the balance sheet from a debt to GDP perspective, where we are managing that ratio quite rigorously. So how do we make sure that funding that is only available under public sector from these various development finance institutions, multilateral banks, actually flow into the country and enable that blending that we need?
I've been listening attentively to my fellow panelists. Yes, our focus at National Treasury is on the overall macros, like we've indicated. I mean, to reduce the risk premium overall in the country, we need to manage our fiscal indicators. And that we've indicated as to what's our plan over the MTEF, and it's documented, and we're continuously managing those. That ultimately we need to reduce the risk premium. That's an agreed one. The other one, I mean, touching on, yes, are taxation a cost to business? Yes, it is. Where we still disagree, I guess, it's the rate. What's the clearing price for a project? But that's where we really need to have this continuous engagement, more transparency from an investor, where you put up the business case and say, this is what we are struggling with. Because we can also demonstrate cases where we stepped in. I mean, as we all know, the diamond sector is currently under pressure. And government did step in with the royalties relief to provide support in the current phase, again, to protect those jobs, to protect those forex earnings that we need. So we can demonstrate instances where investor was able to approach government and say, this is my pain point, I need help for this 6 months, this year, or 3 years, that we can step in. Because ultimately, we need the economy growing, we need jobs protected. And back to the principle I indicated, when we are speaking of taxations and reform, it's the principle of fairness and equity. Because the point is, how do we share value created? It might be a new sector. What's that value that has been created, and where do we draw that line as to what is fair for a host country? And then we can speak of incentives and so on, because what we're just saying as to we cannot be asked to give more than, let's say, where others are clearing in the continent or where capital came from. So that's really where we're saying as to, at the end of the day, we need to be fair to our citizens, that when we speak of investments, the end game is still a win-win. And those engagements we are definitely open to have. I mean, we can also cite other examples in terms of the oil and gas discussions that are ongoing. I mean, as a Ministry of Finance, we are very involved, again, because we need to get it right, because at the end of the day, there is a clearing price that makes a project viable, and those are all calculatable numbers. There comes a point where the project is viable and not, and when it is, we need to come to a conclusion as to there must be a win-win outcome for all. In terms of how do we tap in as a public sector, we just came from the spring conferences or spring meetings in DC, where we participate in terms of being sure that we are participating, we are at the table where these discussions are being held in terms of what grants are available out there, what concessionary funding is available out there, that we are getting our fair share of those funds, that we can bring it home and participate in this discussion as to what funds do we need to contribute to, and where are those funds available in the world, and where we don't need to directly engage as a government. Our SOEs are mandated to participate in such discussions, that at the end of the day, yes, we cannot leave capital on the table that was available for development domestically.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive response. I am still managing my time well, so I will have concluding remarks. One final remark on how we get these projects to financial close, or what we're going to do differently from a financing and a project perspective in order to make sure we deliver and have the jobs that the country needs?
Yeah, I think I share Patty's sentiments. I think especially if you talk about green projects, specifically green ammonia, green hydrogen, they're extremely complicated projects. If I look at the project which we're currently working on, you've got extra layers where you've got community involvement, where you've got community shareholding, for instance, which complicates an already complicated project. And I agree that the one single item that probably is a game changer is possibly that weighted average cost of capital. We've run multiple models, and it is one big chunk that there's nothing you can do about it. So I think the SEZ is a good starting point, the SEZ policy, because it does then address that component. Versus having individual projects coming to have that conversation, it's maybe an industry discussion to say, look, we consider this industry as a nascent industry. It can create good, green, sustainable jobs, but it does need some support because we are competing with other countries, right? We're competing with places that have a lower country risk premium, and there's nothing that a particular single project can do. But it does possibly then require that legislation to either be fast-tracked or come up with an interim mechanism that allows to lower that weighted average cost of capital. So I think that's one. And then the second one is maybe the CFDs. I talked about the premiums earlier. That green premium is a real challenge. If you don't have a single off-taker that can pay that premium in a first world country, and you're trying to do the growth at home strategy, you have an extra layer that you need to deal with. And if you have segregated off-takers, if every farmer is your off-taker, how do you bank that project? So you do need some form of CFDs that levels the playing field a little bit, but that's a conversation that if each developer tries to have with a government in a first world country, it'll be very difficult. I think that's something that government can do. It is highlighted in NDP 6, and I think it is a potential real game changer. So I think those are the two key ones.
Thank you very much, Paulus. Concluding remarks?
Yeah, I think I owe it to my background to mention here that the Namibia-EU partnership is the focal point of our attention and the way that we want to bring our support forward to this country. It's an integral part of our global gateway strategy. It aims at various sectors in the country. I think apart from investment, we also heard this morning that trade and the EPA agreements that have been signed between the EU and Namibia, the SADC community, but Namibia is part of that, are also an important factor, not only for the EU, but also for Namibia. We've seen that trade creates 40,000 jobs in Namibia. I think that's an important factor to consider. So yes, we are there with you. Our delegation is here on the ground, as we are in many other partner countries. And we want to turn this into an offer that is value-based and that is a win-win for both of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, so we've been here developing this project for just over 3.5 years. Delighted to see that the enabling environment that's being created here is evolving and it's improving, and I think it's very well recognized, the pieces that needs to be put together. So that's great. And then on the other side, we've also got the work that the European Union has been doing, particularly in my sector, producing green ammonia, green hydrogen, all that support that the European Union has started to provide, as well as CBAM that is there, I hope that remains. Those kind of instruments, they are fantastic because they are creating the market pull. So what you're very specific here in this context we have, this partnership between Namibia and European Union is extremely conducive to these type of projects. And if one or two projects take off, and they will, and the logical place because of that already established partnership and a collaborative work environment in Namibia, then there will be an unlocking and opening up of multiple projects of different scale and sizes that will follow through. So I'm also, I mean, if there is one thing that I would sort of encourage both the European Union and Namibia to continue to engage in, is continue to engage in strengthening that partnership and enable partnerships. Because these are very big projects, and the only way they can be done is through collaboration and through partnerships. Partnerships in technology, partnerships in financing, partnership in execution, partnership in market creation. So it's all about partnerships. And here, thank you, you've established the platform. Great. Keep adding to it and keep strengthening it. And it's very much up to us, private sector, also to step up and support it, which we are ready to do.
Thank you, Peri. Carmelo, for
yeah, thanks. So I think what the answer lies is somehow helping my left-hand side, the public sector, and my right-hand side, the private sector. Yes. But specifically with regards to project preparation. I mean, project preparation is key. We see such long lead times until we achieve that bankability you mentioned earlier. So how can we support that through grants for, number one, the government in order to create that enabling environment, to have the right policies in place, but also to start considering in this PPP that was mentioned earlier, providing for PPP structures, where do we see some of these public services that could be run by private sector operators? Where would it be fruitful for the government to allow the private sector to intervene in public sector offerings? That could be another support that we could provide to the government. And actually, I should also announce what was recently signed a few weeks ago in Brussels, the Green Global Initiative, bond initiative that has been launched by the European Commission, where a number of DFIs, like the EIB, will be part of the implementing partners. We will support governments in terms of being able to issue green bonds if they should so decide. And we have technical assistance funds to cover for this, but also support with dedicated fund managers that could help enhance and provide the support, the capacity building to the governments in order to provide that issuance. That is to the public sector. And then to the private sector, we will continue talking to them in terms of, notably of feasibility studies. I think proof of concept is key. Having a dedicated pilot phase where you start supporting the private sector in developing that proof of concept and being able to showcase that revenues can be generated. So for that, also grants will be available, so the feasibility studies could be covered through that. And in terms of de-risking throughout the life of the project and being able to ensure that all the other aspects with regards to political, commercial risks are covered, will have to continue to be offered to the private sector.
Thank you very much. I'll then give Mr. Kapilao the final opportunity.
Thank you. Taxes should not be an inhibitor to investments. I mean, and where it is the taxes are inhibitor, please highlight it to us and we can do something about it. And like I indicated, within the principles of fairness and tax equity, that's really the lenses we are using. And then we're also looking at aligned interest, that if your business case stacks up and you are able to pay dividends, again, taxes must be paid fairly, because that's really where we are saying as to there should be a win-win outcome. If you're able to pay financiers and shareholders, we should also be in the queue and get our fair share. That's really continuously the challenge where we miss each other. Can't be two are winning and public is always absorbing all the risk. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my panelists. A very insightful conversation. I hear the public sector is on board. We've got all the commitment from Treasury, from all the policymakers that have participated in the forum here, and I'm quite proud to be working as a Namibian in the sector and to have the public sector support that we've seen being expressed here. And then the private sector is on board with developers having confidence to invest in the country, and so do the DFIs, the European Commission, and the rest of the financing community from the EU in particular that have enabled investments in the green transition, critical rare earth minerals, and the energy transition agenda. So I have a few minutes, maybe 6, to open the floor for questions or comments. I have a question over here.
Thank you very much for the enlightening panel discussion on a very important topic. My name is Vincent Hailulu. I'm Namibian born and bred. I have two questions. One to the ED of Treasury. It's actually quite clear that despite the PPP regulatory and policy regime having been put in place maybe 5-6 years ago, we still have not seen many projects taking off within the context of that framework. Of course, the project on housing that is probably going to be the first PPP project, we are actually looking forward to see that taking off the ground. What are the key constraints and gaps in that framework that have made it difficult for us to actually have PPP projects happening in the country? And maybe from Treasury point of view, are there some processes of review or maybe reform to make sure that the PPP regime is enabled to at least become operational and help us attract private capital as the original rationale has been from the government side? That's one. The second one is probably a comment or question or a combination of the two. From EIB point of view, I think I'm quite happy to hear that there might be some bridging financing that could be made available. One of the biggest challenges that many sponsors and promoters of projects that they experience is the question of bringing their projects plan to the bankable level. And usually they die at consumption level. Why? Because they don't have funds to do feasibility study and anything that brings that project to bankability. And am I hearing you that there are instruments that could be accessed to that effect, and more importantly, how such facility could be accessed? Are you going to work hand in hand with some intermediary institutions or maybe with Namibian banks, DBN or others? Please enlighten us on that, because it's going to go a very long way to address one of the biggest problems many project promoters are experiencing in the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hailulu. I'll take another question. Mr. Mungunda.
Thank you very much. My name is Vetumbwabi Mungunda, Director at Impact Investment Management firm, Ombu Capital. So my comment first is I think it's really a great initiative to have this opportunity for this type of dialogue and collaborations. But maybe my question is just to the colleagues in terms of when it comes to, because I think what we have seen is a lot of the large complex projects from a funding perspective, you need a bit of alternate type of financial intermediaries. And what we have seen is that World Banks and EIBs and most of these large international institutions, GCF, mostly work through government public channels, or when it comes into the private sector, is normally through the existing commercial channels. And the question is, when you need a bit of alternate thinking and different approaches, is there maybe a consideration of looking at different channels in terms of alternate financial institutions? Because otherwise you get the same thing that would have happened 10 years ago.
Thank you. We'll take one question and then we close the Q&A. We'll give that chance to you. And just a reminder, Mersha, please nominate only one response from the floor and then we close. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. I wanted to confirm, I seem to have heard something about community shareholding complicates project financing. Did I hear it correctly? And if that's the case, it will be good to understand how does private sector see how that can be helped with to be able to make community shareholding as an easy mechanism that can make project financing possible. I'm Ronnie Demba speaking from Namibian civil society, and at the same time would like to offer some advice and help to private sector in terms of how to engage with local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll give Mr. Kapela an opportunity to briefly respond on the PPP, and then I'll get the EIB to maybe respond on behalf of European DFIs on alternative financing structures or access of flow of funds through alternative structures apart from your currently pillar-assessed entities and state-owned enterprises. How does that work? And I think it was a blanket statement about community ownership. I don't think it's really that complicated. It's got more to do with raising funding or carrying the community's equity stake. It was not necessarily to say that the communities are complicated to engage with. It's more about the funding structure, fundraising, and carry that sometimes comes with community and broad-based structures that we have in the industry, and the scale of the investment required is quite significant and cannot always be carried. Maybe I'll just leave that then for you not to respond to Mr. Doringo.
Let me start off with a question on Triple P. Yes, we acknowledge there have been some challenges in delivering Triple P projects with various reasons. One being the type of projects that were submitted to the Triple P committee to review, and then also, as previously indicated, as to we've been doing poorly in the project preparation. That more work is required, that, yeah, the whole bankability of project, so the quality of project was a challenge. The sharing of risk between investors and the public sector, that proved to be a challenge. But yes, we have reforms in plan that we need to execute on in the next 6 months, one being the capacity building and also insourcing capacity from outside, that we are not only dependent on the Triple P unit within the ministry, but also pooling where capacity is available in the public sector. And then also the other one that we are looking on is, yes, from a legislative perspective. I mean, we are definitely open for where there are challenges. We look for input in terms of how can we simplify to deliver, because we've also been over legalistic in terms of what's a Triple P, and that's been part of the problem. So therefore, we need to just refresh our definition to make it easier to do these deals. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hand over to Carmelo? And Paulus, if there's a minute, maybe you can talk about your fund structures and how creative those are in channeling finance.
Sure. So there are different ways. We are essentially a wholesale bank. So as a wholesale bank, we would target projects of a minimum of $50 million or euros in terms of total costing. So for dealing with those kind of projects, we provide feasibility studies to the promoters, to government, in order to create that bankability element that is missing in terms of feasibility studies. We also do provide funding through dedicated lines of credit, through SME support, but those are essentially now for value chain support. So we're looking at the value chain with regards to green hydrogen, looking at value chains with regards to CRM, critical raw materials, but also to agricultural value chains potentially, where we could support individual companies in terms of agro-businesses through a dedicated line of credit or a dedicated equity fund or venture capital funds. We do take also an interest in being able to support these equity funds in terms of venture capital financing. So either through an equity fund or a dedicated banking intermediate commercial bank that we would select, we could support that possibility of being able to provide capacity building or technical assistance to dedicated projects along those value chains that we would support. So these are essentially the various modes. Plus, I mentioned the green bond initiative that we are initiating at the moment, gives then the government also the possibility to pilot and being able to harness some of the potential investments that are in the green hydrogen or green space here within the green industrialization catalysts that are already initiating and being able to support those kind of investments.
We've run out of time. I would like to thank you all for your attention and your contribution. And I'm sure that the panelists will be in the audience for engagement, maybe for half an hour more. I know that there are flights scheduled for tonight, so I'll excuse you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you please just stand for a quick picture, the panel? Moderator, please join your panel as well for that picture. While the picture is being taken, just a quick announcement. Of course, we're going to resume with the thematic sessions that will start in the next 5 minutes. Now, for the agribusiness thematic session 3 on strengthening agricultural trade and investment between Namibia and the European Union, that will be moderated by Mr. Robert Ayman, the incoming Agricultural Bank of Namibia CEO, of course, a seasoned executive in finance or development finance there, Mr. Robert Ayman. So he'll be moderating that session on agribusiness. That session will take place in the Falls Room. That's next to the restaurant on the left-hand side on the stairs. You take the left as you're headed to the restaurant. Can you please stop the music? Thank you very much. So that session will take place in the Falls Room, left of the restaurant as you go down the stairs. That's the Falls Room past the wine cellar for agribusiness. The session on culture and creative industries will take place in Oryx 7. That's the breakaway room across the main venue here outside, just across the Midco stand. That will be moderated by Mr. Ashwin Berry, the Executive Director of NTV Africa. And last but not least, the session that will take place right now in this room is on critical raw materials, positioning Namibia as a strategic global partner in critical raw materials. Mr. James Chapman, the Managing Director of Bank Windhoek, will moderate that session. Mr. Chapman is, of course, a highly respected Namibian business leader with extensive experience across banking, finance, investment, and economic development. As Managing Director of Bank Windhoek, one of Namibia's leading financial institutions, he has played an important role in supporting private sector growth, infrastructure development, and investment. Can we please give a warm round of applause for Mr. James Chapman? Can we, of course, also please take our seats? The Minister will also join us for this particular session. Can we please take our seats? This is not a break. Colleagues, it's not a break. Can we please take our seats for engagement? You can go to the foyer. We are starting with the session now. Thank you.
Nangulo in the future. And Isabella also will be in the corner office.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please settle down so we can start with the session. If you want to engage, you can please step outside. Comrade Edie, you can go outside with your delegation. Edie Kabalao, Dr. Hansbein, you can go to the corridor for engagement. Thank you. Agribusiness is in Falls 7, in Falls room next to the restaurant. Thank you. James, should I introduce you again, or is it?
Honourable Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, representatives of the European Union, captains of industries, investors, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I realize that I'm standing in front of you for the graveyard session after lunch, even more importantly, for the session before the long weekend for many of you, just before we close out today. So I'm very aware of the slot I'm occupying in your day, and I will therefore be very brief in my running of the program, and I'll also ask my speakers and panel members to please stick to the time slot strictly, as we're already starting late. But ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you this afternoon at this very important thematic session on critical raw materials, a subject that has now been at the center of the global industrial transformation. It's also a pivotal moment in the global energy transition, and today's session aims to explore how Namibia can accelerate the development of a competitive, sustainable and fully integrated critical materials value chain, positioning itself as a strategic partner to the European Union. Furthermore, we will also focus on practical pathways to unlock investment, strengthen project pipelines, and advance beneficiation and integrate Namibia into the EU industrial supply chains in line with the European Critical Raw Materials Act and Namibia's national development goals, frameworks and aspirations. And maybe just as by way of setting the scene, if I can ask for the presentation to be put up. When you look at mining and the critical raw material sector, it really is a strategic pillar of the Namibian economy. You would have seen that it is contributing 13 to 14% of GDP. It accounts for more than 50% of our foreign revenues and is really playing a critical part in our economy. Also a very large employer, and within that there's about 679 critical material occurrences that have been identified, to which some of the panel members or the presenters later today will speak to. So I think this does not only reflect the importance of the sector in Namibia, but it really shows that we have a very, very strong foundation to really build on, as the global demand for some of the CRM, like lithium and rare earth elements, is projected to grow by 4 to 6-fold by 2040. And with this baseline, one can really catapult Namibia's mining sector into a next level, I believe. And that is why it is quite important for us just to establish the mining sector and its importance for Namibia. And then when you look at the session today, thank you. I will go on to the next slide, if it will work. If it doesn't, I will just continue. For Namibia, it's really shifting towards value-added processing, integrated supply chain participation, and tech beneficiation. When you look at the CRM value chains and the subsectors in Namibia, there are quite a number of opportunities, but also challenges that needs to be overcome. If you look at large-scale mining, for example, there's roughly 26 projects in the pipeline with capital investment required of 61 billion Namibian dollars that can create up to 17,000 jobs. When you look at the artisanal and small-scale mining, ASM, there's about 10 to 15,000 miners in that space, supporting 25 to 35,000 dependents, and their participation in CRM is extremely limited. 70 to 80% of them have no formal licenses or any technical capacity to participate in this. So there's really a potential to increase that value capture by 20 to 40% in that space. And then looking at the mining-related MSMEs and services, in 2024, I believe, it supplied over 24 billion worth of Namibian dollars goods and services to the industry. But we can still leverage that. That can still be better and do better. And that will be possible with more targeted financing mechanism, capacity buildings, and then also inclusive procurement programs and frameworks. And then last but certainly not least is downstream beneficiation. Currently, I think it's less than 10% of beneficiation taking place locally, and we have a target there, which some of our speakers will speak to, of at least getting that up to 25%. So really a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities that one can sink into. And then without reading through each and every line item, I think the purpose of today, Namibia has got its ambitions, the EU has got their ambitions, and this collaborative platform is absolutely critical for us to bring these two together, to say how do we make it work for each other, and how do we leverage our partnerships on this. And you will see on the European side, looking at securing supply chains, ESG and responsible sourcing compliance, quite an important one. Always an interesting one is the investment opportunities across the value chain, industrial partnerships and value addition, and last but certainly not least, policy certainty and policy alignment or regulatory certainty. So that in just from the Namibian side and then from the European side. And then, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'll quickly take you through the program for this afternoon. We will have the keynote address by our Honourable Minister. We will then have an address by Mr. Gonzalo as the EU as a strategic partner for Namibia on sustainable raw material value chains. Following that, we will have a look at the project pipeline, and there will be a presentation on an industry case study of Andrada, and we will then have a panel discussion with some of our experts in the field, and an open Q&A session, and then some closing remarks. So that is the program for this afternoon. I will, as I've mentioned, not keep you very busy myself. I will announce the presenters and moderate the panel discussion. And on that note, I would like to call up our Honourable Minister, Modestus Amutse, Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy, for positioning Namibia as a strategic partner for Europe. Thank you, Minister.
Very good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm happy to see you all here. Mr. Program Director, representatives of the European Union, business leaders, investors, development partners, distinguished guests, I would stand by the protocol already established. It is an honor to me to address this important thematic session on critical raw materials, a subject that now sits at the center of global industrial transformation. The transition to clean energy, electric mobility, digital technologies, and advanced manufacturing is driving unprecedented demand for minerals such as lithium, graphite, rare earth elements, copper, manganese, cobalt, and uranium. These resources are no longer viewed simply as commodities. They have become strategic assets linked to economic security, industrial competitiveness, and energy resilience. For Europe, the priority is secure, diversified, and sustainable supply. For Namibia, the opportunity is to use our mineral wealth to advance industrialization, employment creation, and long-term development. For both of us, the path forward is partnership. Namibia is well placed to become one of Europe's most reliable critical raw materials partners, and our country combines mineral potential with political stability, strong institutions, legal certainty, and a long-established mining tradition. Mining remains one of the pillars of the Namibian economy, contributing 14% to GDP in 2025, 51.3% of the total exports, and 6.8% of formal employment. Namibia hosts significant deposits of uranium, lithium, graphite, rare earth elements, copper, manganese, zinc, and other minerals that are required for modern industry and the energy transition. This diversity of resources gives Namibia a strategic advantage at a time when the world is looking for these commodities. Mr. Program Director, since the inaugural of the EU-Namibia Business Forum in 2023, important progress has been realized. Investor interest in Namibia's uranium sector has continued to grow. Lithium and graphite projects have advanced, while exploration activities in rare earth elements, copper, and other strategic minerals have expanded. At policy level, Namibia has intensified its focus on beneficiation, industrial development, and investor facilitation. At the same time, cooperation between Namibia and the European Union has deepened through the strategic partnership on sustainable raw material value chain, and renewable hydrogen. This momentum is also reflected in the second EU-Namibia Business Forum 2026, bringing together more than 300 participants from government, business, finance, and industry to unlock new opportunities for investment and trade. This demonstrates clearly that our partnership is moving from dialogue to delivery. Namibia welcomes Europe's Critical Raw Materials Act and its objective of creating secure, transparent, and diversified value chains. Our own policy priorities are aligned with this vision. Namibia is currently advancing the development of a national critical raw material strategy in cooperation with the European Union. And this process will help establish a coherent national framework for exploration, mining competitiveness, local processing, skills development, ESG standards, and strategic investment attraction. However, our objective is not only to export minerals, but to create greater value within Namibia through processing, manufacturing, linkages, and technical skills, as well as industrial growth. This approach is further reinforced by Namibia's 6th National Development Plan, NDP 6, which identifies industrialization, value addition, energy security, and economic diversification as central pillars for sustainable growth. NDP 6 recognizes critical raw materials and green industrial development as strategic drivers for job creation, technology transfer, export growth, and economic resilience. Through this framework, Namibia is positioning its mineral resources not only as a source of revenue, but as a foundation for building competitive industries, modern infrastructure, and greater participation in regional and global value chains. The future model of cooperation must thus ensure supply security for Europe while creating jobs and industries in Namibia. Namibia's goals in the CRM sector are practical, measurable, and forward-looking. First, we seek greater beneficiation and local value addition. Namibia aims to increase the share of processed minerals that are exported from 46.6% to 57% by 2030. This means more refining, upgrading, and transformation taking place domestically. Secondly, we seek to attract strategic long-term investment. Our national target is to increase foreign direct investment stock from the current $207 billion to $254 billion by 2030, supported by a stable and predictable investment climate. Third, we aim to integrate Namibia into European and global supply chains linked to batteries, renewable energy technologies, advanced manufacturing, and nuclear fuel markets. Fourth, we seek stronger skills and technology transfer so that our mineral resources also develop Namibian capabilities in engineering, metallurgy, environmental management, and digital mining systems. Lastly, we want inclusive growth, and mining must benefit communities, youth, women, and local enterprises while protecting the environment and supporting future generations. Europe needs reliable partners in an increasingly uncertain global environment, and Namibia offers resources, diversity, political stability, strong governance, Atlantic logistics access through our port of Walvis Bay, and world-class renewable energy potential that can power green industrial development. The global energy transition cannot be built on outdated extractive models. It must be built on core investment, local value creation, technology transfer, sustainability, and shared prosperity. Namibia stands ready to work with Europe not only as a supplier of minerals, but as a processor, industrial partner, and a gateway for regional growth. The demand for critical raw materials will define the next era of industrial development. Those who build trusted partnerships today will secure prosperity tomorrow. Namibia has the minerals, Namibia has the stability, Namibia has the ambition, Namibia has the commitment, and we therefore invite Europe to invest with Namibia, process with Namibia, innovate with Namibia, and grow with Namibia. Together, we can build resilient supply chains and power the global energy transition. Let me thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, not only for reminding us the progress we've made since the organization of this forum, but also what activities are underway and what our ambitions are and what Namibia has to offer in this sense. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we then move on to our next speaker. It will be on EU as a strategic partner for Namibia on sustainable raw materials. And for that, I would like to welcome Mr. Gonzalo Leitao, Cooperation Attaché of the EU Delegation in Namibia, to the stage. Thank you so much.
Honourable Minister, Ambassador of the European Union, Ambassador of Finland, all protocol observed, welcome. As requested, I will outline the perspective of the European Union on our strategic raw materials partnership with Namibia on value chains. And as you'll see, perhaps when I see this one, there you go. As you can see, my interlocution in 4 parts. The first one is the EU priorities under the Critical Raw Materials Act, then potential demand outlook for the critical raw materials, and also what the European Union expects from our partnerships. And finally, try also to give a glimpse on the EU instruments that we can mobilize. But of course, I like always to start from the basics. So why critical raw materials and why Namibia? So the first thing is, we Europeans, we are a major consumer of raw materials. But we don't have them in our house, so we rely currently in a small number of suppliers. And we, as Honourable Minister already made reference, and you will see that throughout my speech, we speak in one voice. We need these raw materials also to achieve our Green Deal, which stands for the green transition and the digital transition. And on one side, and on the other side, Namibia has a great endowment of various ores and also has a great political stability and very sound institutions. And so, and more important, shares also the same values and principles as the European Union. So, what is the Critical Raw Materials Act? Also something that was approved not long ago. It also sets out targets for 2030. And you can see that we want to strengthen on, firstly, home, our EU value chains. And for that, our benchmarks are that 10% of our annual consumption will go from extraction in the European Union. Then also, we would like to increase the processing inside the European Union to 40% and start recycling more what we have in Europe, and this should be around 15% of recycling. Also, as mentioned by Honourable Minister, we want to diversify and de-risk supply. So for each strategic raw material, we do not want to have more than 65% of our annual consumption coming from one single country. Finally, we do not want only to import raw materials as they're being extracted currently. We want to emphasize our suppliers on our values on environmental and social and government standards. That also the extraction should also take in consideration the climate change that is happening, the biodiversity protection. We also want to have sound water, waste and tailings management. And it's not only about the things, but also about people. So we want that this extraction and these value chains have a high respect for human rights, local and local communities and labor rights. Finally, we want, of course, that this sustainability to be a competitive advantage, not an obstacle. But as I wanted to conclude is, even with all these efforts, we will remain a big importer. And so reliable partners as Namibia are essential. And one has to be not of faint of heart to see the ups and downs of the raw materials the last years. So you can see that lithium, the rare elements, rare earth elements, we call it rare earth, but whenever we dig, we find them. The difficulty is to extract them. Then also there's the nickel, cobalt, manganese, copper and others. And of course, others with more interesting names like silicon, gallium, germanium, and other high-tech materials. These, of course, are very important to our dual transition, as I've mentioned. It is important for our industrial resilience in Europe, many strategic sectors from aerospace to defense, but also robotics, advanced manufacturing. And this means that the European Union offers a large long-term market for responsibly produced raw materials and intermediate products. And I think this is a great opportunity where both we can meet between Namibia and the European Union. As I've mentioned before, it's not just about extraction, and it's not also about the activity, but how we do it. And as I've mentioned already, environmental performance is essential. There needs to be a strong, robust environmental impact assessments. The water that not many people have needs to be used efficiently, and also the same for energy. It is important also to understand that when you are extracting, there are tailings that some are more dangerous than others, and these need to be appropriately disposed. Or then some can also be used in different ways, as we are also trying to go for a zero waste mining. Finally, or I would say social performance. So people that work in the value chain do need to have a decent work, health and safety standards. It's very difficult to see that some mines you still see people in rags, and it's not a nice view to have. It's important also to have respect for the indigenous peoples and vulnerable groups. There should be a fair share benefits and local economic opportunities, as also already raised by Honourable Minister. We also expect from our partners, and Namibia is a great case, for clear and predictable regulatory frameworks, investments in the extracting and processing value chains are not for 2 or 3 years, but for 20 years. So one needs to have a long-term vision on how the regulatory framework is, and again, Namibia presents a great case. There's also important to have anti-corruption measures and transparent contracts. We also would love to have traceability and due diligence across the supply chain. The goal, in the end, is to ensure that critical raw material projects contribute positively to Namibia, sustainable development, and to global climate and environmental goals. So we, as European Union, we look for a secure supply and reliable partners. We want that we support infrastructure and capacities that underpin this reliable production and exports. We also are looking for a more integration of the value chain, and we really look forward for local value addition. Our central expectation is to move beyond extraction. We want to develop beneficiation and processing in Namibia, concentration, refining, and potential precursor materials or components. Strengthening the supporting industries. There's many companies that can live out of this value chain, like logistics, engineering, environmental services, equipment, maintenance, and local SMEs. And finally, the people. We need to have skills development and technology transfer. As I said, Namibia and the European Union, we speak here in one voice. We need to, and we are going to support vocational training. We expect by the end of this year to be launching a program of 16 million euros to support vocational training for this transitional or these green industries that support the green transition. The EU ideal partnership is to co-create value chains together with our partners like Namibia. And finally, we believe that with this partnership, Namibia will capture more value, more jobs, and more fiscal revenues that would enable also for the Namibia government to provide better social conditions for those that are more vulnerable. But of course, unfortunately, there's always money behind, right? And we need to see how we can support this partnership for this to be something more real and not some chit-chat. And it's a great thing that we've had yesterday, the extension of the roadmap for 5 more years. So we want to build on already some achievements, and we want to bring this further. So I would like, again, to mention the Global Gateway, the EU's investment strategy for sustainable and trusted connections. We prioritize green energy, sustainable raw material value chains, digital and transport infrastructure. We are also very willing to deepen our support for green shipping corridors. It's amazing to have the support of Namibia in the IMO discussions to get this net zero into shipping value chains also coming across. But also we have the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, which provides guarantees, loans, technical assistance and grants. And the objective is, for this sector, we can catalyze mining and processing projects. We can also support associated infrastructure like power, water, and railways and ports. And of course, we can also support the introduction of local SMEs in the value chain. Finally, we also have a wide variety of development financial institutions. We remember we are 27 member states. All of them have a development financial institution. And each of them have their priorities, and many of them are also within this strategic partnership between the European Union and Namibia. We want to help make complex capital-intensive projects bankable while maintaining high environmental and social standards. As I was saying, the EU also provides what we say in our lingo, a 360 approach support. We want to bring ideas come true through technical cooperation and capacity building. The skills development are essential to bring more local value addition. Research and innovation, it's about knowledge transfer. And of course, our strategic partnership needs to have a platform where we can dialogue and see how the implementation of the strategic partnership is going. And the objective is, by having a quarterly meeting between us two, we can make this partnership even stronger. And finally, and this today is an example, this business-to-business matchmaking. We want to have more European companies working together with Namibian companies to make these value chains more interesting. And so I would try to almost summarize what the strategic partnership means for both Namibia and the EU. I would say from my side that Namibia could profit from this strategic partnership by having more quality jobs and more local industrial developments. We also believe that these new big capital-intensive projects would bring more fiscal revenue and local content. It will also foster technology transfer, skills development and innovation, and support the country's own clean energy and infrastructure goals. From our side, the European Union, of course, it strengthens our security of supply and diversification, ensuring high sustainability and government standards, and more important, to deepen our strategic partnership with Namibia, which for us is a key strategic partner. Finally, I would want also to conclude and set the way forward. These last 3 years have been intense. We have had great strides for the moment, mostly on the hydrogen sector, green hydrogen sector, but we think that we are also catching up on the raw materials side with support to the Andrada project, to the support to the Northern Graphite project, and we are also on the lookout for more projects, and we want really to bring Namibia upwards and to participate totally in this value chain with not just a model of extraction to port, but also integrating more value chain locally. I thank you. And I thank you for your attention and looking forward to working together to build a robust, sustainable EU-Namibia raw material partnership value chains and to continue to grow on already existing success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leitao. It's just as encouraging to see how the European and Namibian ambitions come together. And what I really liked about your presentation was the part where you spoke about moving from dialogue to action. And you've got a demonstrated track record of that on some of the projects that we will also touch on later today. But very encouraging, and thank you very much. And I would encourage us all to look at realizing more benefits and value from this partnership, as was said by Gonzalo. Then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next one, it is the presentation on Namibia's mineral project pipeline. That will be done by Ms. Lauren Graham, Chief Economist of the Chamber of Mines of Namibia, and Dr. Andrea Salom, Acting Senior Manager, Investment Analysis and Development at the NIPDB. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and take it away.
Good afternoon. We stand on the protocol observed. We will take you through a presentation in which we will give you a snapshot of the opportunities and some of the challenges in Namibia, which we would like us to take through. My name is Dr. Andrea Salom, and my partner here is going to introduce herself as she's coming through on the second phase. Critical raw material. The definition for critical raw material is out there, but what we need to understand is that these materials which are needed for energy transition and also for renewable energy and even for our own benefit. Namibia is very blessed with a lot of resources, but we will take you through again. We don't want to take you through much on this, but mining is very important to Namibia. We can acknowledge that for the past decade, we have been always above 10% and more. And that's also based on our stability and also good infrastructure, and also because of our laws, all that has been contributing very significant. Here we're just showing you a number of mines which are currently operating in Namibia, and some of them are currently on care and maintenance, but the important thing is that we are doing well and we are inviting a lot to come. As already highlighted also on the speech of the Honorable, Namibia is blessed with different commodities. We can talk about diamond, copper, reed, lithium, gold, and uranium. We have currently now mapped out that there are 3 areas in Namibia where we are looking forward to see. These are the areas where we can be able to find more interesting for us. The northern part, we are talking about Kunene region. Kunene region is very, very rich. We know it's underexplored, and we are inviting a lot of investors here and explorers to go out to Kunene region and that district so that we can develop it. Erongo region is well known with uranium and also other critical raw material, and it's very, very important. It's the same thing at the central. The south, we have been mining diamond there for years, but zinc is also there, copper is also there. The demand of critical raw material globally has been estimated that it's different depending on commodities. For lithium, for example, it's estimated that it will go around 6-fold. And then we look at cobalt, again, it will go for more than 20-fold. That means the demand is really going to be, it's estimated to go high. So Namibia is very blessed because we know that we have been doing good, meaning we have been collecting data for more than 100 years. And then with that, those data are available with a geological survey. We have a good geological survey in Namibia. It's good for us to be able to visit that. We can be able to get, and we are still also informing explorers, bring those data so that they can be able to enhance our geological in Namibia. So, in terms of, what we want to show here is that it's a study which was done by, in 2024, where we were looking out, it was done in partnership with the EU, and we were looking at to identify all the areas where we have critical raw material in Namibia. That study came out to indicate that at least we have around 2,640 occurrence areas. That's a huge number, in which, if we look at the critical raw material, we have identified points around 679 locations. We also look at the current infrastructure. At that time, there were 13 infrastructures which can process or refine. We also look at some of the 10 projects. Those projects were also the one which was mentioned by Gonzalo, like Northern Graphite and others. Strategic mineral, critical raw material potential in Namibia. Here we're just pointing out to you again different minerals available, lithium, copper, rare earth mineral, and graphite. What we want to also to highlight to you is the current status of how we are exploring and the opportunities what we want to highlight to you. Currently, we are having, as yesterday, we have about 602 EPL. What does that mean? What that means is that we have more exploration licenses out there active in which people are searching for mineral for Namibia and for the world. At the same time, we also have a number of mine claims. Mine claims are those which also be held by Namibian owned, and they are a lot. We are also recommending that you can be able to partner with Namibian to work on that. Here we just want to show you some of the selected projects. We will not go through everything, but what we want to highlight to you, as we can see in Okunene region there on the northern west, we can see Ondoto, Opuo, and also Rotfa. So all those projects are very, very important, and we do expect them to be able to be strategic. Opportunities, again, it has been mentioned that Namibia also want to let us partner, let us process, let us refine in Namibia. We are looking at we have been mining for many years. We have a good experience on mining, but where we have been having a shortfall is on the areas of processing. And then those areas which we are highlighting there is the stages where we are looking for partners to collaborate with Namibia. That's on the copper. Similarly, we also have, we share with you this information. Similarly, on the lithium, we can also acknowledge that we know how to mine, but what we want to do is to process, to add value to that. Similarly to the graphite, Okanyande, you can see we have been mining, and as they are moving forward, we are seeing that we are moving on the next stage, and we are encouraging again for them to go further. I know our government is doing good on supporting the system so that we can be able to do this. The same thing also, thanks again, we are seeing project Green Matter. We know we have manganese here, and Green Matter is looking also on those opportunities, even though they are looking forward first to import, but we have been on the discussion, they highlighted that they are looking forward to see how Namibia coming in. So what we are highlighting is an opportunity where we want investors and partners to come join us. I'll give to my partner to come through. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lauren Graham, Chief Economist at the Chamber of Mines. Allow me to stand on the protocol already observed. So today I'll be providing a brief overview of mining activities in Namibia, and as well as the adjacent sectors. But importantly, I'd like to highlight what are some of the further downstream and beneficiation opportunities for Namibia with regards to critical raw minerals, especially in those areas, and what the challenges are, and how the EU can really help us to maximize that potential. So as mentioned by Dr. Andreas, we have historically been recognized as a leading producer of uranium, zinc, diamonds, and gold. And we're supported by a stable mining jurisdiction and a strong regulatory framework and good infrastructure. We're now seeing increasing interest in critical raw materials, particularly in lithium and graphite. And we have already seen some really encouraging developments through EU partnerships and support in Namibia. So while many of our projects are still at early stage development and exploration, we have a significant number of them that are in the pipeline that offer long-term potential for Namibia. Of these include Andrada's lithium and tantalum projects, the Lofdal Ondoto broad mine mining rare earth projects, the Pubu cobalt project, Hype copper project, Omitumai copper project, as well as the revitalization of several historic copper mines. We are also producing small amounts of copper cathode from the Trudy copper mine. What I would especially like to highlight here today is that Namibia's opportunity extends beyond mining itself and processing. Through strategic cooperation in the SADC region and with other African countries, we can potentially become a country that processes and adds further value addition through the manufacturing to these critical minerals. So this next slide illustrates the entire value chain to produce a lithium-ion battery as well as battery packs. Here, Namibia already produces small quantities of what is required in a battery cell. So we produce small quantities of lithium, manganese, and copper. And production is expected to expand further as new projects move into development and production phases. I was particularly excited to hear about the EU support with Finnish partners for the Andrada operation and the Northern Graphite Mine yesterday to produce mineral components that can actually be used in the production of cell components, battery cells. So at a regional level, we also have a number of SADC countries that are producing significant amounts of these minerals. For example, Zimbabwe is a major producer of lithium. Zambia is a significant producer of copper, likewise the DRC, cobalt and copper. And South Africa also produces nickel and manganese. All of these are inputs that are required for battery cell production. So this demonstrates that the region already possesses all of the minerals that are required to produce lithium-ion batteries. However, the reality is much of the actual downstream processing and the manufacturing capabilities are concentrated outside of Africa. So this brings to the question really, why can we not produce battery cell components for actual battery assembly and production in Africa? So in this slide, I would like to highlight why Namibia could become Africa's next destination to produce lithium-ion battery cells. So Namibia has the potential to, as I mentioned, to contribute quantities of lithium concentrate and also now potentially hydroxide as well as graphite, copper, and magnesium through its emerging pipeline. However, these are not big enough as yet to justify the manufacturing and processing activities that we want to achieve. However, our real strategic opportunity lies in the regional integration and leveraging on Namibia's strategic advantages. So Namibia is uniquely positioned because of its port and its connectivity to regional gateways and growing renewable energy potential. So this creates significant opportunities for refining, hydrometallurgical processing to actually produce the mineral components needed for precursor production and eventually battery assembly activities. So Namibia does not need to rely solely on its own feedstock, but it can leverage through important partnerships with neighboring countries in SADC and other African countries to bring in the required feedstock required for industrial production. So despite these opportunities, there obviously are a number of challenges that we face. The first challenge is the manufacture of these lithium-ion batteries is that they are very energy and water intensive. So a key constraint for Namibia is the affordability and availability of both, which affects our competitiveness. Secondly, infrastructure also gaps remain despite our competitive advantage through the port. So we have significant railway deficiencies which need to be upgraded to facilitate the flow of feedstock through the port. Namibia also faces shortages in specialized skills and technology required to manufacture for the manufacturing and processing. And then lastly, we also have commodity price volatility, as well as cost pressures that are a huge challenge. I also forgot to mention that we have a number of projects that are also at early stage development, which require significant investment as well to bring them to production level. So how can EU help Namibia? And I was really, really happy to hear that Gonzalo said that many of these areas the EU has got financing mechanisms for, and they are ready to support some of our strategic deficits. So we definitely have an opportunity to build on what has already been established through the MOU and the roadmap. And one of the first priorities is really to develop further refining and precursor production partnerships to support greater value addition. But to achieve this, regional integration through neighboring partnerships will be essential. Investment into energy and water logistic infrastructures remains critical to support also industrial activities. Technological transfer and skills will also be very, very important. And then lastly, to fast-track those projects that are at early stage exploration, EU investment into research and development will be crucial. A key example here is there are a number of rare earth projects in Namibia that are housed in complex. It's a complex geology. So the technology to extract that is extremely expensive and has not been developed yet. So we require a significant research and development in those areas to bring them to bankable level. So this is also another area where we can really do with more outside support and investment. Yeah, and I think just basically that in conclusion, these are really the areas that Namibia can use help in to become a sustainable and long-term and responsible supplier of critical minerals, and will really also help EU align with its diversification to source critical raw mineral wealth for its needs. So yes, thank you very much for your time, and yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. and Lauren, for a very insightful presentation. I must say the crowd is extremely quiet. It's either that you guys are extremely tired or you're captivated by the presenters, and I'm definitely going to take it that it's the latter. But as you know, we always have a boss wherever you go. The real program director actually told me that we have a hard stop at 16:35 as we are competing with a slot on national television. So we've got one more presentation to go, and it is a project that has been much talked about already today. It's an industry study case on Andrada, and following that we'll have a brief panel discussion and then take some questions before we close out. But for the industry study case, I would like to call Mr. Frans van Dalen, Chief Strategy Officer of Andrada, up to the stage, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, EU Ambassador, other ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I've promised James I'll stick to 10 minutes. I'll give you a brief overview of Andrada's CRM projects with specific reference to the Uis lithium expansion project. You can read this disclaimer at your own leisure. The Eronga region in central western Namibia is our area of operation, and the prolific geology provides the backdrop or the context to our projects. The image on the left depicts the massive pegmatite mineral belts, which stretches for hundreds of kilometers across the region. These belts host various commodities, including tin, lithium, tantalum, tungsten, copper, gold, and uranium, amongst others. We are operating in the upper three belts and have a mineral license in each of them. In the uppermost belt, we have our Brandberg West license, which is a tungsten tin copper project. In the light green belt, we have our operating Uis mine, featuring lithium, tin, and tantalum. And in the purple belt, we have the Lithium Rich project, which also features lithium, tin, and tantalum. All three licenses are located within a radius of 100 kilometers, which facilitates sharing of resources and also infrastructure. Allow me to briefly expand on each of the three projects. The first one is our Uis mine, which is our flagship cash-generating asset, which is in production since 2019. Current production output is in the form of high-grade tin and tantalum concentrates. However, the mine is also the subject of a lithium expansion project, which aims to produce high-purity lithium concentrate from existing processing waste streams, ultimately moving downstream into lithium refining. In February of this year, we concluded a cooperation agreement with the European Investment Bank for technical assistance related to the feasibility study of the lithium expansion project. This facility is valued at roughly 2 million euros. Our Lithium Rich project is a joint venture with Chilean miner SQM, and it's in the form of an earn-in agreement. The project is currently in the exploration phase. If you follow our news releases, you will see that we have reported very attractive lithium, tin, and tantalum grades. Then our Brandberg West project, we have also concluded a staged earn-in agreement with US-based private equity fund at the end of last year and are currently mobilizing our exploration activities. The project presents a near-term opportunity for entering the tungsten market with additional tin and copper upside. So the story of Andrada in Namibia is very much dovetails with the story of the Uys mine. This is a historical mine which operated for more than 4 decades between 1950 and 1990. After 1990, the mine lay dormant for almost 3 decades until our acquisition in 2016. With this acquisition, we inherited quite a large historical exploration drilling database, which we acquired from the Geological Survey of Namibia. This database was complemented by our own infill drilling program to confirm the historical tin resources and also explore for other minerals such as lithium. Key to our development at Uys was also a pilot processing plant, which you see on the top left, which we converted into a commercial scale operation within a period of 5 years. I would like to highlight key events in the development timeline of the Uys mine. As previously mentioned, in 2016 we acquired the project and immediately commenced with pilot testing. In 2017, Andrada listed on the AIM exchange in London. At that time, we were known as Afritin Mining. This event provided us with the initial equity to get the project going. Then in 2018, we commenced with our infill drilling exploration program. In 2019, we finished the construction of our initial tin processing plant and achieved first production of tin concentrate. Then in 2022, we expanded this plant and doubled tin production. In 2023, we added a byproduct in the form of a tantalum concentrate. Then after 2023, we started focusing on developing the lithium potential, and we completed a pre-feasibility study for expanding the existing processing facility to produce a lithium concentrate. Looking forward to 2027, we plan to complete a definitive feasibility study for the lithium with the assistance of the European Investment Bank, followed by the procurement of the project construction funding. At the same time, we want to increase our tin and tantalum production at the Uys mine by approximately 60% through a modular expansion of our tin processing plant. And then in 2028, we are expecting the maiden production of high purity lithium concentrate destined for Europe. So here you see a 3D representation of the planned lithium circuit, which is effectively an add-on to our existing plant. This project presents the first phase of a long-term lithium development strategy aimed at producing advanced lithium chemicals for the battery market. Our target market for the first phase, however, is the European technical lithium market, which relates mainly to the production of ceramics and glass ceramic products. This technical market presents a low capital entry point into the lithium market, while also providing a springboard for advancing downstream into lithium refining. The first phase lithium circuit will process waste streams from the existing tin processing plant, and in that way, it will roughly double our revenue, while also minimizing our environmental footprint. The projected output of this project is 50,000 tons per annum of high purity lithium concentrate. The required capital is estimated at 53 million euros, and the implementation time roughly at 2.5 years. My last slide is an attempt to list some of the key learnings from navigating the world of project development. Some of these points may seem very obvious, but I think it worth repeating. Starting with some technical considerations. Firstly, exploration drilling is the foundation of a good mining project. We have, as Andrada, we've made this activity a key priority for all our projects. Secondly, it is essential to construct a geometallurgical model for your project to accurately link your geological information with the data from your mineral processing performance data. This is obviously a key input to your project financial model. A key consideration in this development path is when to advance your project into production. And when you consider production, the choice is pilot production or commercial scale production, or both. In my opinion, the value of pilot or proof of concept production and bridging the gap between design and commercial scale production cannot be underestimated. Lastly, it is essential to plan for sufficient buffers of capital and time, because it always takes and costs more and takes longer. Not being proactive in this regard means risking the entire project. When it comes to accessing markets, financing and technology in the European Union, I have to admit that we are still learning the ropes. Our facility with the EIB to advance the feasibility study at Oos was agreed in February of this year. In my opinion, EU institutions are very well structured and world-class. However, markets and institutions are often not vertically integrated, meaning that the various activities of the value chain are often addressed in isolation. The role of investment promotion and development agencies should not be underestimated. In the case of Andrada, the NIPDB and the EU Delegation in Windhoek played a crucial role in facilitating and demystifying engagement with EU institutions. Relating to the market that you want to sell into, investing the time and energy to understand the downstream value chain early on in your project development is well worth it. Finally, some barriers and success factors that we have experienced. Firstly, equity is key to establishing a project, early growth, and unlocking other forms of funding. Secondly, acquire the right owners team with the experience to promote your project and move it forward on a technical and financial level. Thirdly, earning partnerships, and in particular staged earning partnerships, are a great way of progressing projects in the pre-bankability phase without giving up too much ownership. Fourthly, local financial and social partnerships are key to sustainable project development. For Andrada, this includes our local bankers, Bank Windhoek and the Development Bank of Namibia. And lastly, find a way of generating cash flow, even initially at low profit margins. It is easier to invest in a modest going concern than a fantastic project on paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frans, and commendable work that has been done on that project, and all of the best with the future endeavors on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll quickly now move over to the panel discussion. As I said, we've only got this room for 10-15 minutes more, and then we'll do a closing. Calling up the panel, please come up as I read out your name, so that we can start with the panel discussion. Isabella Chirchir, Mining Commissioner, Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy. Mr. Weston Malangu, outgoing CEO of the Chamber of Mines of Namibia. Hugh Jackman, CEO of Northern Graphite. Koen de Vos, Business Development Manager, European Institute of Innovation and Technology for Raw Materials. And then Martha Quinger, Project Manager, Federal Institute of Geosciences and Natural Resources. A heavyweight panel that I have here today, as you can all see. Yeah, you are welcome to sit in any order. I will call you by name for the questions. Thank you. Good, ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion is essentially about unlocking value across the CRM value chain. In the interest of time, I think I will perhaps stick to one question per panelist, and then I would like to ask the panelists to be very direct and clear in their answers. And if there's anything else you would like to mention or that you think would be relevant for the audience of this platform, you can also do that, since we will probably only have time for that one question, and if there's then time, we can take one or two questions from the audience instead. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Isabella, I'm going to start with you on this end, looking at policy certainty, reforms, and pipeline acceleration. Namibia has a strong mineral potential, yet investors often focus on speed of approvals and certainty. What two reforms will government prioritize in the next 12 months to accelerate CRM projects towards production?
Thank you so much. And I'd like to stand on the protocol already established. Is it audible? Can you all hear me? All right. Okay. Thank you. Before I can come to the two reforms that the ministry is putting in place, I just want to put a background to it. As much as we want investors, they need to be in the country, we want them. But there's a process to the evaluation or granting of licenses. When we get a license, it needs to be evaluated, but then there's also the aspect of environment and heritage assessment that needs to be done. So the ministry we have a SOP, which is a standard operating procedures, where we said that for exploration licenses, we need to grant it within 4 months in an ideal solution or ideal world. And then for mining licenses, it's 12 months. But we are on the verge of shortening that time frame, whereby we want to give an exploration license within 2 months, if it is possible, and a mining license within 6 months. But as a ministry, we can do the evaluation. We can give a notice of intention to grant, and that's not the granting of the license. After that, there should be that environmental impact assessment that needs to be conducted before an environmental clearance certificate is given, and the minister can grant that license. Now, in the morning, we had the environmental commissioner that was talking about the processes of granting an ECC. They can give it within 2 to 3 months. But then there's the aspect of the EIA, or the impact assessment that needs to be done. Sometimes it takes that either a year, or sometimes it takes about 6 months. So now what we are doing currently is, because we have limited capacity, colleagues are working overtime as we speak this whole of May, whereby they need to evaluate licenses. And then within a week, I am taking the committee outside Windhoek for 3 days to evaluate licenses, and then we give it to the minister to grant. And then after that, then we can issue the notice of intention to grant. On the other hand, also, we are writing a memo to cabinet, whereby we need to expand the ministry, the capacity, so that we can issue licenses in a timely manner. But we also have an online application system that is now ongoing, where clients can apply online, pay everything online, do their renewals online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for that information. Then moving on to Western, I think maybe from your industry experience over the years, what would you say are the top 2 constraints currently preventing Namibia's CRM pipeline from scaling faster, and how can they realistically be achieved or solved?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and I wish to stand on the protocol already established. Yes, you see, when you talk of constraints, we've heard, even from presentations in the morning, Namibia is a very good investment destination. We've got everything here. I think from 2023, from the first business forum that we had in Brussels, and I was privileged to attend that, I think everything was laid out, the roadmap was launched. I expected at the Chamber, and the Chamber of Mines is part of that roadmap, we were expecting to see a lot more investors coming to Namibia to participate. Our role as a Chamber of Mines is to link the private sector from the EU to our private sector players I'm glad to note that of late, I think that momentum is now picking up with investments in Andrada and Northern Graphite. I think that is good. I think the biggest news that we've gotten here, the great news, is that the EU, the roadmap itself has been extended for another 5 years. I think this is an opportunity for us as a country to really take advantage of this and ensure that we now get much further value addition, much further manufacturing of our minerals to get it to precursors. And finally, in the case of the lithium-ion battery, I think Lorraine presented that very well. That is what we'd like to see. So really, what has been the constraint? We haven't seen the investors coming, and I think now the doors, it seems, are being opened.
Perfect. No, thank you very much, Weston. And on that note of investment, I'm going to move over to you. Two questions combined, essentially. How critical are long-term European offtake agreements in unlocking mine development, processing investment, and lower cost financing? And then the other component, which speaks to what we've mentioned, what challenges do project owners face in dealing with European investors and off-takers that will limit the development of the Namibian CRM project today?
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, from a graphite perspective, in order to have a bankable project, you need three things. Number one is you got to have a very good project. Number two is you have to have a very good product. And number three is you need a customer or a number of customers who will buy the product from yourself. And therefore, you know, when we think about having a very good project, and it means that you've got to be cost competitive, and you've got to be able to produce the material and transfer the material in an economic way, because for us, the competitor is China, and China is very dominant in the graphite industry, supplies today 95% of the world, and therefore, you know, we have to be able to be competitive. We have to have a good product. That means that it has to be qualified so that the customer can actually provide us with the offtake, and the offtake needs to be very bankable. Now, when you look at this situation that we're in, the difficulty is really the competition from China. Because today, most battery makers in Europe are buying the material from China and are paying about $6 a kilo for the material. In order for us to have a bankable project, we need to be charging around $8 to $10 a kilo, depending on the type of material that we're making. And therefore, you know, we have to have something in place that would basically entice or incentivize the battery makers in Europe to buy the material from us and from Namibia. And in order to do that, there are a number of mechanisms that we're all working with the institutions and with the customers on. We could be talking about price floors, price ceilings. We could be talking about tariff barriers to prevent the Chinese from dumping the material into the market. We can also be talking about stockpiling. But it's very important for us, in order to get these projects off the ground and finance, to make sure that there is somebody at the end of the line that's willing to commit long-term at the price level that guarantees a return and a bankable project.
Thank you very much. You appreciate the comprehensive feedback on that one. Then moving to the far end, Kund, question from my side is, what specific gap must Namibia close first to integrate into EU battery, automotive, and strategic mineral supply chains? Is it standards, processing capacity, scale, or logistics?
Thanks for the question. We are not focused as much on specific gaps, but rather the opportunities that will help to fill these gaps. In my opinion, Namibia has the potential to cooperate with the EU, which is in essence the world's largest single market economy, consisting of 27 member states. However, this opportunity also has some requirements attached to that in terms of meeting the EU's ESG standards as well as a broader sustainability expectations. The key to success with collaboration with the EU would be creating a strong, enabling domestic environment which will attract investors and capital into the country. As we all know, mine life cycle is from minimum 10 to 30 years and even beyond. So because of this long-term projects, long-term regulatory sustainability and stability is essential to bringing investors into the country. Because mining is extremely capital intensive and long-term. So attracting both capital and skills is very competitive. So both skills, foreign and domestic. So Namibia can position itself as an attractive destination for not only investment but also for skills, because as we all know, mining is highly mechanized and also it becomes more and more technology driven. So, and last but not least, infrastructure also creates a crucial role. Cost competitive sources of power, water, are essential for developing mining, not only mining, but also the midstream and the downstream activities and industries that can be developed in Namibia. So here the government, and I've heard this from previous presentations, the government and industry can work together through public-private partnerships to develop infrastructure such as grid connections, also roads, ports, pipelines, desalination plants. So there is a high potential for that as well. And I was on a visit to Walvis Bay last week, and I was genuinely amazed what I saw there, that Namibia is already quite very much advancing into developing hydrogen, solar industries in Namibia, and that's with the example of the pilot project of the hydrogen locomotive between Walvis Bay and Windhoek. So this is very encouraging to see this. So it's already making significant steps to the future industrial growth.
Thank you very much, Ryu. Ladies and gentlemen, we've unfortunately been interrupted. We need to switch over to a live broadcast on national television for a signing ceremony. So my apologies, Martin, we haven't gotten to you. But the panel members, the presenters, they are available afterwards for a discussion and further feedback, so please do that. Also, Mr. Fabian Schanica, CEO of the Chamber of Mines, the incoming CEO, the new CEO. Apologies for not getting to your closing remarks, but you will also be available outside. Apologies, colleagues, but thank you very much for attending, and thank you for indulging us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs. Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep-sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and second in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast.
Well, a very good afternoon to our viewers that are joining us live on NBC1 for the closing ceremony. We've had quite a productive 2 days in as far as the discussions are concerned, of course, preceded by the master classes on day 0. In about 2 minutes from now, we will be joined by our invited guests and dignitaries for us to close off the Namibia-EU Business Forum for 2026. I'm Ricardo Knagosep, and I'll be with you until the end of the closing ceremony this afternoon. In about a minute or so, we'll hear, of course, some welcoming remarks from the Ambassador of the European Union to Namibia, as well as to hear from the Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations as they're going to be welcoming us to the closing ceremony. And immediately after that, we've got some signing that will be taking place, about 4 very, very important agreements that will be signed this afternoon, that is as part of the outcomes of the engagements over the last 2.5 days. So stay with us. In about a minute and a half, we'll be back live, and then we'll continue with the signing for this afternoon. For those of you that are also joining us live on the stream, a very good afternoon to you and welcome as well. Don't forget, please engage, share some of those comments on our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, as well as on X. Stay with us. Can we please rise to welcome the guest of honor? Thank you very much. You may take your seat. A very good afternoon to you, viewers that are joining us live on NBC One, and of course also the stream on our social media platforms. We are really, really happy to bring you back in and tune in, because I think the nature of the relationship between Namibia and the EU has always been around inclusiveness and transparency. And we wanted to make sure that all the agreements, the signings, and the future engagements going forward are announced live on television. I'm Ricardo Tlagosep. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be keeping you company until we are done with the signing. Honorable Selma Ashipala Msavi, the Minister of International Relations, Trade. Honorable Modesto Samutse, the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, the Director General of the National Planning Commission. Ambassador Martins, European Union Ambassador to Namibia. Ms. Ndita Ngibondoka Robiati, Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade. Mr. Iben Nashandi, Executive Director of the National Planning Commission, the NPC. Mr. Kapalau, Executive Director, the Ministry of Finance. And I really should not get this one wrong as well, His Excellency Chirumo Engari, Ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium as well as the European Union. His Excellency Thorsten Hutter, representing the Federal Republic of Germany. Ms. Jessica Hawanga, the Acting CEO of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. Mr. Timotheus Mufeti, Environmental Commissioner. Mr. Joseph Mukendwa, Program Manager for Green Hydrogen. Ms. Kachana Kamwe, the Deputy Executive Director in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Land Reform. Ms. Isabella Chirchir is the Mining Commissioner for Namibia. And of course, I should not forget this one as well, someone who has been with us since the beginning of the deliberations, Member of Parliament, leader of the Independent Patriots for Change, IPC, Dr. Banduleni Tula, captains of industry present here, regional and local leadership, any other dignitaries that we did not recognize, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We've had a very, very fruitful deliberation over the last 3 days, starting off, of course, with the master classes. Very, very engaging deliberations today as well, where we particularly reflected on the trade relationship between the EU and Namibia within the context of the SADC-EU EPA. We've heard, of course, the views from the EU side. Representatives came all the way from Botswana to speak to us around that. We've heard from the Deputy Director of Trade Promotion himself. We've heard from the ED. We've heard case studies from industry. MIDCO came on represented. We've heard, of course, the cosmetics industry also represented here as well, and sharing with us some of those cases. The question now is, after all these deliberations, what is next now? The good thing about this forum is that it's been work since last year, and the signings that will be taking place this afternoon are a result of dialogues over months and months. So when we are signing here today, it's just not symbolic, but really it's action. The moment that ink dries on the paper, the work will start immediately. And to give us perspective and, of course, open up the closing ceremony, our host, please help me welcome the Director General of the National Planning Commission, Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies, colleagues, Honorable Selma Savia Sipala, the other way around, Honorable Amutse, Ambassador Beatrix, Ambassador Hengari, members of the diplomatic corps. I see Dr. Itula here in our midst, and captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you once again to the closing session of the second EU Namibia Business Forum. The past 2 days have been productive and engaging. We had robust dialogue on how Namibia and the European Union can further deepen cooperation in trade, industrialization, green transition, infrastructure development, and investment promotion. The signing of the renewed Memorandum of Understanding and our commitments to implement the roadmap marks a renewed sense of urgency in implementing the various activities and commitments envisaged under this strategic framework. Furthermore, the announcement and signing ceremonies that will follow during this session represent concrete outcomes of this forum and reflect the growing confidence of our partners in Namibia's development trajectory. These initiatives will support institutional strengthening, standards development, local authority capacity building, critical raw materials, strategy development, and the broad implementation of the EU-Namibia Partnership Roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, the projects to be announced today further demonstrate that our partnership is not only about dialogue, but also about mobilizing investment, strengthening institutions, building technical capacity, and creating sustainable opportunities for inclusive growth. Allow me, therefore, to express my sincere appreciation to the European Union, participating member states, cooperating partners, implementing institutions, the private sector, and all delegates for their unwavering commitment and valuable contribution to the success of this forum. As we conclude this important gathering, let us carry forward the momentum, partnerships, and practical commitments that have emerged over the past 2 days. Namibia remains open and ready for partnerships that promote industrial development, innovation, sustainability, and shared prosperity. And I thank you.
Executive Director of the National Planning Commission and veteran diplomat, Dr. Kaire Mbwende, joining us there for those opening remarks. Of course, this summit is organized in partnership with the European Union, and it's only right that we, of course, also hear the experience of the representative from the European Union. Please welcome Ambassador Anna Beatrice Martens, Ambassador from the European Union, to Namibia. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much, MC. Honorable Selma Shipala Musavi, Minister of International Relations and Trade, Honorable Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Modestus Amutse, Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, Dr. Alfredo Hengari, Ambassador of the Republic of Namibia to the Kingdom of Belgium, His Excellency Thorsten Hutter, Ambassador of Germany to Namibia, as well as colleague ambassadors of member states here represented, executive directors, commissioners, industry leaders, business executives, investors, partners, friends, members of media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I take the liberty to stand on the protocol established. 3 days ago, we opened this forum with ambition, and today we close it with confidence. What has happened in this room, in the corridors, the pitching sessions, the bilateral meetings, has confirmed what we already believed. This partnership is real, it is growing, and it is delivering jobs for Namibians. As we heard this morning in the trade session, over 47,000 Namibians are working today to fuel the Namibia-EU trade. We have seen how Namibia and the European Union can work together as true partners, aligning our shared objectives on sustainable growth, the green and digital transition, and quality investment that creates decent jobs. The community that gathered here was remarkable. Namibian and European companies, investors, policymakers, financial institutions, researchers, youth, and women entrepreneurs. Exactly the mix that turns political vision into bankable projects. That energy has been the heartbeat of this forum. I've spoken to many inspiring entrepreneurs and seen their innovative products here this week. I wanted to single out one which I found symbolic of what we are trying to achieve. The Onguza bike you see here in front of you is made with materials from Italy, designed and engineered by a Namibian entrepreneur and assembled by skilled craftsmen in Namibia, who were trained by experts from Spain. So why do I say this? Because this is exactly what we desire to reach. It's a partnership, innovation, and building a value chain that connects Europe and Namibia, and we want to see many more partnerships of this kind.
Thank you very much.
Our discussions went deep where it mattered. On sustainable raw materials and green hydrogen, on how to build value chains that deliver real local beneficiation. On infrastructure, ports, transport, and common user facilities to make Namibia a regional green logistics hub. On skills and innovation, ensuring Namibia's youth is equipped for the jobs that this transition will create. And on agribusiness, automotive, and the creative industry sectors of untapped potential that deserve far more attention. We were also honest about what needs accelerating. Skills development, local content frameworks, access to finance for SMEs, offtake agreements for large-scale projects. These are not small gaps. They are the work of the next phase. We leave this forum knowing exactly where to focus next. I'm deeply grateful for the graceful presence of the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Minister of Mines of Energy and Ambassador Mwende. Your presence here sends a powerful signal of commitment to this partnership, to our strong trade relations, to Namibia's green industrialization agenda, and to the immense potential of what we can achieve together. It means a great deal to all of us gathered here today. My deep gratitude to everyone who made this possible, to the government of Namibia, to your leadership, vision, and your extraordinary hospitality, to Team Europe, the EU member states, the European Investment Bank, the European financial institutions, for aligning your instruments behind our shared objectives. To the organizing teams on both sides who made everything you saw possible through work you never saw. To our moderators, speakers, and panelists for the excellence and honesty of the debates, and to all of you who traveled, participated, and engaged with genuine commitment. And of course, a special round of applause for Ricardo, who drove these discussions for 2 very intense days and kept us all on our toes. Thank you for that excellent job. Our task now is clear. implement. The extended roadmap and NDP6 are our compass. We will measure the success of this partnership now, not by the number of meetings, but by the megawatts installed, the tons processed, the SMEs financed, and the jobs created for Namibian citizens. And now, before we close, we have one final act, and it is the most important one. The signatures you are about to witness after the speeches. These signatures will witness a commitment by both sides at the highest level to everything discussed over these 3 days and to everything we have pledged to deliver over the next 5 years. Namibia and the European Union have a unique opportunity to shape a sustainable and prosperous future together, for your citizens, for our citizens, and for our shared planet. We sign these commitments today, and from tomorrow we start work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Just another round of applause for her as well. It's not easy, Ambassador, I understand, to sit for 2 days and listen to technocrats, but you've managed over the last 3 days. Nonetheless, I would, of course, be remiss if I do not recognize one of our top diplomats, a career veteran and career diplomat. He doesn't like this sort of introduction, so I'm not even going to make it a long one. Our former permanent representative to the United Nations and currently the executive director in the presidency's private office. I can literally just see how he's shaking his head, but I have to do my work and recognize his presence there as well. Ambassador Neville Gets. A round of applause for him, please. Then. We are going to sign about 4 serious agreements today. I think the first one really is, I think, also very personal for me as well, because of the fact that we've been working so closely with the Lüderitz Town Council, with the ambitions of green hydrogen, oil and gas, of course, also been found offshore there as well, and government's deliberate plan, included in the National Development Plan 6, to make sure that Lüderitz becomes one of our main industrial hubs and job creators in the country. So this one really is very close to my heart as well. I would just like to call on Ambassador Martens to come back on stage for the signing. Director General of the National Planning Commission, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Kairembwende, to of course also come and join me in front. I would also like to call on the Chairman of the Management Committee of the Lüderitz Town Council, Councillor Oker Teron. Councillor Teron, I see he's here. Acting CEO of the Lüderitz Town Council, Otto Shipanga, please come and join us here as well. And head of the economic section at the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mr. Bram van Opjen. Can you please also come and join me here as well? And then VNG Representative Regional Manager, East and Southern Africa, Mr. Karim Bosak, of course, also come and join us for the signing of this one. Now, the signature ceremony for this contract is for making Lüderitz Town Council fit for the future. It's a very tall ask and a very tall task, but the project summary is, of course, that the project will support the development of Lüderitz Town to adapt to future investments and foreseen growth of the city and its opportunities, and will be implemented by VNG in collaboration with Lüderitz Town Council. And the project has an EU contribution of about 1.5 million euros and will be implemented over the next 2.5 years. I said 1.5 million euros. I think that deserves a round of applause. Let me get a handheld. I think we're going to start with the ceremony now. A round of applause for Ambassador. So we're making sure that it's very transparent. So the signatures are on there. It's not a Mickey Mouse story, no, real signatures. Councillor, it's your turn now. This is for Ludwitz. Thank you very much. Next representative, please. Mr. Karim Busak. Last but not least, Mr. Opnin. I don't know, that signature looks a bit small. Okay, okay. That's a real signature. We just have to make sure. Eh? Thank you very much. Just a round of applause for them. Just move a little bit closer to it so that we can have that picture. Remember, if it's not in the photo, it did not happen. We have to document it. Just smiles. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our signatories. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The ambassadors can please remain on stage. Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bustak. Mr. Otto, thank you so much. Thank you. That's, of course, the first one out of the 4 documents that are going to be signed. Can we have the next one? I would like to invite Honorable Modesto Zamotse to come and join us on stage. The Minister of Mines, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy. I would also like to call on Ambassador Hutter. Please, can you come and join us on stage? Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany. And the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Standards Institution, Dr. Aino Mvula. I know the good doctor was here. There we go. Just a round of applause for our signatories as they're coming on stage. The second ceremony for contract is for support to the Namibian Standards Institution. This project will support the development of key standards for green hydrogen and will be implemented by PDB in collaboration with the Namibia Standards Institution, NSI. The project has a total budget of 750,000 euros and will be implemented over the next 2 years. A round of applause for that. Let's proceed with the signing ceremony for this one. I think starting off again, please. Now that's a signature now. Dr. Mvula. A round of applause for that contract signing. Can you move a little bit closer just for that picture? Just a little bit closer, Honorable Modesto. Just a little bit closer. There we go. For that picture. Now for this one, it cannot be under any dispute because 2 cabinet members' signatures are on that board. So we don't want any stories after this is done. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. I would just like to ask Ambassador Martins to remain. Thank you very much, DG, for the 3rd one. Ambassador Hutter, I think you are also required for this one as well. If you can please remain. I would like to call on the Executive Director of the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, Mr. Moses Pakote, and BGR Regional Director, Martin Quinge, to come and join us on stage, please. Is the ED here? Honorable Modesto, can I please call you back again? Apologies. Just to add to the steps for the day. Okay. Okay. Holding his hand. All right, there we go. Oh, okay. But does he have he has a pen? Fantastic. Just get closer there. So, Honorable Minister, please in the corporate space, we PP when we sign on behalf of somebody else. So please put the PP there so that we're going to have to deal with the liability issues later, yeah? Now, this signature ceremony is for the PANAF Geo Plus country window with BGR. This project will support operationalization of the EU-Namibia partnership roadmap through coordination and knowledge management, implementation of exemplary activities, and of course outputs in each of its 6 pillars together with partners and by facilitating access to geoscience-related equipment and information. The project has a total budget of 1.8 million euros and will be implemented in the next 2 years. A round of applause for that, and the signing can start. Ambassador, please commence with the signing. I guess that the government will carry the liability on behalf of Honorable. There we go, another round of applause. Can you please move a bit closer to for the picture? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2 gentlemen. I think for the next one, only Ambassador and the Honorable Minister are required. Thank you so much. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. A round of applause for them one more time. And last but not least, this is a very, very big one that will, of course, have impact for generations to come. The signing ceremony for the CRM National Strategy. This project will help with the formulation of a comprehensive national strategy for critical raw materials, or CRMs as we know it, that provides an integrated policy, legal, institutional, and investment framework for exploration, beneficiation, and circular economy integration. The project is a total budget of 386,860 euros and will be implemented over the next 12 months. So we're also giving the milestones for the implementation of this work. Please give a warm round of applause for the signing ceremony for that. You may commence with the ceremony. There we go. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the signatories. Thank you so much, Ambassador. I have to release you now. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that as well. Another round of applause for them. We intended to keep this quite short for you as well, especially for the viewers that are at home. We know that there are some important SOPs that are about to start. So I would like to call on the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Trade, Honorable Selma Shipala Musavi, to come and give us the closing remarks, an invitation for our visitors to experience Namibia over the weekend. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, our able Director of Ceremonies. Honorable Modesto Amse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, members of Parliament, if there are any here, Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General, National Planning Commission, Your Excellency Anna Beatrice Martens, Ambassador of Delegation of the European Union to Namibia, as well as let me recognize the other EU ambassadors who are here. I see the ambassador, of course, Germany, Finland, France. Who else did I forget? Please, if I did not mention you, just know that you are highly appreciated. Other members of the diplomatic corps, Dr. Panduleni Tula, leader of IPC, our ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium, and the head of mission to the European Union, Dr. Alfredo Hengari, welcome back. Senior government officials, distinguished delegates of the European Union, Namibia and EU captains of industries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to respectfully stand on the protocol that was so ably established by the Director of Ceremonies. Good afternoon. This week will certainly go down in my tenure as Minister of International Relations and Trade as the most eventful. This morning, I was addressing a Namibia-Kenya Business Forum in Nairobi. This afternoon, thanks to aviation technology, I'm back home. Addressing the Namibia-EU Business Forum. For any European ambassador in Namibia or in Kenya, I think this week will also go down as the Africa-Europe Week. So congratulations for all of us. While I was unable to join you at the commencement of this ceremony, my week has been equally engaging with promoting cordial economic relationship between Namibia and the European Union, albeit with France and in a larger African context. Notwithstanding, I'm reliably informed that over the past 3 days, this forum has demonstrated that the Namibia-European Union partnership has evolved from endurance into a result-driven platform for investment, industrialization, and shared prosperity. The depth and quality of engagements covering topics that range from the 5 sectors of focus, namely renewable energy and green hydrogen, critical raw materials, critical raw materials, agribusiness, automotive industries, cultural and creative industries, to trade, investment, and industrial development. They have reinforced a central core message. Namibia is forging strategic partnerships that will support not only our participation in the global economy, but also positioning our businesses and people to compete and to lead. This ambition is firmly grounded in our national development framework, our long-term aspiration to become an industrialized, knowledge-based economy with high levels of income, equity, and quality of life for all Namibians, as set out in Vision 2030. That requires collaboration with trusted partners willing to collaborate with us based on mutual respect, understanding, and co-creation of our shared future. I'm certain that my colleague, especially the Director General of our National Planning Commission, might have shared the vision embodied in the NDP 6 that was launched about a year ago. Let me nevertheless reiterate that the call of our President Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, to see everything we do translate this vision into actionable priorities, focusing on economic diversification and industrialization, value addition and beneficiation of natural resources, job creation, particularly for youth and women, human capital development and skills alignment, as well as sustainable and green growth pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, what has been experienced at this forum is a strong alignment between Namibia's national priorities and the opportunities emerging from our partnership with the European Union. For example, our collaboration in renewable energy and green hydrogen directly advances Namibia's transition to a low-carbon, high-value industrial economy, while positioning Namibia as a global energy partner. Our joint focus on critical raw materials support our strategic objective to move beyond extraction towards local beneficiation, industrial processing, and integration into global value chains. Engagements on the automotive sector and manufacturing signals the next phase of Namibia's industrialization, building productive capacity, developing suppliers, and creating skills employment. Discussions on agribusiness reflect our commitment to transform agriculture from a subsistence and primary production base into a competitive, export-oriented, value-added sector that drives rural development and inclusive growth. Similarly, discussions on building an enduring creative ecosystem, it reflects the learning opportunities for our people to translate their passion into business opportunities, export of brand Namibia image, and creation of employment access, all into all our 14 regions. Through sessions on trade, standards, and regulatory frameworks, we are strengthening Namibia's ability to access global markets, comply with evolving standards, build and maintain a reputation of a trusted, high-quality production base. Distinguished delegates, and this is why today's announcement and signing ceremonies are particularly important, for they move us from strategy into implementation. They are catalytic investments aligned to our national development trajectory and institutional strengthening agenda. Announcing a project without financing mechanism is a mere communique. Hence, the critical importance of the emphasis placed on financing and execution through this forum. Through instruments such as the EU Global Gateway, blended finance mechanisms, and project pitching, we are connecting our project developers to financiers and technical partners, thereby unlocking the scale of capital required to deliver on NDP 6 priorities. From our side, we undertake and we are committed to complement the availed financing opportunities with efficient and transparent regulatory systems. Strong public-private partnerships, coordinated institutional delivery, and a relentless focus on implementation. As a government, we are committed to accelerating the ease of doing business, reduce bottlenecks, and ensure that investment translates into tangible outcomes for our people. Ultimately, the success of Vision 2030 and NDP 6 will be measured by the number of jobs created, the growth of new industries, the expansion of Namibian enterprises into global markets, and the improvement in the quality of life of our people. Notwithstanding the challenges, this is the standard that we continue to hold ourselves to. To our partners from the European Union and beyond, Namibia remains a stable, predictable, and forward-looking investment destination. We offer not only resources, but a clear policy direction, strong institutions, and openness to engage, listen, and respond, and a shared commitment to sustainable development. As we conclude, I urge all participants to move decisively from dialogue to delivery. The partnership forged during the B2B sessions and information gained from master classes should not end here. They should be converted to investment and job creation. Finally, they say all work and no play is not healthy. I therefore invite our international guests not to make that lifelong mistake of missing out on the site visits and tourism excursions so that you experience Namibia beyond this forum, its pristine landscapes, its culture, and its people, because it is the embodiment of Namibia's true potential. I thank you for your kind attention. I congratulate all of you, Ambassador Martens and your colleagues, and our visitors, our friends who came from Europe, for a successful forum. And it is now my pleasure to declare the Namibia-EU Business Forum 2026 officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just another round of applause for Honorable Minister. There we go. That's the camaraderie and the friendship that we would like to see. On that note, thank you very much to our viewers that have been joining us on NBC1 to be part of this historic moment and occasion where we have signed, of course, 4 very, very impactful and important agreements today. And we wanted to ensure that that transparency and inclusivity that's part of the EU and Namibia relationship is maintained by, of course, having those public signings here on stage. On that note, thank you very much to our viewers. From us here at Windhoek Country Club, it's bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much. We're offline now, so now I can, relax a bit.